Hello and welcome to our playthrough of Snatcher. I am your host, Jorin Lee of Futura Sound Productions. Yeah, we're going to do something a little different than we normally do on the channel. Don't worry, I'm still going to make plenty of electronic virtual essays. I just had this weird idea to do this because, after all, not too many people have played this. This being Snatcher. This is actually a remake of the 1988 original, which was on the MSX and PC-88, and that was actually Hideo Kojima's first game that he made from the ground up. Metal Gear was actually given to him by Konami as a project that the original team that worked on it actually stopped in the middle, and Kojima had to pick up the pieces of sort of the failed project of Metal Gear and make it his own, and that's what became Metal Gear and Metal Gear Solid. Snatcher was more, Kojima wanted a lot of creative control, and he gravitated towards the adventure genre for that reason, at least partially. And so this was the game that was the first product of that kind of era in Kojima's career. So yeah, this is a remake though, and we're playing the Sega CD version, which was localized into English. And by Jeremy Blaustein, who also, of course, did the Metal Gear Solid 1 localization and many other games as well. He's sort of really an icon of the localization scene for sure. But all right, so we're going to pick a new game. All right. The story, characters, and events in this game are entirely fictional. Any similarities to actual people, places, and events are entirely coincidental. This game employs roll and sound space in some parts. I still don't know what that means. This story is dedicated to all those cyberpunks who fight against injustice and corruption every day of their lives. All right, here we go.
June 6th, 1996. A mysterious explosion destroys the Chernobyl research facility near Moscow. Lucifer Alpha, a powerful biological weapon under secret development there, is released into the atmosphere, creating a deadly biohazard. Carried by the trade winds, Lucifer Alpha spreads throughout Eastern Europe and Eurasia, destroying 80% of the populace. Half of the world's people die. The greatest biohazard in history later becomes known simply as the catastrophe. But at this time, who could have possibly imagined that the ultimate biohazard wouldn't occur for another half-century? 50 years later, mankind faces its greatest crisis, the appearance of a mysterious android life form. Its purpose and origin are unknown. Is it a new form of weapon? Or perhaps an invasion from some other world? They appear during winter, killing humans and infiltrating society by taking the place of their victims. Employing an artificial skin, they can sweat and even bleed. Part organic, part machine, they're almost impossible to distinguish from those they kill. As they steal their victims' bodies in order to take their place, these mysterious invaders become known as Snatchers.
All right, Snatcher. There you go. So that's, it's, you can already see that they're trying to sort of make a playable movie, a playable sci-fi movie. So yeah, I mean, that concept, of course, would be refined with Police Knots and then perfected, really, with Metal Gear Solid. So yeah, that's why I'm playing this. I'm not going to be doing like a ton of Let's Plays. I really just wanted to play through this and Police Knots for you guys, because those games they're so important to understanding Kojima's work, yet they're so difficult to really play through if you don't know what you're doing. So the best way to experience those games might be with me. Yeah, the music for this whole game is so good. I'm really excited to show you guys.
How was work? Everything okay?
Gillian, what is it? What's wrong?
Jamie, I've become a junker.
A junker? Gillian, but why?
Jamie, you know why. It's the only way we can regain our lost memories. Snatcher is the only word that keeps coming back every time we try to remember our pasts. I have to face them to find out why.
Yes, but I can sense that there is something terrible hidden in our past. And if we remember it, it will destroy us.
Jamie! I'm going now. Jamie!
What? I can't hear you!
Gillian Seed, estimated age 31. 3 years ago, he and his wife Jamie Seed are taken into protective custody in the Siberian Neutral Zone by the 17th Siberian Investigative Force. Both Gillian and Jamie suffer from severe amnesia, their memories of events prior to being picked up in Siberia lost in a mysterious mental fog. 2 years ago, after a vain attempt to rebuild their marriage, Jamie and Gillian separate. Following extensive special military training, Gillian is ordered to report to Neo-Kobe City as a junker, effective today.
Now that's how you start a game. Yeah, I mean, one thing I like about Gillian and Jamie is that they're sort of like, in some ways, they remind me of Rosemary and Jack, but they're kind of the opposite because their relationship is sort of ending, or has ended. It's sort of fallen apart, and so they approach the whole romance side very differently. All right, Act 1, Snatch. Welcome to Junker Headquarters. May I help you? So, okay. The way this game sort of works is in a lot of, pretty much in every area that you go in, you can either look or investigate. And that's just the foundation of the detective stuff. So as far as I can tell, look is like using your naked eye, and investigate is sort of like analyze. But it's really sort of context sensitive, and these things kind of change what they mean. So that's just the fast and loose way of understanding it, right? Now, there is, one thing that you have to do, or one series of things you have to do in order to progress forward. But this game is full of little details, if you take the time and look around, that some people might call it flavor text, but I think that'd be missing the point. Because this is from an era, when a lot of story was delivered through text, frankly, and if not most of it, and it's something that Kojima's team, by the time they got to Police Knots, they were calling the format that they sort of pioneered with Snatcher and used on Police Knots, and then later on Metal Gear Solid, the multi-process story, which basically just means the beginning, middle, and end of the story is set in stone, and that's the same for everybody. But there are little variations throughout that the more you play it, the more it makes it your own. So that's far from just flavor text. It's actually, in the grand scheme of things, like the whole mechanism for the game becoming your own. And some people would just call bullshit on that and say, all right, it's just flavor text, but I guess you can call it what you want to. It's just in this game, the way I like to think about it is it's sort of like a turn-based combat system in an RPG or something, but instead of fighting, it's the blow-by-blow of what you're focusing on or perceiving or thinking about. So if you think about it like that, it makes more sense. Now, this is a great example, right? We could just enter, or we can look around and get a little bit of a sense of our bearings, right? So let's go ahead and look at the area. This seems to be Junker headquarters lobby. Their security looks really tight. So see, he's looking, and that's what it seems just to the naked eye. Now investigate the area. There's nobody around but the operator. Okay. Let's look at the poster. It's just a Junker recruiting ad. That reminds me of the posters in Phantom Pain, you know? You see on the wall, like the recruitment ads. Yeah, you can't throw a rock without hitting something that has relevance to another Kojima game in this game. Okay. So, we're going to go ahead and... Why don't we look at the camera? It looks like a security camera. That's right. There is that scene from MGS1, I think, is a callback to this. Investigate the camera. Looks like they're monitoring the offices. Look. Door. It looks like it leads into the inside of the headquarters. Investigate. Door. It's locked. It looks like the only switch for it is in the operator's spot. Alright. Try to enter. I'm afraid only Junker personnel are allowed inside headquarters. I'm sorry, may I have your name, please? Talk.
I'm Gillian Seed. I've been assigned to Junker headquarters effective today.
Oh, you're Mr. Seed. Please forgive me. My name is Mika Slayton. I'm the administrative assistant and operator here at Junker headquarters. Very pleased to meet you.
So I'll just say this now. You know, there is some, I guess what the Japanese would call ecchi or adult kind of adjacent material in this game. And what I've actually learned over the years, which I didn't know back in the day, was that in Japan, like video games and the home video industry and adult movies and all that, they all kind of grew up together and have this weird incestuous relationship that we don't understand or have in the States. So that's actually one of the reasons why you see more, just randomly fan servicey, I guess is one of the ways to call it, things in these types of games. It's just a cultural difference. So, anyway, let's go ahead and ask her about Junkers. Could you tell me a little about Junker operations? The Junkers are a special task force put together to combat the Bioroid Snatcher menace. It's overseen by government intelligence agencies. Now, you can't really romance anybody in this game or anything like that. It's more like, depending on how you talk to these 2 or 3 different characters, your relationship with them can subtly change a little bit. I mean, that's the idea of it. How well that works in practice, it's kind of limited by the technology and so forth. But there are a lot of ideas that, started here that they really fleshed out in like Metal Gear Solid. And one, right out of the gate, I can say this. You know how in Metal Gear Solid, you sometimes you'll use the codec, and you'll find if you call like 2, 3, 4, 5 times, you keep getting new information. It's like secrets that are like buried in the game. That started with Snatcher. Snatcher is the exact same way, because it doesn't tell you when there's new information or not. You just have to, try it basically. So there's all sorts of little things you can miss. And that, even going all the way to Phantom Pain, that's how Kojima's games were designed. Like, when I play Phantom Pain today, there are still codec calls that that are situational that I didn't use before or notice before, and I use them, and when you find them, it's like, it's an amazing feeling, the Easter egg hunt, And yeah, all of that is the DNA, really, of Snatcher. All right. Let's ask about Neo Kobe. This is my first time in town. I'll get used to it right away. Everybody's pretty welcome. There are many different ethnic groups and types of people here. It's Japan, but it's not Japan, if you know what I mean. Now that's going to be a major theme of this game, actually, is race and racism, really. As ugly side of the human condition. And even though this is Japan, there's all these different types of people crammed together, and so there's this inherent mistrust, I guess, among the populace. And the Snatchers have just ratcheted that up because the populace knows that the Snatchers exist, and they're terrified of them. All this is sort of explained in the computer index that we'll look at later that has all like the lore. But all right, ask about Mika. Tell me a little about yourself. About me? Isn't that a bit forward, Mr. Seed? Let me tell you about myself first, maybe then you'll tell me. I can tell you're very smooth with the ladies. Of course. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and enter.
Mr. Seed?
Gillian's fine. You can call me Gillian, Mika.
Okay, Gillian. I'll open the main door and show you around headquarters.
Where shall I show you first? Alright, so the first place we go is the Chief's office. I'm gonna get a rundown.
Chief Cunningham, Gillian Seed is here. I brought him in as you requested.
Thanks for coming, Seed. I'm Benson Cunningham, the Chief of Junker Operations.
Gillian Seed. I've been transferred here from the 17th Special Forces Division.
I've heard all about your special training in the military, Seed. I hope you'll put it to good use on your new assignment here. By the way, I understand you're suffering from amnesia. Any sign yet that your memory's coming back?
I'm afraid not. I still can't remember a thing from before the Army picked me up 3 years ago.
You're married, aren't you?
Yes, but we're separated now. She has amnesia as well, and without any memories between the two of us, I'm afraid there was very little to base a good relationship on.
I can see your point there.
Alright. Look. Window. It's a nice night view of Nyokobe. Too bad there are snatchers looking out there somewhere. Nyokobe at night. Great view, don't you think? Investigate. Wait. Look. Monitor. Information from all over the world is continuously pouring in. I want you to remember this monitor when we get to police knots. Because that's what's going to be fun about this, is that as you go through Kojima's career, like, each game builds on the last one and makes a ton of references back to the last one. And on it goes. So if you stick with me and you watch this entire playthrough and the Police Stops playthrough, I promise you it will completely change your view on Metal Gear and really enrich your playthroughs, especially of Metal Gear Solid 4. Because that game has a ton of callbacks back to Police Knots and Snatcher. Okay. But again, all of his games really do, because even though, he would move on from the adventure game genre, I feel like he took a lot of things from this era with him, like, and to this very day. Like, there's definitely even Death Stranding stuff in here. So yeah, I mean, it's just a very vital game, and I just wish more people would be able to, if they can't play it themselves, at least like have a way to see the whole game and experience it, and that's why I'm making this. Okay. Now, and also to be honest with you, because it's been a while since I've been uploading, and then for the algorithm to really be spreading my videos the way that I need it to, or want it to anyway, I need to be doing regular uploads, and I just thought, it's something I've actually wanted to do for the channel for a long time. If you go back to the very earliest days of Futura Sound Productions, there are actually some no commentary playthroughs started that I did, and just like those didn't get very many views, I don't expect this to get very many views either, because again, I'm still getting back up and running. For the people who are here, who are interested, I just want to make the best content that I can. But anyway, let's move on. So we have to ask Sean Connery here this series of questions, and that's how we progress forward. Basically, is that he gives us a briefing on like what we are, like we're joining the Junker Force. So he's explaining what that is, what our authority is, and our duties, and he tells us about the other people who are on the team. So, Junker is sort of like Bridges, or sort of like Fox Sound, or take your pick. It's it's similar to a lot of those other organizations from his other games. So, but here, let's see. Junker headquarters was set up a year ago by the police as a special task force to combat the Snatcher problem. Junker operations were officially started in August of this year. We answer directly to the government's intelligence agencies. This poster is really pretty tacky. I guess Gillian is distracted by the flower poster on the wall. Oh really? That's my design, by the way. What? Chief, your taste is right out of the Dark Ages. Look. A picture of a vase, eh? What a funny design. Okay. Junker Authority. A junker operates with certain rules and privileges different from regular police officers. Those are: 1. The purpose of the junker force is to eliminate bioroid snatchers. 2. A junker, even in the course of carrying out one, must not harm innocent civilians. 3. A subject may not be physically investigated or restrained unless irrefutable evidence exists that indicates the subject is indeed a snatcher. 4. A junker is required to assist and support civilian bounty hunters. 5. In order to carry out one, a junker is allowed the use of a blaster and a navigator and a turbocycle. Those are the 5 rules. So yeah, you're basically a Blade Runner. You know, if you remember from that film, Deckard was a Blade Runner, and those were basically detectives tasked with hunting down and retiring, aka eliminating replicants or fake humans. Okay, ask. So that's Junker Authority. How about Junker Duties? A Junker's job is to figure out who the Snatchers are and to eliminate them. I want you to put your special training in the military to good use and investigate those points about Snatchers that we don't yet understand. We've got to put a stop to them. So that is your main objective in this game. Figuring out the mystery of, like, their weak point. Ask. Sort of like War of the Worlds or something like that, you know? Okay. Junker Staff. A Junker's job is highly specialized and extremely dangerous. That's why there are so few of us. I'm the chief, Harry's the engineer, then there's Mika. Gibson and you are our runners. It's just the 5 of us. Cool. Ask about Snatchers. Yes, 3 years ago, the Snatchers suddenly appeared here in Yokobe. We have no idea where they come from or what they want. We do know that they kill, copy the appearance of their victims, and take their place in society, and that their numbers are increasing.
That should be enough to make your duties as a junker quite clear. This is your junker ID card. It will identify you as a junker. Carrying it allows you to exercise your special authority.
I see. Sort of like a police officer's badge, huh?
And here's some money. It's not much, but you'll need it to carry out your investigation.
Cash?
Credit cards aren't accepted in some regions of the city. You'll need this sooner or later.
Sounds like it's a rough place out there.
Go see Harry, the engineer. He's got your equipment ready for you.
So we can show anyone that that police badge, and we can use that money to bribe people to get them to basically tell us stuff, which is pretty awesome. Here, see, I can even show him my Junker ID. That's proof you're a Junker. Take good care of it. All right, X. Where would you like to go next? Let's go see Harry in engineering. This is engineering. All the Junkers, that is the runner's equipment, is made here. Doesn't look like Harry's around at the moment. So this is sort of actually a nod to a game that was in an influence on Snatcher, which was called Jesus. And in the beginning of that game, which is set on a space station called Jesus, the person that you have to talk to just isn't there, and you have to go in like every room of the space station before, like in this cryptic way, before the game will have them show up. So this is what I mean, like the games of this era nowadays are just a bit difficult to figure out. Okay, so let's ask about Harry. Harry Benson is our engineer. He's a bit of a lush, but he's a friendly and sweet old guy. Ask about Harry. He was quite brilliant. He's won 3 Nobel Prizes and the Fields Prize, too. Ask. How about So Harry's gonna give us a navigator, I think. Every junker investigator gets an analysis robot. Quite a combination, huh? We call the robots navigators. Which is awesome. Alright, let's look. Area. There are tools and machines all over the place. It's a regular factory in here. This room always looks like this. I don't know how he finds anything. That's kind of fun characterization before we get to meet Harry. Okay, environmental storytelling, I guess you'd call it. Alright, where would you like to go next? Well, we gotta go systematically through each room, basically. Detective's room. This is the detective's room. It's the office for our runners. That's what we call junker investigators like you. You'll be using that desk in the back. What about this desk near the door here? That's Jean's desk. Jean Jack Gibson. He's our ace runner. Even so, Jean's got an 18-year-old daughter. A daughter, right? Her name's Katrina. So Jean Jack Gibson is sort of like the gray fox in the story. He's like our senpai, like the number one, guy at our agency, and this is like our first day. It's very similar to the setup in Metal Gear, the original. Okay, let's ask about Gibson. His wife was killed by a Snatcher 2 years ago. After that, he quit his detective job and became a junker. Since then, he's been living with his daughter, Katrina. Anything else that you can tell me? He's apparently out on an investigation at the moment. I'll introduce you as soon as he gets back. Cool. Let's look at his desk. Though first the monitor. A lot of information flows into here. All the information available to our runners is output from Jorin. That's the supercomputer, which we'll look at in a second. The near desk. This is an antique desk. Jean's really into antiques. Again, environmental storytelling. And that's mine, I guess. Looks like a nice desk. I probably won't be using it much. Alright, let's exit. Where would you like to go next? Well, let's go to the computer room. This is Junker Headquarters' computer room. It's linked to databases throughout the country, so you can find almost any information you might need. Alright, ask about the computer. This is our host computer, a model RM1013. We call it Jordan. That's for Junker Online Regional Data Access Network. It employs full-scale artificial intelligence-based processors. So in the original, it's actually called Gaudi. And I'm not quite sure why they changed it, but Jordan is fully programmed with all human learning routines and uses an intelligent interface to perform automatic translation, problem-solving, you name it. It employs expert-class artificial intelligence routines developed for fieldwork robots. It's the best there is. Okay, so it's sort of a precursor to the Boss AI and the neural network AI system, from Metal Gear Solid. Alright, well, let's ask how to use. First, put your Junker card in the slot. Once it's confirmed you as a user, you just follow the instructions that Jordan flashes on the screen. Easy enough, let's use it. Go ahead, sit down here. Once you register from the system, the rest is easy. I am Jordan, Junker Headquarters host AI computer system. Please insert your ID card. What? Has this thing got a personality? Use card. Okay, Junker card going in. User confirmed is Gillian Seed. Welcome to Jordan. What sort of information do you need? Now at least let me in. Now, the fact files, here is all the lore. And look at this stuff. There is so much information here. Like, each of these is just a category. And, look at all this stuff just on our organization. So, actually, now that I think about it, wait, no, not history, sorry. How about headquarter data? Doesn't it give you a phone number? 165 floors above ground, 35 below, 256128. If I can remember that. I won't be able to. I'll have to come back for that. Alright. Yeah, there is a phone system in this game, and there's all sorts of, secret numbers and stuff that, if you call... it's crazy. It's, like I said, it's very ahead of its time as an open world type game. In some respects, even though a lot of it is, again, quite linear. Okay. So we're going to load ID file. So I'm pretty sure this is a sort of tongue-in-cheek joke because it's literally the Konami code, right? Because you have to put in A-O-N-A-M. There you go. I think that uncensors the game somehow, but I don't... Okay, and then just to show you guys, this is kind of a fun Easter egg. Oh. Gee. Ma. Hideo Kojima. It's his birthday, sign, blood type, personality type, and his nickname at this time, which was apparently Ojama. His favorite game at this time was Sabika, and his message for us is, Snatcher has crossed the sea. I hope you all enjoy it a lot. I love that. Okay. So, thank you for using Jordan. I look forward to our next session together. So you actually have to use the computer at several times in the story to get key information, and then you go use it in the field, and then there's another section where we'll have to use it to do like a composite sketch of a suspect. But okay, so exit. Where would you like to go next? Shooting range, please. This is the shooting range. Junkers come here to improve their marksmanship. Ask how to practice. How do you start practice? Just follow the Junker's Eye practice system. So this starts a tradition that goes pretty much all the way through Kojima's games till today, where if you think about like VR missions, and then in Police Knots there's first it's Snatcher, then Police Knots, that there is like a shooting practice, and then in Metal Gear Solid there's VR missions, and then in Death Stranding there's like those trials and stuff you can do in the director's cut. So yeah, it is all a through line that starts with Snatcher. Here, let's look at how it's done. Gillian, you haven't got your blaster yet, have you? Let's hurry and go visit Harry. Let's go see Harry. But I think I should get some practice in first. Yes, but come on, let me take a crack at it. Alright, if you must practice, I'll let you use my ray gun. But it doesn't have the power of a blaster. Is that okay? Yeah. Thanks, Mika. Alright, let's start shooting practice. Okay, now I know how to shoot. Okay. This actually does help you, because later on in the game there are some quite gnarly shooting parts. Ready? Go. All right. Fantastic. A perfect score. You're quite a shot, aren't you, Gillian? Wow. Perfect score right off the bat. I bet you've done this before, haven't you? No, ma'am. First time out. I can't stand liars, you know. It's due to all that practice I had in the military, Mika. Fantastic. And no wasted shots either. Jean will be surprised. What does that mean, that Jean will be surprised? All right. Now all we need to do is find Harry. Okay, so we've gone to every room, now we can go back. Harry's got to be back by now. I don't know, he's quite the freewheeling type.
Oh good, Harry's back.
Great to meet you. You're Gillian Seed, right? Haven't we met somewhere before?
No, I don't believe so.
Really? Well, I guess I must be imagining things.
Alright, look, Harry. Somehow I get the same impression. Have I met this guy somewhere? What's wrong? Do I have something hanging from my nose? Alright, so Harry has something on the wall, which is another major Kojima motif that we see show up in a lot of his games, which is the photograph. Let's look at that photo. Think of Death Stranding, think of the ending of Phantom Pain, the ending of MGS3, and there's a bunch of photographs in Police Knots as well that have real important significance for the main character. It's the picture that was on the wall. It's a photograph of a small boy. That's a picture of me as a kid. It's my only memory of my childhood. Let's look at the photo again. Pretty cute, huh? Even I was good looking once. I love Harry. Investigate. This appears to have been cut out of a larger photo. Ask about the photo. What happened to this picture? Why is it torn? I don't know myself. I'm told I always used to carry it around with me. According to this fragment, there's no way to try to track down your parents. Yeah, but for me, that picture is my only evidence I ever even had parents. Alright. Let's ask him. Should we ask him again about the photo? Let's one more time. I wish I could just see their faces. Where are they now? I don't even know if they're alive. In a way, you and I face the same predicament. Alright, because I guess they both sort of have a form of amnesia, which in the 90s, amnesia was all the rage as a plot device, and I think they do something kind of cool with it in this game, but you'll just have to see. Okay, well, let's ask about Snatchers. You're an engineer. Tell me about how the Snatchers are built. It's odd, but we've never been able to get a specimen. They're always stolen or self-destructed. They have any weaknesses? They're built really well, so it's tough to destroy them outright. Try to immobilize them. They got these slits on their head for some reason. A well-placed shot there will often destroy their control functions. That's why it's important to practice your marksmanship. Okay? Even with everything I know, I could never build a monster like that. Okay, wow. Oh, you know how he said that they can never recover them? Well, of course, in Metal Gear Solid 3, you'll remember each of the Cobra units is set to self-destruct or whatever so that the enemy can't study their corpse. And we find out in Phantom Pain that's because they're using parasites as for their powers or whatever, and it could be recovered from their corpse. So that's why they blow up. Anyway. Alright, let's get our blaster.
Oh, that's right. Don't panic yourself. I got it right over here. This is your blaster, the official weapon of a junker. It's got full user feedback circuitry, adjusting itself to your reaction time. In other words, it's just as good as you are. What do you think? Here, see how she feels.
It's unbelievably light.
You bet it is. This ain't one of those ray guns the Army uses. She's put together with the latest carbon polymers and ceramics, not affected by heat one bit. And her ergonomic design optimizes both functionality and firepower. Well, what do you think, Gillian?
I'll take it.
Alright. Ask. What else do you have to tell me about the blaster? First, you have to get used to things. The rest can come later. Use the Junker's Eye practice system down in the shooting range to get used to your blaster. You know that booth we just saw in the shooting range, Gillian? I took a look at your practice results. Not bad. You got a pretty steady hand there, mister. Doesn't he? Seems like he can handle himself. This gun is designed to bring out the best in whoever's using it. The more you use it, the better and more powerful you'll get. Is that true? Okay. Ask about navigators.
I know. All right, allow me to introduce the Navigator, which I designed especially for you. Hey, Metal Gear, get out here. Metal, introduce yourself.
Yes, sir. Pleased to meet you, Gillian. I am Metal Gear Mach 2. I am programmed to be your personal assistant.
Metal Gear? That's a pretty weird name.
Oh, he's cute.
Thank you.
I think he's turning red. I took his basic design and his name from the Metal Gear menace of the late 20th century. But quite unlike that Metal Gear, this one was designed for peaceful purposes.
Alright. Let's take a look at the old bastard. Looks like some kind of child's toy. A toy? I'd be interested to see what kind of toys you had as a kid. Yeah, but he's kind of cute, I guess. Investigate. Full bipedal motion system, eh? I don't want anything that's going to slow me down. I wasn't built for running, but in case of emergency... Yeah, in case of emergency what? Carry me while you run, please. You can't be serious. Tell me you're not serious. That's hilarious. Ask about Metal Gear. Navigators are designed from the start as a junker's investigative assistant. On-site detection, analysis, recording, communications, you name it. They're packed with features, and Metal Gear here is the latest model. What about an attack system? Don't they carry any weapons? Afraid not, they're unarmed. After all, the main idea behind a navigator is to assist in an investigation's data management. But they do have a save function. Just choose the Use Metal Gear command and then the Save command. You can record the exact status of your investigation that way. In the same way, you can use the use light command to help you when it's too dark to see. I told you they were nice to have around, didn't I? How about communications? Does he have some kind of radio? Yep, there's a video phone installed. A video phone? That's right. Just select use Metal Gear and then use video phone to access it. In theory, you can use it anywhere, but you just have to watch out for interference. Sometimes the signal just can't get through. Okay. Oh, speak of the devil.
I have a video phone call from Jean-Jacques Gibson coming in. Connecting.
Junker HQ, this is Gibson. I've quartered a probable male snatcher. I'm in the abandoned factory in the M District. Request immediate backup.
Gillian, that means you. You better head out right away. Jean needs your help.
We must hurry. We'll use a turbocycle to travel to the scene.
Be careful, Gillian.
All right. So yeah, Harry...
This is a turbocycle, specially designed for junker use. In addition to three-wheeled ground travel, it is capable of hovering and high-speed flight. The vehicle is also VTOL capable, so takeoffs and landings in narrow areas present no difficulty.
A flying tricycle, huh? I just came in one of these things.
We have been assigned this vehicle for use in our investigations.
The tricycle from Death Stranding, right? Yeah, and Harry, he's basically like the R&D department of Junker, you know what I mean? Because he designs all your gear and stuff. So yeah, there's just a bunch of connections to other Kojima games, obviously. Okay, so let's save. Alright. Save 1. Okay. Save it. Now I'm curious about something. Continue game. If I use Metal Gear and Videophone... Okay, no time. Okay. Let's look at the turbocycle. It's brand new and was just tuned up. It's a 47 Interceptor. It's built by the same company that builds the shuttle. That's pretty badass. Alright, let's go. No time to be dicking around. We're in the turbocycle. Operation is computer controlled. Where would you like to go? The factory ruins. Stat.
Now departing for the abandoned factory.
First day on the job, and now this. Ace Junker Gibson has cornered a suspected snatcher. I wonder if this guy really is a snatcher. Guess I'll find out now if all that training really paid off.
Okay. Now the game actually starts. Well, I mean, to be fair, to be more honest, we're still in the tutorial, but we arrive at the abandoned factory. What would you like to do? Exit. We've arrived at the abandoned factory. This is where Jean called from. So here's an example of one of those multi-process story things, and it's a really subtle thing, and it might not even sound like that cool, but we've seen about it for the time. There's a lot of different things you can do here, and it doesn't really matter which ones you do. I think it's actually just a timer or something. I haven't quite figured out what causes this to progress, but you basically just have to look and investigate a bunch of different stuff in any order you want, and then the story will progress. Alright, so let's look at the sky. The sky's getting quite dark. It looks like a storm may be coming in. Now this whole section reminds me a lot of Ground Zeroes. Not only because of the storm, but as we'll see, it's sort of, we're going to go into this decrepit, like, boiler room looking ass place, sort of like in Ground Zeroes. Okay. Investigate. Building. The building is heavily damaged. It's probably been abandoned since the last century. Look. Building. It's a battered old factory. Judging from its design, I'd say it dates from the period when manned production techniques were still used. It appears abandoned. Yeah, so that's, you know, in Death Stranding, everything's automated, right? And there's 3D printing and stuff, so... I mean, at this point, maybe I should just stop pointing this stuff out. There's so many... Investigate, motion detector. Metal, are you reading anything? I can't tell from here. We'll have to move inside. Okay. Investigate the area. There's no sign that anybody's around. Look. Area. This place is quite run down. It looks deserted, too. Look. Building. It has an eerie atmosphere about it. Investigate. Building. Nothing unusual. Oh. Holy shit.
No!
What was that?
A male scream. Perhaps something has happened to Jean-Jacques. Gillian, please use extreme caution. I read multiple moving objects within the factory. This could indicate the presence of Snatchers or Insectors.
Insectors? What in the world's that?
A spider-like robot used by Snatchers as security devices. Though compact in size, they are armed with needle guns. Use extreme caution.
Alright, so you see those blinking red lights in the distance? That's like a motif that would reoccur. I think that even in Death Stranding they have that. It's a signature of Kojima's games, weirdly enough. Okay, let's go. Enter. We're going in. Keep your blaster ready. Alright, anything could happen in here. You might want to save frequently just in case disaster strikes. Here we go. We've entered the factory. This is the spot where he placed that video phone call. Alright. Look. Area. The building is severely damaged. It should be demolished. Look. Wall. There are pipes running everywhere. Investigate. Pipe. Yeah, that's really hot. I'm gonna have a blister there. Be careful, the surface is hot due to steam within. You know, MGS2 has those, the pipes you can shoot with the boiling hot steam in it, right? Okay. Move. Advance. Alright, now moving ahead.
What the?
It's Little John.
Little John?
Yes, Jean-Jacques Gibson's personal navigator.
Alright, let's take a look at him. Oh my, Little John's been demolished. There's no way to repair damage this bad. Investigate. Little John. This charring indicates he was hit by fire from a laser cannon. Nearly all his circuits are burned completely through. His functions have been completely terminated. Nevertheless, his memory may be all or partially intact. Where is Gibson? A navigator never leaves his runner's side unless there's a very serious reason. We have to hurry, Gibson's in trouble. Alright, well let's go ahead and get that memory.
Well, what do you think? Can you get this memory chip out of there in one piece?
I will attempt it. Now retrieving memory chip. Memory chip retrieved.
Some metals, kind of red jewel in the middle of his face, kind of remind you of Gray Fox as well. Alright, no, we want to advance. Now moving ahead. Move, advance. Now moving ahead. Wait, there's a figure on the floor. Okay. Look. Body. Holy shit.
Oh!
Dear God.
Oh, I love this game. John! Gibson! It's Gibson! My god, his head's been twisted completely off. Alright, so this is our first crime scene. Let's look. Corpse. Jeez, I wish I didn't have to meet him like this. I can't believe they killed Sean! Look, ground. He dropped his blaster here. Look. Blaster. It's been crushed flat. This would take incredible strength. Investigate. Blaster. It's an old type blaster. Definitely Jean's. It's still warm. He probably fired several shots. Investigate. Gibson. Corpse. He's still warm. That scream we heard was no doubt his. What killed him? His head has been twisted off. He died instantly. It would take incredible strength to do this. Investigate. Gibson. Corpse. Look, John's holding something in his right hand. Investigate. Gibson. Right hand. It's hair. He's holding several strands of hair. In addition, there's skin tissue under his nails, probably from him scratching his attacker. Okay, let's get some intel on that hair and skin sample.
Now analyzing recovered hair sample. Analysis complete. Results on the display. 1. Chromosomal analysis of cells from the papilla and root reveal 46XY. Subject is male. 2. Hair color, brown. Hair structure reading of 65 indicates European subject, wavy hair. 3. Attachment of root structure and thickness of the base of the strand suggest hair was pulled out of follicle. 4. Enzyme antibody analysis indicates subject is blood type A, Rh factor negative. 5. Cell component distribution indicates presence of artificial protein compounds. The results of the analysis strongly suggest that the strand of hair was pulled from the scalp of Jean's attacker during their struggle. This strand of hair almost certainly came from a male European, blood type A negative Snatcher.
Alright, so it's key that it's European, because again, the theme of difference and, you know, different ethnic groups blending together, coming together in this melting pot of the modern city. And it's a surveillance dystopia as well, where presupposition of criminal intent has led to a lockdown of society and all this stuff. So, okay, investigate. Can we get that on record? All right, already analyzed it. Now let's investigate the skin sample.
Now analyzing recovered tissue sample. Analysis complete. Results on the display. 1. Enzyme antibody analysis indicates subject is blood type O, Rh factor negative. 2. Chromosomal analysis of cells in the sample reveal 46XX. Subject is female. 3. Cell component distribution indicates presence of artificial protein compounds. 4. Number of melanocytes in sample indicates that subject is Caucasian. The results of the analysis strongly suggest that the tissue sample, a cluster of skin cells, was scraped from the subject during a struggle with Jean. These skin cells almost certainly came from a female European, blood type O negative Snatcher.
There you have it. Maybe there's more than one Snatcher involved, in other words. Gibson said I'd pointed a probable male Snatcher. Alright. Investigate. Gibson. Corpse.
An analysis of Jean's stomach reveals a major lesion on the pyloric region of the gastric membrane.
So, Jean had an ulcer, huh?
Yes. In addition, I read a substantial quantity of partially digested organic compounds.
Organic compounds? If you can determine the composition and the degree to which the food's been digested, we may be able to figure out where Jean's been.
Alright. Investigate. Organic compounds.
Now making incision in Jean's stomach to analyze organic compounds present. Analysis complete. Results on the display. Results of the analysis indicate the organic compounds are primarily composed proteins that have been exposed to digestive acids for approximately 3 hours. Amino acid structure of the protein suggests the meat is that of a buffalo.
Buffalo meat?
Yes, buffalo meat. The results indicate that Jean ate buffalo meat somewhere about 3 hours before he was killed.
So that's actually supposed to be whale meat, which I don't like that they changed that personally, but in this era, that was very common. You know, you'll see that a lot with like food. All Japanese food becomes pizza or hamburgers or some, stuff like that. We should search Sean's personal belongings. Something may turn up. You're right. We may find some kind of clue. Investigate. Gibson. Clothing. A key in one of his pockets. Investigate. The key. What's this key for? I don't know of anywhere where old keys like this are still used. Look. Key. This item is quite an antique. Metal, hang on to this key as evidence, okay? Alright, I'll store it. Good. Wait. Investigate. Gibson. Corpse. Alright, we've completely searched the body. How about clothing? A scrap of paper in one of his pockets. Search. Or rather, look. Scrap of paper. Search the house. What is that supposed to mean? Investigate. Scrap of paper. It's written on ordinary paper. Who knows? These could be Jean's last words. Metal. Keep this as evidence, would you? Alright, now storing paper scrap in my internal chamber. So I've got some clues. What is that?
I'm reading movement.
Oh, shit. Something just ran across that doorway.
Snatchers?
Unable to confirm. I suggest we investigate.
Alright. Move. Advance. Alright, I'm moving ahead. It's a dead end. A dead end, then where'd the Snatchers go? Look. Front. It's blocked by a cave-in. We can't go any farther. Investigate. Front. I don't see any way out from here. Investigate. Dirt and sand. There's no way we could possibly move this out of the way. That's weird. Then where did those Snatchers go? They definitely headed in this direction, didn't they? Investigate. Exit. There's no other way out of here. Unless they liquefied themselves. They must have gotten out some other way. Are you okay, Gillian? That's weird. I was fine until a moment ago. Please stay quiet. What's wrong, Metal? Maybe it's a sensor defect, but I think I'm picking a sound off in the distance. Can you hear it, Gillian? That's odd. Seems like my ears are going out on me. Maybe it's due to a change in air pressure. Okay. So if we stay here, actually, Gillian can get a cold because there's an allergen present. It's called Snow 9. It's a type of bioengineered pollen. And its presence is a clue that Snatchers have been here. Let's retreat. All right, moving back. Wait, I can hear something. I can't hear a thing. Try turning up the volume on the TV. This is a great early Kojima fourth wall break coming up here. Or this is it, yeah. Okay, listen. I hear something which sounds like a timer. Do not turn up your TVs, by the way. Move. Retreat. All right, now moving back. Wait, I can hear something. I can't hear a thing. Move. Retreat. All right, now moving back. Wait, I can hear something. I can't hear a thing. Quiet. There, can you hear it? I'm picking something up from the direction of Little John. I thought Little John's functions were totally dead. Let's take a look. What is that?
Whoa!
A time bomb!
Okay.
Evacuate immediately! There is little time!
Like in MGS1, you know, when Ocelot puts the time bomb in your inventory. Okay. Yeah, I haven't saved. I don't need to. Let's just get the hell out of here. Now moving back. Insectors. Here we go. I'm gonna let him get hurt. Because of cool dialogue. The motion reading has vanished. Gillian, are you alright? Damn, I got hit twice. Now activating first aid systems. I'll stop the bleeding. Thanks, Metal. Blood flow stopped. Disinfection completed. Now injecting Junker's blood, fluid supplement, and painkillers. Finally, some nanomachines, healing agents. Youch. Ooh, that should be sufficient for the time being. That was close. Gotta be more careful. Isn't that cool?
We're getting out of here!
Sorry, I cannot go with you!
What's wrong with you? Hurry it up!
I am incapable of locomotion!
What on earth are you blabbering about? Let's go! It's gonna blow!
Please save yourself! I am paralyzed with fear!
Oh, I can't believe this stupid robot! Come on!
Oh, God! Oh, my God. It's so fucking loud. Kojima, you troll. You absolute troll.
Jeez, my ears are really ringing.
That's because you left the volume turned up.
Damn Snatchers.
There is no need for concern. I have stored all the information about the evidence and the area in my memory. We should return to Junker headquarters.
All right, that's the end of our first day on the job. Back we go to the building from Blade Runner and Akira.
We've returned to Junker headquarters.
Ooh, that was some first day.
Now entering the building. We've entered the lobby.
Gillian, I heard about Jean.
I'm sorry. I wish I could have done more.
You performed your duties quite satisfactorily.
That's right. It's not your fault, Gillian. Don't worry about it. By the way, the chief is waiting for you.
This is the chief's office.
Well, Seed, that was a pretty rough first assignment to draw. You made a great effort, though. I've studied the data transmitted back by Metal Gear, so I know all about what happened out there. It's too bad about Gibson. He was a great junker. Seed, I need you to take over for him. You're the only one I've got left who can battle this Snatcher menace.
All right. So we're going to use Metal Gear to save. We're going to save to file 2. Yes. Save complete. We are actually, we're going to keep playing for a little bit. All right, now we're turning to the investigation. So the cool thing about the Chief is that you can, if you ever do get stuck, if you ask and then pick investigative procedure, then he'll give you like a hint about how to go forward. Let's ask him about, well, actually, Chief Cunningham, what do you think of some of these pieces of evidence? Like the scrap paper. House? For a junker, this headquarters is just like home. So we should search the headquarters. Okay. Show. Evidence. How about the key? What's that junk? He doesn't know. Alright, let's go to the detective's room. Oh, Seed? Yes? How's that wound doing? I have already injected him with nanomachines. They will have him back to full strength in no time. I see. Hang in there, Seed. Thank you very much, Chief. Alright, let's check out Gibson's room. This is the detective's room. We should investigate John's personal items. We must learn what he was doing before he was killed. I see. Basic detective work. Okay, we're gonna look at the desk. It's an antique steel desk. This is the one that John was using. Probably should take a look inside, eh? Let's investigate the desk. It's an old-style working desk. It has drawers installed. Okay, but the desk drawer. There's a keyhole. A key? Nobody uses keys anymore. As I recall, Jean had a key. Alright. So it's kind of fun because, you know, in Phantom Pain, it's set in the past, but it has, like, technology from the future, so to speak. And in this game, we're set in the future, but we have technology from the past. Okay. Possessions. Use. Key. Alright, I will try the key. There's something in the drawer. Capsules. And a disc. Okay. Look. Capsule. It's some kind of capsule medication. Investigate the capsule.
What kind of medicine is this?
I'll perform an analysis. Acid inhibitors, membrane-protecting agents, H2 blockers. This is medication for an ulcer.
Jeez. It looks like Jean's stomach was really in terrible shape. Then what was he doing eating buffalo? That seems a little unusual. Perhaps there was some reason that he had to eat buffalo.
These capsules may have something to do with all this. Let's keep them. That will not be necessary. I have recorded the results of the analysis of their chemical composition. Okay, how about we investigate the disc? It's a 5-inch floppy disk. A 5-inch disk? Nobody uses those things anymore. Either. Look, disk. Floppy disk for a personal computer. This disk must have something to do with Sean's investigation. Alright, I will store this disk as evidence. So, you know how like in Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, there's an MSX cartridge? Well, that cartridge, the floppy disk, if you had played Snatcher back on the PC-88 or the MSX, it came in floppy disk, sort of. So, that you had to like swap out, basically. So yeah, that's another fourth wall break, which we'll actually see that Sean J. Gibson owned they call it a PC-68, but you know, it's very similar to the PC-88 that on the original version of the game, you know, you'd be using to play the game. So, all right, now we're going to look at the locker. This is a locker Jean was using. So his personal things should be in there, right? Let's investigate the locker. There's a coat. Look at the coat. It's Sean's junker coat. This is probably a spare. It's just like the coat I got, but a little bigger. It's really worn out though. Investigate the coat. Check the pockets. All right. A chess piece was in the coat. Look, chess piece. It's a chess piece. Very good. Investigate. It's a chess piece made of wood. This could mean something. Metal, let's hang on to it as evidence. All right, I'll store this chess piece as evidence. I'm sure it must mean something. Okay, so let's move to the computer room. Better shut the locker. So this is the kind of surveillance state that Snatcher takes place in. Let's see. We're going to use the supercomputer. All right. Load ID file. We are looking for Katrina Gibson, 18. There's her height, there's her weight, blood type. Only daughter of John Jack Gibson, won Miss 17 contest in 2046. Currently a popular model in holographic advertisements. Dislikes. Identifiable by heart-shaped birthmark on inner thigh. She dislikes that she is identifiable by a heart-shaped birthmark on her inner thigh. Okay. This is... I hope that I was able to be of service. I look forward to our next session together. Alright. Just say no to when they ask you if you accept the cookies on the website, people. That's all I'm saying. Alright. Move to the... Well, we actually need to go to engineering. Or, sorry, to... No, that's right, to engineering. This is engineering.
Well, so our new junker has returned.
I register high alcohol levels. Harry is intoxicated.
I really thought you were better than that.
Harry!
What kind of backup was that supposed to be? If you were a better junker than that, Jean wouldn't have had to die out there.
Harry, that statement is incorrect.
Don't worry about it, Metal. Harry's right.
Jean... Sorry, it's not your fault.
Metal, would you give Harry the memory chip we pulled out of Little John?
Of course. Harry, this is Little John's memory chip.
Alright, let's look at Harry. He's been drinking quite heavily. He still has the brandy bottle in his hand. Let's take a look at that brandy bottle. It's 20th century brandy. It's Napoleon. Look at it again. Investigate the bottle. This is odd. I thought Harry only drank Japanese sake. What's this? Brandy, huh? What's this? There are numbers written on the label. It says 395644. It does not appear to be a date of any kind. Video phone. So this is a bit of a shortcut, but call 3.
Who the hell are you?
I'm an acquaintance of Gibson. I need some information.
You an investigator too, huh? Can't trust them. All right, let's have the password.
The password?
Gillian, how did you know that he was John's informant? Oh, come on, Metal. Guys like this always turn out to be the informants. It's that simple? I used a trick question on him. I see. What are you mumbling about? Come on, let's have the password. So if you have to use Jordan to look up Napoleon, and then it brings up information. It's kind of a little joke because just like the Snatchers are replacing people. He's not the real Napoleon, right? That's Napoleon Bonaparte. And it tells you a couple of like trivia questions about Napoleon's life, and then that ends up being the password. The revolution, I believe the answer is, and it's been a while since I played this part, so I think it is ended. Yeah. Okay, you seem pretty real to me. Meet me at Alton Plaza in the EXG district. I'll see you there. Wow. Still, how did you figure it out? Hey, I guess I just know my stuff. Someone must have told you. Come on, Metal, it doesn't really matter, does it? Now what are you gonna do? Is it possible for me to call... Ah.
Oh, is that you, Gillian? I was just getting to sleep.
So Jamie here, she was actually going to be the protagonist in Kojima's first game, which was going to be called Lost World. And the whole thing was going to take place on a cruiser, kind of like the Titanic. And it was going to be, but I think that's all that we know about it, because it was just in an old back issue of one of those, I guess like MSX magazines or something that Kojima was talking about it. Anyway, I love the relationship between Gillian and his wife. I love, it's like, I already mentioned it before, kind of like with Mika, where, yeah, your relationship with her can subtly change depending on how you approach talking to her and stuff. So let's go ahead and ask her how she's doing. I'm getting by all right. How about you, Gillian? Are you eating properly? Aw. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I miss your great pescetti, though. Pescetti? Oh, that's cute. You still call it that? Ask. Jamie's condition. Same as always, keeping myself busy so the loneliness doesn't have time to sink in. I think Kojima doesn't get enough credit for handling intimacy and relationships, whether it's a family relationship or between husband and wife. I think that the English dub of Metal Gear Solid 2 isn't so great sometimes in this regard. Even though they did their best and everything, I just think if you hear it in Japanese, it has a little bit more believability, Jack and Rose. And anyway, ask. Even though it is, of course, still just as melodramatic, because that is the game. Let's ask her about work. How's your job going, Jamie? Are you still working at Kobe Pharmaceuticals? Yes, this work really suits me. I almost feel like I've been doing it for years. Ask. Work. I'm surprised how you keep up in such a technical field. It surprises even me. I guess I still remember some of what I used to know. Yeah, we both have... It's sort of like horrifying when you think about it. Like, they're both suffering from some weird amnesia that obviously was inflicted on them somehow. Ask. Memory. Any sign your memory might be coming back? I'm afraid not. I can't remember anything about living together with you or having fun together. What about you, Gillian? It's the same for me. I can't remember anything from before I woke up in that bed in the army hospital. Like in Phantom Pain, or, I mean, you know, there was multiple times in Kojima's games where people wake up from comas in army hospitals, so that's a common thing. That started with this game. Ask. Memory. I guess this is going to take some time. I suppose the key is to just keep working at this job and see what happens. Amen. Let's ask her about Snatcher. Has anything funny happened to you lately? Gillian, if I was a Snatcher, could you kill me? Why are you asking me questions like that? Well, I don't know. I really don't. I've always liked that part of your personality, but Gillian, be careful. It could get you killed in that job you're doing. Well, shit. Dream. What kind of dreams have you had lately? Are you still seeing that same one? Yeah, it's the same one over and over. That one, huh? Yeah, I'm carrying a child and running from a fire. But no matter how much I run, the fire doesn't get any farther away. Then what? It gets hotter and hotter until I can't stand it. Then I leave the child and run. You leave the child? And the flames grow brighter and grow and grow and grow. And what about the kid? The child is as cold as ice. Why don't you record that thing for me with the dreamcorder? Why? I want to see the same dream as you. The dreamcorder is one of the pieces of technology that, if you go to Jordan and look at the lore and stuff, they mention it. No, I hate that dream. I wouldn't want anyone else to see it. But Jamie, it might have something to do with our past. Ask. Alright. I'm not going to ask her about her damn negligee, and I'm... Talk? Snatcher. Jamie, you should probably stay indoors at night. That's when Snatchers are most active. It's dangerous. I'll be fine, Gillian. Why would they ever go after me? They only want VIPs, right? He just doesn't want her to go out with other men. Your job. Looks like this junker business is more dangerous than I thought it would be. Gillian? But it's still not as bad as boot camp. I'm a lot more relaxed working like this as a junker. Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? Well, it's pretty scary sometimes, but now I've got a definite goal. Something to live for. I was really surprised when I heard you'd become a junker. I'm sorry, it was really hard for me to try to tell you. That's alright, besides we live near each other, we can meet anytime. Call me if anything comes up, okay? Alright. Hang up. Jamie, it was good talking to you. Take care. Bye. Talk to you later, Gillian. Bye. Alright. Don't call. So, move to the front. I'm alright now, Gillian. You can't stay depressed over these things forever. Gillian, I heard you were hurt. Are you alright? Is it getting better? Yeah, those nanomachines are really doing the trick. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Physically, I'm fine, but my heart is still in great pain. I know what you mean, Gillian. Alright, let's ask her if she knows Napoleon. That Chinese informant Sean was using, so she does. He's known him ever since he was a science cop. Ask. The science cop thing will come up in police knots. They're basically science cops. About Buffalo Restaurant. Buffalo? I've never even heard of any places that serve that. Okay. What else can you tell me about Napoleon? Well, I've heard about him, but I've never met him. Why don't you arrange to meet him? He may know something. Tell me anything about Gibson? He was out of the office almost constantly. He kept mumbling something about, I've got those Snatchers now, or something like that. You found something useful on John's desk, right? I did. Let's ask again. I don't know anything else. He never told me what he was doing. Okay. Well, what about this chess piece? What's this, a present? Very interesting. No, it's not a present. Show. This disc. What is that, some computer game disc? Alright, let's enter the turbo cycle. Mika, I'm heading to check on a few things. Sorry. I've got a couple of leads. Really, don't worry yourself over Jean, okay? Thanks, Mika. Be careful. Alright, we've boarded the turbo cycle. Where would you like to go? First, let's go to Alton Plaza. Alright, now heading to Alton. So now the game's really starting. Sort of. We've arrived at Alton Plaza. Even though, you know, if you notice, like, at this early part, we've got to question Napoleon and we've got to question Katrina, but neither one of them are going to be hostile witnesses. So the game, it's sort of like LA Noire, where, like, it'll ramp up and then sometimes you'll be talking to people who won't necessarily be as forthcoming. Alright, but I don't want to overhype that, because again, I mean, the game did come out in 1994. So it's nowhere as advanced as LA Noire in a lot of respects, but I just think there's some similarities there. Alright, exit turbo cycle. Alright, this is Alton Plaza. This place is well known as a rendezvous spot for couples. Is Napoleon here yet? I can't stand waiting unless it's for a woman. Alright, let's look. So there's actually some side quests that you can stumble upon that are sort of hidden here in Alton Plaza, if you can believe that. There are many people who seem to be waiting for someone. That young girl over there, she's been waiting for some time now. One should not keep an attractive woman like that waiting. Nobody's showing, she probably got stood up. How unfortunate. Couldn't agree more. I think I'll go see how she's doing. Gillian, wait! You stay here, I'll be right back. Oh dear, there he goes. Oh, he's back. What happened? She gave me tissues. 3 little packs. Oh, 691170. Wait, 556666? It says love line. Let's try it. 5566. Alright. Which number should I dial? 556666. Hi, I'm Christy. What's your name, honey? John. John what? John Doe? That's like Snake. Doberman. That's an interesting name. What is it? Fictional. What did you say? I said it's Phoenician. Oh, come on. What's your real name? It's Gillian. Oh, yeah? How did you finally get off that island? No, I said Gillian. Just teasing you, honey. So what'd you call for? Just conversation. Oh, come on, little buddy. You know you didn't call for a conversation. You should at least be honest with yourself. Well, I suppose you're right about that. Sure I am. If you aren't honest with yourself, you lose touch with reality. Wow, that's really profound. By the way, what did you look like? What do you look like, and what are you wearing? What would you say if I told you I was 5'10" with long, straight blonde hair, and my measurements were 38, 24, 36? I'd probably say something like, "Shwee, what is this, Austin Powers? Or Wayne's World, or whatever." And what if I told you I was wearing a black leather teddy and thigh-high boots? If that were the case, I'd probably say gulp or something similar. And if you said that, I'd probably counter with, "Ooh, I wish you were here with me now. I'm so lonely," or some derivation thereof. Is that right? But that wouldn't be very honest. What do you mean? You're not a beautiful, sexy blonde? Oh, sure I am. I'm more beautiful and sexier than you can imagine. Then what do you mean about not being honest? I mean that I would rather perform toenail surgery on myself than be alone with you. Oh, I'm so glad we had this conversation. It sounded like you needed to take a reality check. Bye now, and better luck with Mary Ann. That's a Gilligan's Island. Toenail surgery. All right, I love this game. Okay. So let's wait for that ad for Plato's Cavern to show back up. In the original game, it was not Plato's Cavern, it was called Joy Division. But obviously, for copyright issues, or for copyright reasons, they changed it. Alright, let's wait for it. And I guess, see that 106, isn't that the famous Shibuya 106 building? I may not know what the hell I'm talking about. I think that's a famous building. But obviously this is supposed to be... I mean, Kobe is a real place in Japan. Neo Kobe... oh, here it is. 691170. Alright. Video phone. Alright, let's use the video phone. Call. 691170. Is that right? Oh.
Thank you for calling Plato's Cavern, the store with everything. May I help you?
Huh? Audio only, eh? No doubt it's because they're involved in the black market. Let's ask about the store. Everything available at the best prices anywhere and no ID required. That's our motto here at Plato's Cavern. And there's none of that dark atmosphere that you find at so many other black market shops. Ask about location. Where is Plato's Cavern located? We're located on 5th Street in the Sanomaya K district. Everything in that area is part of our organization. Okay. Cool. Thanks. We look forward to serving you. Alright, that'll be a location I can visit. Okay, don't call. Which I guess is supposed to be Akihabara? I'm not entirely sure. Alright, let's look for Let's look for Napoleon. I don't see anyone who looks like Napoleon. Shall we wait for a few minutes? Alright, let's look at the neon. Look, some of the letters are burned out on that great meal sign over there. What's it say? Why don't you read it yourself, Gillian? Look. Show window. Year-end shopping ideas are on display. So yeah, a lot of Kojima's games are set on or around Christmas, if you notice. But in Japan, Christmas is more of a romantic holiday. It has different connotations. Investigate area. Nothing unusual. The city looks quite peaceful. Look. Area. The whole area is decked out in the Christmas mood. I always like year-end. I enjoy the warm atmosphere of the season. You're quite a romantic, aren't you? Well, I guess. Oh, the guy who was on the phone is headed this way. Is that him?
Well, so, you're the new junker, eh?
You Napoleon?
Well, let's keep this short, okay? The Snatcher sees me here, and I'll be the next one eliminated.
Alright, let's take a look at this guy. He's called Napoleon, but he's ethnic Chinese. I am not touching that one. Alright, investigate Napoleon. Hey, what do you think you're doing searching me? What do you okay, talk. Before that, how about if you show me your Junker ID? Oh, gladly. Show. Junker ID. So you're the real thing, eh? But with that little walking trash can with you, you stick out like a sore thumb anyway. Everybody's probably figured it out by now. Hey, watch it. So what do you want me for? Okay, ask. I mean, it is pretty awesome that you play as, like, secret police, but yeah, I guess having metal around is, makes it pretty obvious what I am. About Gibson. Did something happen to Gibson? Yes. Ask. If I could... talk about Gibson. Gibson was killed by Snatcher. Do you know anything about it? What? Gibson got killed? He said something about Snatchers being after him. Okay, tell me more. Gibson helped me more times than I can count. He was a great cop. You mean he paid you off? Okay. No, not about arrests. Ask about Gibson. Did you notice anything unusual about Gibson lately? Who knows? I didn't hear much from him for a while. Go on. He said he'd found something big about Snatchers, but he didn't tell me what it was. Okay. Knowing Gibson, he probably found out something really important. What about the buffalo cuisine? Gibson ate buffalo somewhere just before he was killed. Any ideas? Follow his trail and use a little intuition. Do you know any places that serve buffalo? Since the prohibition on shooting buffalo went into effect, almost nobody will touch the stuff. Well, I may have a few ideas, but I'm not a charity, you know. Okay, I get the idea, wise guy. Here, take it. Well, thank you. Ask. Buffalo cuisine. It's the only place in Neo-Kobe that serves buffalo, which again is supposed to be whale meat. Yeah, there's a masquerade club called Outer Heaven. I'm pretty sure they serve buffalo. Ask about Outer Heaven. It's quite a famous hangout in that particular industry. It's like a big masquerade party. Customers have to wear masks or whatever, or they can't get in. That makes the place pretty popular with a lot of VIPs and a lot of high places. Let's get this over with quickly, alright? Okay, well, can you tell me where it is? Location. I'm not doing this for fun, you know. I'm gonna need a little something to get me talking. Okay. I already gave. Fine. You've really got nerve. Take it. As always, thanks so much. You'll be a good junker one of these days. Son of a bitch. Ask about the location. It's on 17th Street in the HS district. Alright, great. And can you tell me anything about the club? More. To get in there, you gotta have a mask from over at Plato's Cavern, or they won't let you in. Okay, about Plato's Cavern. It's a black market where you can buy without a permit. They've got absolutely everything there. I think Gibson stopped by there quite a bit himself. Why don't you visit the place? You might find some leads. Alright, let's send him home. Thanks, I owe you one. See ya. Alright, while we're here, look. Nearby people. It's the holiday season. People are moving busily here and there. Look. Show window. Many couples are happily looking over the merchandise windows. They're talking about Christmas presents, I'm sure. How nice. I hope I receive some presents too. How about you, Gillian? Of course I want some. What would you like to receive? A new navigator. Real babe with no mouth circuits, you know? Oh, Gillian. Okay. It's kind of an idiot, and I love him for that. Okay. We boarded the turbo cycle. Where would you like to go? Okay, so we have a couple of options here. Now, I think that the right place for us to go is actually Gibson's house. Okay. We've arrived at Jean-Jacques Gibson's house. Okay. This is Gibson's house. Let's take a look. It's a rather nice-looking early American type home. Okay. It's the home that Jean was so proud of. Yeah. This is the northern part of the suburbs. There's quite a contrast between this and the southern district. Oh, so it's sort of stratification? Is it richer in the northern? Let's see. Window. There is light coming from the windows. And remember this house when we get to police dots as well, because yeah, all these things will come up again, or show up again in a different form. Okay, investigate. House. The door on the front's the main entrance. There does not appear to be a doorbell. How about if we try knocking? Katrina, are you in there? Who is it? Can I? No, I can't do that yet. Talk? You're Katrina, right? I'm a junker. I just started down at Junker headquarters. My name's Gillian Seed. Really? Are you really a junker? If you are, then show me some proof. Proof? Your junker ID, of course. Show? Junker ID. Well, it looks genuine to me. I can't trust you with just that. Tell me how old my father is. If you're a real junker, you'd know that. Well, that's easy. How old is my father? 55. That's right. That's still not enough to trust you. Now I'm going to ask you something about myself. What is it with all these questions? She knows that as a junker you should have access to Alpha 1. You saw her data on Jordan, didn't you? She's a very smart girl. I have a unique mark on my body. What type of mark is it? Alright. Birthmark. Boom. That's right. Now tell me the shape. Okay. Easy. Okay. And where is it? Ah, that's even easier. On your inner thigh. Well, that's pretty embarrassing, but at least I know you're the real thing. Wait a minute, I'll open the door.
I'm very sorry about all of that. I'm Katrina Gibson, Sean's daughter.
I'm so sorry.
What's the matter, Mr. Seed?
I'm very sorry, Katrina. It's my fault your father's dead.
Gillian.
No, if I could have gotten there just a little sooner, your father might still be alive.
Oh, Mr. Seed, I appreciate your feelings, but I was always ready for the worst with my father. Every day as I watched him leave for work, will it be today, tomorrow? I knew it was a dangerous job.
Katrina, that's...
Well, I'm a junker's daughter.
Do you think you'll be all right by yourself?
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. Besides, I don't think I have any tears left.
Katrina, are you sure?
Okay, Junker, you've got work to do, right? Keep yourself busy. That's the best way to take your mind off of it.
Okay, Katrina, you're probably right. I'll appreciate any help you can give me on this investigation.
Now, I don't know, I love the vibe in here. In his adventure games, like, there's just a sort of sense of presence to a lot of the areas that you visit, and it makes me want to replay the games just so I can go back and almost inhabit those spaces just for a little while longer. It's like, you know, this place is empty, and it looks like it's like the middle of the night, and this song is such like a funeral dirge. I don't know. I think this game doesn't get enough credit. Alright, so let's look around the room. There are antiques everywhere. Okay. Seems John had quite a taste for old furniture. Okay. None of these items are replicas. They're all genuine antiques. None of this stuff is really valuable. He said it was all used. Well, yeah. Okay. Look around the room. It seems, yeah. Okay, sorry. Let's see. Ask? We've got a lot of things we can ask about. Let's start with... Okay, I didn't really talk much with my dad lately. He was always so busy investigating stuff, cooped up in that study. Okay. Plato's Cavern. Isn't that the black market? My dad used to go there a lot. He said he could usually find some rare antiques there. Okay. I've never been there, but I hear it's really dangerous. Is that right? Do you remember your dad ever meeting with the guy named Napoleon? I can't believe my dad used informers. Well, he did. And Outer Heaven? Have you ever heard of a place called Outer Heaven? Apparently, it's the only place in the city that serves buffalo. Or whale meat. It's what it actually is. We found buffalo in your dad's stomach. That's the first I've ever heard of my dad going to a place like that. He must have had some good reason. Let's see. That's my dad's handwriting. He was always leaving memos all over the place. Show. Any idea what it means? Okay, no. What about, this chess piece? Wow, that's my dad's. Where'd you find it? Definitely my dad's. Okay. What about this disc? Looks like the ones my dad always used on the PC-68. The PC-68? A computer. There's one in my dad's study. Well, you mind if I take a look? Go ahead. This is Gibson's study. I noticed last time I without realizing it, I was like doing Metal's voice when I... Excuse me. This is my dad's study. I haven't touched a thing. It's just the way he left it before he died. Okay. Let's take a look at the around the room. First, everything's neat and tidy, just like John. Wait, there's a personal computer here. Okay, we'll get to it. Desk. There's a bottle, a photograph, and a chessboard on the shelf. Okay. Photo. It's a photograph of Jean-Jacques Gibson. Ask. Investigate photo. Picture seems to be a few years old. John looks rather young. Katrina, do you mind if I borrow this picture for a few days? No, go right ahead. I've stored John's picture. Okay, let's take a look at this bottle. It's still full. It appears to be new. Okay, but what is it? Now analyzing. It is a sunscreen. It's the standard type designed to block ultraviolet rays. There's a sticker on the bottle. This is probably from the place where it was bought. It says the store with everything, Plato's Cavern. Plato's Cavern, eh? Now we know the connection. However, how did he figure on sunscreen? It's actually, by the way, supposed to be Joy Division, not Plato's Cavern. But I think I already mentioned this, that for copyright reasons they had to change it. Anyway, there must be some meaning here. Is it okay we take this? Go right ahead. I've stored the sunscreen. Okay. Let's take a look at that chessboard. The black queen is missing. I see, the queen is missing, huh? The design of this set matches that of the piece we found in Jean's coat. The piece I've got definitely goes to this set. Okay, the only question is, why did he... Like, what does it mean? Look. Chessboard. Okay. My dad really liked chess, but he always seemed disappointed because I couldn't play. Ask. Can I use the computer? It has a 5-inch disk drive installed. Huh? 5-inch, huh? Well, then that disk must be for this machine. Let's try to see if we can read it. Alright, let's play Snatcher in Snatcher. No. Possessions, use, disk. Alright, let's turn this PC-68 on and see if we can read the disk. So the house in that search the house was referring to Gibson's house. And that exclamation point was not an exclamation point at all. It was a symbol for the 5-inch floppy disk. If you say so. Look closely, the pattern matches the read-write holes on the disk. He even drew a little dot to represent the index hole. Okay. It's that theme from MGS2, you know, of like reality's not always what you think it is and all that kind of stuff. In other words, it meant to put the disc in the PC-68 at his house. No doubt John was worried that something might happen to him, and he prepared the disc for just such an emergency. Alright, let's see what it has. The machine is reading the disc. Here it is.
Snatcher investigation file. Why does Snatchers appear in the winter? Why are Snatchers nocturnal? I believe I have found the answer to these questions. Snatchers' vampire-like behavior is due to their desire to avoid exposure to sunlight. The reason they dislike sunlight is because of their defective artificial skin. Long-term exposure to ultraviolet rays causes overproduction of melanocytes in the epidermis of their artificial skin, leading to a form of skin cancer with the characteristics of melanoma. In other words, what we call simple sunburn is fatal to them. This relationship between ultraviolet rays and their artificial skin should give us a way to track them down. It should take at least 6 more months before they can develop a form of skin which overcomes this defect. These conclusions suggest several useful methods for locating and identifying Snatchers. 1. Investigate skin condition. Check for any evidence of melanoma. 2. Check for odor. Cancer cells secrete a unique foul odor. 3. The presence of pollen. Snatchers are believed to hide in areas plentiful in Snow 9, a snow-like bioengineered pollen crystal. As such, Snow 9 can always be detected in places they appear. Snow 9 is an allergen, causing throat pain and sneezing. 4. Possession of sunscreen. In order to protect their skin from ultraviolet rays, Snatchers use sunscreen even in the dead of winter. This is due to sunscreen's ability to block ultraviolet rays. Of these techniques, 1 and 4 should prove particularly useful. In addition, besides working to prevent this skin cancer, Snatchers maintain facilities for treating artificial skin which has actually become cancerous. I have succeeded in identifying the hospital where this is performed. P.S. Watch out for a bounty hunter named Random Hajil.
So that's it, huh? They found their weak point. And no doubt John was killed because they learned that he had found their hospital. Okay. So, I guess if we think that we found a Snatcher, maybe we'll be able to tell by smelling him? Excuse me. Okay. About ask. This is my dad's personal computer. He sort of used it like a diary. Wow, I can't believe my dad left a message like that. Yep, well. Show. Evidence. Sunscreen. I can't believe the Snatchers were using something like this. Ask. There's something I'm missing here, guys. Window. You can see the garden from here. A garden? Wow, his own house with a garden and everything. Yeah, but it faces north and it's really quite small. Oh, that's what I was missing.
What's wrong with Alice? Is there something out there?
A snatcher, maybe. Katrina,
Oh,
you stay here.
shit. Alright. This is the garden. What is it, girl? She seems frightened of something. It's not the wind. Something appears to be in the thicket. Something's hiding in the thicket, okay? I read motion. Something is moving. I really am not very good with dogs, you know. The shadows. Okay, something's moving. Good dog, good girl, Alice. What's the matter? What?
What? Ah, it's just a crow.
Stupid bird.
Again, reality is not always what it seems. Alright, return to study. This is Gibson's study. Don't worry, it was just a raven. Oh, really? Alright, that will do it. We can go ahead and leave. Exit. Oh, do you have to leave already? Will you please come back again sometime? I'll be waiting
Let
for
me
you.
give you my address and video phone number. Give me a call if anything comes up.
Thanks again, Mr. Seed. Take care.
Alright. We're at the Gibson Residence. Alright, let's leave. Board of the turbocycle, where would you like to go? Now we are going to head over to Plato's Cavern. Now heading to Plato's Cavern. And now the game really begins, guys. We arrived at Plato's Cavern. Alright. Ah, it's that logo. I get it. It's more like a small city than one store. Everything in this area appears to be part of Plato's Cavern. I love this part of the game so much, guys. Look. Mark. That's the logo for Plato's Cavern. A black market with billboards. They're pretty daring. It's one of those unwritten understandings. Look. Mark. That's the logo for Plato's Cavern, yeah, but... Is it my imagination, or does that look something like the Konami logo? They're all probably under the same management. Look at the nearby people. The whole place is crawling with rather questionable types. Investigate nearby people. It will not do any good to investigate. These people have no permits, so there's no data on them. They are the city's illegal citizens. Okay, if you say so. This sure does not seem like Japan. It's a collection of black market shops lining the streets. It's like a commune. Move it, don't be standing around in a place like this. Yeah. Smell? Smells good. That scent is coming from the food vendors. Smells good, doesn't it? I'm getting a little hungry. I'm feeling hungry. Okay. Food stand. There are a lot of food stands, yeah, but... Pizza, sushi, hamburgers, hot dogs, Neo Kobe pizza. Neo Kobe pizza, what's that? It's a new type of pizza where you drop your favorite pizza into a special boiling soup. For a while, I would credit myself in videos when I would make music for the channel as Neo Kobe pizza. And that's Neo Kobe pizza. I wonder if it's any good. What do you mean? Its appearance has almost put the other food vendors out of business. Okay. Well, what is that street vendor selling? Well, you know. Hey, get out of the way. Don't just stand there in the middle of the road. Ouch. Smell. Why don't we try Neo Kobe pizza? Sounds good. Eat Neo Kobe pizza.
All right, let's try one of these floating pizza things.
Sounds good to me.
Give us 2 regular Neo Kobe pizzas.
2 coming up. You gotta put it in the soup yourself, okay?
Okay, here we go, Metal. Here's yours.
Let's put them in on the count of 3, okay? They get bland and soggy if they stay in too long.
No problem. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Very good. Now in a few seconds, they'll come floating up. When they do, pull yours out right away, okay? Don't mess it up.
I'm ready. Come on up, little fellas.
Hey, here comes one. Oh, that's mine. Come here, you.
Nice snag there, Metal. Hey, where's mine?
Oh, this is unusual.
Oh.
I wonder what the problem is.
I want my pizza. Where's my pizza?
What's the problem? Yours not coming back up?
My pizza?
Hey, really sorry about that. Happens every now and then. You'll forgive us there, would you not, buddy?
Gillian, perhaps we should go.
My Neo Kobe pizza. It sank just like the rest of this city's gonna.
Let's get going, Gillian.
I can't believe that. I'll never waste my money on one of those stupid things again.
And there you have it. All right, how about we go inside? Metal, let's try that store over there. Wait for me. Da-da-da-da. All right. We're inside Plato's Cavern. May I help you? All right, we're gonna show him our junker ID. What's that? You won't get any money for that. No, I'm trying to tell. Okay. Show. Photo. Wait a second. I've seen this guy somewhere. Okay. Well, he's my friend, and something bad has happened to him. I need to know. What was this guy's name? Ooh, this guy, he comes here all the time. That's right. He bought some sunscreen here just the other day. You mean this stuff? Yeah, we saw that here. World's getting weirder all the time. This stuff is selling really good in the middle of the winter. Oh. The other day we had this Chinese doctor in here. He bought out our whole stock of it. Okay. Do you have any? We don't have any in stock. I don't get it, man. How come they want sunscreen in the middle of the winter? How many Snatchers out there are there? When I first played this, I used to sort of think to myself, that guy in the back kind of looks like Ocelot. Like, it looks like he's got like cowboy boots and a red vest and white long sleeve shirt and then like brown pants. I don't know. Okay, let's see. Yeah, but that I'll admit that's just me seeing Kojima shit everywhere. Okay. Ask. Oh wow. About Gibson. That guy was always in here. Said he liked antiques or something. But I don't know. Lately, he seemed like he was here for something else. Oh? I think he was staking somebody out. Come to think of it, he was always asking about sunscreen, too. Okay. He's just a customer. I don't know anything about him personally. Okay. How about that Chinese doctor? A little guy with a beard, maybe? He was in here with some guy who looked Jewish. They bought him a whole box of them. You don't say. Ask. Anything more? Maybe they're starting their own business. That's very funny. PC-68. Do you sell those model PC-68 personal computers here? No, not anymore. We had a few of those years ago, but they're long gone. All those weird collector guys bought them up. Okay. Outer Heaven. Where'd you get that information, I guess he means? Well, you know. Really? Well, you know your stuff. Outer Heaven is that really hot masquerade club. These full-face masks of ours are sold under an exclusive arrangement with Outer Heaven, you know? During the masquerade time, you have to have one of our masks on, or you can't get in. Okay, well, can I buy a mask? Outer Heaven again. Their shows are really great too. Top class guest dancers. Why don't you check it out? Okay. Well, I would, but I'd have to buy a mask. How about we look on the wall? They have those special full face masks here. Nope, not yet. Investigate. Mask. These masks were designed and crafted by the famous makeup effects artist Rick Bakery. So it's a reference to Rick Baker, who was a special effects artist from the 80s. He did a lot of movies. They are formed using precision laser tools. What do you think? I bet you'd love this. Well, can I? Yes, I would. They are made from special forms of rubber and polyurethane. Yeah. These are limited production replicas, you know. Pass it up now and you never get a second chance. I feel like the mask in Snake Eater is kind of a callback to this, but okay. Well, can I buy it? Ask. Look. Mask. Oh, they have massive Egyptian mummies and those Easter Island faces as well. They seem to be very well made. You've got an eye for fine art, my friend. Those are our pride and joy, our special full-face masks. I'm afraid that's all we have left. Our store features a full range of buying and selling services, with absolutely no identification required. It's sort of like a haven, you know, like in MGS4. As such, there are no official records of your transactions. That way, you can rest assured that, yeah, you can save the spiel, buddy. Can I buy a mask? A full-face mask, and which one will it be? They're all so good, handmade by Rick Bakery himself, you know. I'll take the mummy. Thank you very much. One mummy mask coming up. That'll be 2,000 credits, please. You got it. Okay. That is all we need here. Metal, let's head out. Thanks again. Come back soon. We've left the store. Move. Enter turbo cycle. We boarded the turbo cycle. Where would you like to go? Outer Heaven. All right, now heading to Outer Heaven. All right, we've arrived. Let's exit. This is Outer Heaven.
Welcome to Outer Heaven. Table for one?
Okay. Look. Area. This is the most lively nightlife district in Neo Kobe. Look. Area. Okay, we got that already. Look. Sign. The sign says Masquerade Hour now in progress. Oh, okay, well then let's use our mask. Alright, let's try on the mummy mask. Oh, that looks great on you. Let's look at the Parker. He's wearing a Wolfman mask. Looks like a movie set or something. Investigate Parker. Hey, what do you think you're doing? It's an extensive makeup job. This doesn't come off easily. Not in the same league as my mask, eh? This is a professional job. Oh, I see. Okay, let's ask him about Gibson. Who are you talking about? Well, I happen to have a photograph of the man. Show. Photo. Gibson's photo. Okay, you got nothing to say? Show. Photo. Is there something wrong with this man? No. Well, I mean, yes, but I don't work out here every day, you know. The staff in the club may know something. All right, let's go inside. Table for one, please. All right, we're inside Outer Heaven. So, let's take a look at the customers. Everyone is dressed as a character from the classic late 20th century video game. The people who run this place must really be into old-time nostalgia. So yeah, in case it wasn't obvious, I think everybody here is a Konami character. Now, in the original Snatcher, they're actually, which was on PC-88 and MSX, they're actually not all Konami characters, but for copyright reasons, they changed it for the remake. So let's look at the customers. We got Sparkster, Goemon, Mr. Ueda, Contra, and Castlevania Pair. Those two are pretty suspicious looking. They appear to be dressed as characters from the famous Castlevania series of video games from the late 20th century. Yeah, well, that really takes me back. I remember spending hours playing it. I didn't even take time off to sleep. Wait a minute, what am I talking about? I wasn't even born then. I must be thinking about something else. But I'm sure I remember playing it. I remember I was so pissed because I couldn't jump off the stairs. Everyone felt that way, Gillian. It was very frustrating. According to statistical records, the teenage suicide rate increased dramatically in that year. Okay. Look, dancer. Savor the moment, Gillian. Her dancing is really something special. She say so. Order. Let's see. They haven't come and take our order. Maybe you should tell that guy over there. He looks like the manager. How about bringing us some of that buffalo? Here you are. Buffalo-y. This is great. All right. Now there's actually an Easter egg where if you drink and then go back to Junker HQ, Mika smells it on your breath, which I think is pretty cool. Okay, let's call the manager. I'll call the manager over. Can I help you with something? Let's take a look at this guy. That's one of the characters from Cosmic Debris. Well, you really know your stuff, don't you? Investigate, manager. Would you mind if I check this out? Do you mind? That's really disturbing. He seems to be built quite well. Okay, that's not what I meant. Okay. I guess in a way, when you start MGS3, you're sort of wearing, it looks like the Fly, right? Your mask. So, all right, ask about Gibson. I'm afraid I don't know who that is. Do you have a photograph? I absolutely do. Possessions, show, photo, Gibson's. Who is this? I'm afraid I don't know him. You see, nearly half of our operating hours is masquerade hours, so I wouldn't know if he was here or not. Okay. What else can we... Okay, about buffalo cuisine. Thank you very much. You enjoyed the buffalo, didn't you? It's really good stuff. But keep it to yourself, okay? They're pretty strict on the enforcement of those buffalo hunting regulations. So yeah, I've mentioned this a million times, but it's whale. It's not buffalo. That's just how they localized things in the 90s. Okay. Ask. Any more intel on that? No. Okay. How about Isabella? She'll be dancing here through the end of the month. Look, she's at it right now. She's between pictures at the moment, so we had her come dance for us. She's one of the top in the business right now. We're the only club that she'll dance at, you know? That's fascinating. Now, finish questioning. Well, thanks. You've helped a lot. Enjoy yourself. All right. Look. Inside club. The other customers are all dressed up in various costumes. It appears to be showtime now. Who's that guy over behind the counter? Well, that's the manager. You just met him. All right. Paul. Dancer. I'll call Isabella. Hey, Isabella, over here. Okay. Okay. Hi there, boys. I'm Isabella Velvet. Is there something I can do for you? A mummy and a robot. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Let's do something. Oh, okay. I'm not doing any of that. Hi. So I'm gonna go ahead and show you my Junker ID. What? Oh shit.
You're in the wrong joint, buddy. Forget about the check. Just get out of my place now.
Fuck. I thought that I could show her the... Okay. Our customers, sorry, but we have to maintain an atmosphere in which our customers can relax, you know. Apologize. I'm sorry, I was a bit rash. Will you let me in now, please? Sorry, it's not a good time right now. The same customers are still in there, you know. Alright, so I got seen. Nothing we can do except wait for things to cool down. Oops, little mistake on my part there. Let me get this mask off. Guys, I'm so sorry I screwed that up. I totally forgot. I knew that you couldn't show it to, like, the manager or anyone in the club, but I thought I could show it to her for some reason. Alright, that's fine. Now that we're here, I don't think I've shown you Gillian's apartment. Alright, now heading to your apartment. This reminds me a lot of, I mean, in some ways, I guess you could compare it to the ACC from Phantom Pain, or more so, I think, to like the safe houses in Death Stranding. Because it's like a place, I mean, there's not really that much to do there, but you can just sort of hang out there in between missions. This is your apartment building, Gillian. Wow, you mean I have a place to live too? Please tone it down, Gillian. I know you've lost your memory, but isn't that carrying the act a bit too far? Just trying to make things a little more fun for the folks playing the game. Oh, I love the fourth wall breaks. Okay, look. Apartment building. This is the apartment that the government made available for you. The neighborhood's not much, but what a great looking building, eh? Investigate. Apartment building. It's 20th century construction, but the building has been completely renovated. Yeah, but I can still hear my next door neighbors all the time. Alright, let's go in. So, you were supposed to normally come here in order to get Jamie's phone number, but I already knew it. For a widower, the room seems rather tidy. I'm not a widower. She's not dead. Don't you ever shut up? Are you programmed to evaluate my personal life too? My duty is to support you and observe that you are properly carrying out your responsibilities as a junker. Really? That's your duty, Metal? Some observer? You mean informer, right? Well, one could put it that way. Oh my god. This motherfucker is just spying on me. Alright, look. Around the room. I see nothing noteworthy here. Well, geez, I'm sorry I lead such an ordinary life. Please do not get upset. You know that's not what I meant. Investigate around the room. No interest in women. That is most unfortunate. You shut up. I can't believe I'm hearing this from a robot. Look, shelf. Gillian, there is a... Wait, I caught myself doing this last time. Whenever I talk as Metal, I just hear in my head the voice actor. So I say it like that, but it probably sounds so cringe. I just... I know that I'll keep doing it accidentally, so I'm just going to apologize in advance. Gillian, there is a photograph on the shelf. Yes, that's a very special picture for me. Let's take a look at it. It's a picture of Jamie. Ah, yes, the wife you are separated from. She is very attractive. She always appears rather pretty. Thank you, Metal. What's with you? Do you want this picture or something? That will not be necessary. I recorded your video phone call to her. What the hell? Watch it, buddy. That's my wife, you know. Well, it is my duty to record all the details of the investigation. Oh, everything's recorded in Phantom Pain, too, now that I think about it. That's interesting. The surveillance, sort of, that's interesting. You're really a disgusting little creep, you know. Look. Photo. It seems to be a picture of her when she was rather young, but I can't remember where it was taken. She's very young in this picture, perhaps in her teens. She still looks like such a little girl. Investigate. Photo. Jamie's video phone number is written on the back. It's 393-444. Investigate. Photo. It's an instant photograph of the kind seen in the latter part of the last century. Based on an analysis of the inks and chemical structures of the developers, I would say this is at least 30 years old. Let's see now. Jamie's number was 393-444, I think. Gillian, what sort of act is this? Why are you pretending? I know you've already called her. This appears to be the logo of the Moscow Olympics. Oh, the Moscow Olympics. They mentioned that, I think, in Phantom Pain. Wait a minute, the last time the Olympics were in Moscow was way back in well, before the catastrophe at the end of the last century, wasn't it? This photograph appears to be a composite. What? What? Composite? You mean somebody made it? It seems unnatural somehow. 30 years ago, composite. And at the Moscow Olympics on top of that. Perhaps this has something to do with her past. Why would anybody want to make a composite photo? I don't understand. Please take good care of that picture. Alright, so this entire thing you can miss, which is pretty cool. Alright, move. Enter bathroom. This is your bathroom. Look around room. It appears to be a very standard bathroom. A low-cost, energy-conserving unit-type sink and shower has been installed. Low cost? Well, excuse me. Look. Bathroom. This toilet has the latest HealthPot TM physical fitness analyzer installed. Wow, I didn't even realize I had some of this stuff. I haven't lived here very long, you know. So yeah, this is the in Death Stranding, right? Like it analyzes your piss and shit. Investigate. Bathroom. The HealthPot TM Physical Fitness Analyzer is the latest in health technology. When using the toilet, the system will measure and analyze your temperature, blood pressure, pulse, urine, and stool to create an instant profile of your current physical fitness level. What do you think, Gillian? Why don't you give HealthPot TM a try? Okay, sure. That's right, I've had to go for some time now. Metal, would you excuse me? Ah, that's much better. Oh my, Gillian, according to the HealthPot TM system, what's it say? You are a healthy guy. Wow! What's wrong? The nanomachines I injected in you, what happened? They go sailing right on through? What a waste. Those things are very expensive, you know. Hey, what can you do? What goes in must come out. Ah, ignorance truly is bliss. What? What do you mean? What did you put in the nanomachines? Oh god, this is MGS1 all over again. Okay, with the shot, I mean. Okay, look. The sink? It's a bottle of perfume and a razor. Do something? No. Investigate the razor. This will give you the closest, most comfortable shave a man can experience. Gillian, why don't you try shaving? Sure. Hey, I think I'll shave. Look at how much it took off, and you just shaved with your regular razor this morning, didn't you? That's funny, I've always been happy with that brand. Perhaps we should lay off the old jokes for now. You're right. Okay. I'm leaving. This is your living room. Exit. This is your apartment building, Gillian. Okay. Let's enter the turbo cycle. We've boarded the turbo cycle. Where would you like to go? Take me to outer heaven. Now heading to outer heaven. Let's try this one more time, shall we? We've arrived at outer heaven. Alright. This is outer heaven. What? You again? I'm very sorry, but the manager has told me not to let you into the club. Looks like they're still upset over that little incident. There's something we can do here, Gillian. Let's come back some other time. God damn it. We've boarded the turbo cycle. Where would you like to go? I'm just going to reload, guys. 1 sec. Okay, we'll do this, take 2 here. I'll call Isabella. Hey, Isabella, over here. And everyone stares at you awkwardly, and here we are. Hi there, boys. I'm Isabella Velvet. Is there something I can do for you? A mummy and a robot. Okay, we are going to ask, first of all, no possessions, show, photo, Gibson's. This guy, I might have met him somewhere. No, I can't remember. She seems like she might be able to remember. All right, show, photo. Take a careful look, okay? Oh, that's right. This was the guy who got sick after eating buffalo. I remember him. Okay. Any more information? Oh, yes, I remember. Yeah, okay. So maybe I can ask about him? About Gibson. Well, it was just the other day. It wasn't masquerade hour, so I remember his face pretty clearly. He seemed to be waiting around for one of our regular customers. A regular? He was going out of his way to eat buffalo, then he spat up blood. I was really grossed out. You say he was waiting for someone? Well, I suppose it was more like he was following him. He left as soon as the other guy did. Ask. About Gibson. I haven't seen him since. Okay. Ask. About that man. Would you mind telling me a little about him? I don't know his name, but he was in here all the time, especially when we weren't running Masquerade Hour. Outside of Masquerade Hour, so that means you've seen his face then. Do you remember it? I think so. Alright, Metal. Let's have her come down to headquarters with us. We need to use Jordan and put together a montage. We can't take her to headquarters. Why not? Since she's a famous star, if the media gets hold of the story and starts a fuss, it will impede our investigation. If the Snatchers were to learn what we're up to, what are you mumbling about? This is really a delicate issue. Although inconvenient, we should take down her description and then go back to headquarters to build the montage on our own. So is it just like a memory game, where she tells you a bunch of stuff and you have to keep it in your head, go back to headquarters and then use the composite system in Jordan to accurately basically illustrate or create the description that she gives you. Okay, let's ask about him. First, his activities. He was in here at all different times, so he probably doesn't have a job or work regular hours. Ask about that man, his activities. I've only been here for a month, so I don't know anything about what happened before that. Okay, ask about that man, his description. Could you try to remember his distinguishing characteristics? Gillian, keep the description in mind. Afterwards, we can use it to put together a montage. It's kind of like an MGS4, when you have to keep the code in your head. Alright, facial shape. What was the overall shape of his face? He had kind of a bony look. Type of eyes. What about his eyes? He had this really piercing gaze, a rather threatening look. Nose. Okay, it was pointy like mine. Mouth. How about his mouth? He had thin lips, I think. Hair? How was he wearing his hair? It was sort of naturally flowing towards the back of his head. And he had a big widow's peak. Man's age. About how old would you say he was? He looked like he was in his 30s. Okay. Thanks very much. You've been quite helpful. I hope you can use this information. Okay, so that's it. Thanks. I think what you've told us may help a bit. Okay, see you. We should use this information and build a montage of the suspect, and then run it through Jordan to see if there are any matches. You mean like building a composite photograph? It would be nice if Isabella would come back to headquarters with us, but I guess we'll just have to have her take a look at it later. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll have to pay. That'll be 2,000 credits. 2,000, what a deal. Here you go. All right, that's 2,000 exactly. Thank you. Easy. This is outer heaven. Going home? Yes, I am. Enter turbo cycle. Please come again. Gillian, take your mask off. You'll be laughed at if you wear that out here. Oh, good point. There we go. It's off. Oh, and then of course there's the mask in MGS3 when you have to be Rydenikov or whatever. We've boarded the turbo cycle. Where would you like to go? Or is it Rykov? I can't remember right now. We are going to go to Junker HQ. Now heading to Junker headquarters. So yeah, I hope you guys like the game so far. It's been a blast showing you around a bit. And as you can tell, there are so many different little pieces of information you can pick up. So that each playthrough is kind of unique in some ways. We've arrived at Junker headquarters, but again, it is linear at the main story points, like we talked about last time. Okay, exit turbo cycle. This is the reception area. Welcome back, Gillian. Are you making any progress in your investigation? I am. I need to go to the computer room. Mika, sorry. This is the computer room. If there's any information you wish to study, you can look it up. No, I'm good. Just let me use Jordan. Please insert your ID card. Use the card. Okay, what sort of information do you need? Create montage. Montage mode. Select facial parts to assemble complete likeness. Alright, let's try constructing a montage photograph of the suspect. You can use the scan database command to search for possible matches when completed. Yeah, I mean, some of this stuff, it sort of reminds me in a weird way also of like GTA 4, they had like the police database. That was obviously way, way, way more expansive than this, but it's just, I like the ideas that are on display here, even if the technology was still fairly primitive. Okay, facial shape. Isabella said the guy had sort of a bony look, didn't she? Okay, so which is the boniest one? Okay, scan database. Alpha 1 network will be searched for possible matches. Possible match located. Alright, we did it. Good work, Gillian. 2 possible matches for montage photograph located. Possibility number 1, probability of match 70%. Ivan Rodriguez, air surfer, amateur, 27 years old. This is address. Caution, non-municipal data. Administration district. They'll explain what that is in a minute. Possibility number 2, probability of match 65%, sorry. Displaying data. Freddie Nielsen, taxi driver, no company affiliation, 29 years old, address, and family, wife Lisa, age 25. Now printing montage photograph. Gillian, the montage has been printed. Now we're in business. It's a simple 2-dimensional rendering of Jordan's 3-dimensional data, but it should prove useful anyway. Well, we've got their addresses. Shall we pay these gentlemen a visit? One of these men is no doubt the Snatcher who killed Jean. We've almost got him now. Let's go investigate the suspects. Okay. Move the front. Hi, Gillian. How's the investigation going? It's going pretty good. Have you seen this man? I'm sorry, I have no idea. Okay, just checking. Let's check out Harry. How's he doing? Oh, God, he's still... Wow. Alright, the front. Ask. No, we don't have to ask or anything like that. Alright, let's go. See you later. We boarded the turbo cycle. Where would you like to go? We're gonna go. Let's try Ivan's first. Now heading to Ivan Rodriguez's place. Alrighty. We've arrived. Exit the turbo cycle. Now. This is Ivan Rodriguez's neighborhood. According to the data in Jordan, this should be his neighborhood. This place is a real slum. District data retrieval networks haven't been installed in this area. As such, there is virtually no data on the area in the Alpha 1 network. This region is almost completely isolated. Kind of like those pockets, in Death Stranding before you get somebody onto the network. Okay. Look. Building. I wonder if anybody's actually living in this area. Well, they certainly are. Investigate the building. There appear to be some modifications to the structure. It's in violation of building codes. Okay, excellent. Look. Area. The place is utterly filthy. There are a few freemen here. Freemen? What are they? Look. The freemen. Their actual lifestyle is unlike that of the homeless. See, they're gathered around a fire. How are they different from the homeless? Unlike the less fortunate, these people have chosen to live like this, often leaving good jobs to do so. It appears to be a form of rebellion towards the over-control of information by the central authorities. They are one of Neo Kobe's biggest problems. Wow. Maybe they know something. Why don't we ask them? Ask. About, Ivan. Hey, you guys. What? I need to talk to you. Yeah? Could you tell me anything you know about a man named Ivan Rodriguez? Was there anybody named that around here? You lied to me and... Oh, he was saying, was there anybody named that around here? You lied to me and you'll live to regret it. Now, calm yourself. I'm trying to remember. Okay. Well, how about we show the photo? Do you know this man? That's that idiot Ivan. Yeah, that's the fool himself. Okay. Well, what can you tell me about him? Where does Ivan live? He's in apartment 301 of this building. That's the kid with that weird board thing, right? You mean the guy who's in the sky, don't you? I hear he's always surfing. Oh, that guy, huh? I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about. Sky, I think liquid sky it's a drug in this universe. Okay. Ask about background. How long have you been living around here? I used to be part of the development team that put together the Alpha 1 network. So you were a programmer, huh? What happened? One day I took a peek at some secret data in Alpha 1. That's impossible. Security on the system is possible for me. Anyhow, I saw enough garbage and scum on people in this society, and that file to last me a lifetime. People, they can sink pretty low, you know. You may be right. Why don't you become free too? Join us here. You ever get sick of it all, just drop by. I've got to get my pass back before I can become free. Alpha 1 has data on the development team in there. Take a look at it when you get a chance. Really? Really? I've never done that. I'll have to check. Okay, but what about Ivan? He seems to have come into some money lately. Oh, no kidding. Ivan. I've never been able to figure him out. Okay. Well, we're gonna go up to room 301. Third floor, huh? Well, he won't be able to escape out the window. Okay. We're at the door to apartment 301. Look. Plate. It says apartment 301, Ivan Rodriguez. Look. Door. It's an old-style door with a small peephole viewer installed. Investigate. The door. The door's locked. Investigate. Plate. It's a door plate for apartment 301. It's handwritten but accurate. This is definitely Ivan Rodriguez's apartment. Gillian, why don't we try knocking? Okay. Knock. No answer. Knock again. No answer. I'm gonna knock again. Look. Area? There's an electric meter. It appears to be for this apartment. Look. The meter. It's an old-style electric meter. The amount of electricity used is displayed visually by a counter and wheel mechanism. Alright. Still no answer. Let's investigate the meter. Wait a minute, electricity's being used. I read motion. Somebody's in the apartment. Okay. Investigate. Meter. There's definitely someone in there. Look. Meter. It's an electric meter. Since we are outside of any municipal data administration district, it would appear that the electric company has to bill individual users manually. Okay. Knock. I'll knock again. No answer. That's funny. I'm gonna keep knocking. Oh? Who's there? Look. At the door. There's a man looking through from the other side. Perhaps it's Ivan. Investigate the door. So we don't have a warrant. We can't open it unless we have a key. Alright. Talk. Ivan Rodriguez, I'm a junker. Open up. I've got a few questions to ask you. What do you want? Alright, let's show him our ID. First, you open the store. Alright, just relax. Are you prepared, Gillian? It isn't insectors you're up against this time. Yeah, I know. I don't want any more of those nanomachine injections either. Sorry it took so long.
Did I kill him?
He has only lost consciousness. Excellent shot, Gillian, hitting him in the hand like that.
That's not exactly how I planned it.
Okay, look. Ivan. He looks just like the montage, but he has quite a suntan. Look around the room. This room's really dark. I don't see anything suspicious, though. The room's quite filthy. Wait, there are some trophies over here. Look. Trophy. It says runner-up 12th Neokobe Air Surfing Championships. I get it, he's an air surfer. Investigate. The gun. It's a Saturday Night RG-11. This is a toy gun that's been modified to fire original shells. A very low-grade weapon. You aren't hurt too badly. Well, I took a hit, but considering the gun I used... Did I really take a hit? I can threaten with the gun. Investigate. Around the room. There's a great deal of waste packed into an old model electric suction type cleaning device. Apparently he isn't too concerned about killing this. Alright, let's interrogate him. Hey, what'd you come out shooting for? You shot me once back there, didn't you? You know? You got the wrong guy, I swear. What do you mean? I know. I saw you shoot me. You're a snatcher, aren't you? You got the wrong guy, I swear. He seems to be behaving strangely, don't let your guard down. Okay, let's threaten with gun. Don't shoot, okay? Stop it, man. Look. Around the room. No matter where you look, everything seems covered with grime. Investigate. The garbage? Aged organic materials and typical secretory organisms are all I read. There is no evidence in his garbage that he is a snatcher. Okay. Investigate garbage again. If he was a snatcher, there is bound to be some evidence in his garbage, and there's not any, right? So, okay. Threaten with gun. No. Look. Ivan? Is it possible for a snatcher to get a suntan like this? Investigate. Ivan. Without a scanning warrant, I cannot perform a full analysis, but a visual inspection reveals no cancerous skin lesions despite his deep tan.
All right, buddy, time to wake up. Whoa, man, don't shoot, don't shoot!
Gillian, while your earlier shot is justifiable as self-defense, killing this suspect would violate Section 5, Article 2 of the Junker Bylaws. You must first have concrete evidence that he is a snatcher.
Damn.
We should search his bathroom. We may find sunscreen there.
Good point.
Okay, let's move into the bathroom.
This is Ivan's bathroom. Look. The bathtub. It's full of dirty water. Investigate the bathtub. It appears completely unwashed. It's soiled in a striped pattern. Smell? What a horrible smell. Based on your reaction, I would say there's no Snow 9 here either. Look on the shelf. There's a bottle here. Maybe it's sunscreen. Investigate. Bottle. Metal, analyze the contents of this for me, will you? It's not sunscreen. It's suntan oil. It shows no signs of having been used recently. Sunscreen and suntan oil are like day and night. Okay, investigate the bottle. Standard commercial suntan oil product. The label on the bottle confirms this. Okay. Look around the room. My goodness, this place is just as disgusting as the living room. An airboard is leaning against the wall. Well, let's take a look at it. It's an airboard. Its design reflects the latest aeronautic technologies. Investigate the airboard. What's so funny? Just check it out for me. There's a crack on the bottom of this board. Something seems to be jutting out. It's a plastic bag. Investigate. Airboard. It appears there was some kind of inner chamber in the board. Look. Plastic bag. There's some kind of powder in it. Okay. Investigate. Plastic bag. These are illegal drugs. And not only that, it looks like liquid sky, that powerful stimulant that's killing a lot of its addicts. Okay. Look. Plastic bag. Contains liquid sky in crystalline form. Investigate. Plastic bag. It was a powdered form of liquid sky, isn't it? Yes. Investigate. Residue in tub. I detect numerous organic residue and organisms in the water residue here. There is no evidence that he's a snatcher here.
So that about explains everything, doesn't it?
Yes. It appears that Ivan was simply trying to conceal the fact that he is a drug user.
An air surfer, huh? Plenty of suntan oil. Out there soaking up lots of ultraviolet rays.
And tanned quite brown by those rays as well.
But he doesn't have so much as a pimple. Not what I'd call your typical artificial skin user.
Ivan is apparently not a snatcher.
All right, buddy, get up.
Hey, I only do liquid sky, dude. Just once in a while. I swear. I don't touch anything else. Don't hurt me, man. Come on. Call me an ambulance, will you?
I'm no cop. I'm a junker. I couldn't care less if you're a buyer, a pusher, or what. What I want to know is if you're a snatcher or human.
Gillian, Ivan's skin is healthy. There is no way he could be a snatcher and tan like that without developing melanoma. However, HQ has just transmitted us a scanning warrant. Therefore, under the provisions of Section 18 of the Civil Code, Snatchers and the Protection of Citizens' Rights, I will hereby commence a full bioscan of Ivan. Analysis complete. Ivan Rodriguez is a completely normal Homo sapien.
I keep telling you, dude, I ain't no snatcher or whatever. Now, would you please get me a doctor?
Why don't you just put some of your drugs on it?
Hey, okay. I wasn't doing anything wrong, man.
The friendly boys from narcotics will be here any time now. Save your breath for them.
Come on, dude, I ain't done nothing. I'm just into air surfing. I just wanted to win the competition, man. I needed some money for that, okay? Hey, it's just drugs, man.
Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Well, Ivan Rodriguez sure wasn't our man.
Too bad for him that he happened to look like the snatcher we're after. That leaves Freddie Nielsen.
We reported the turbo cycle. Where would you like to go? Freddie's apartment. All right, now heading to Freddie Nielsen's apartment. All right, I'll take a quick break here. We've arrived at Freddie Nielsen's apartment. Exit. This is Freddie Nielsen's building. According to data, he lives on the second floor, apartment 202. Well, this is our last suspect. Will he be the one we're looking for? Alright, let me save here. Alright, we've not been to this part of town yet. Look. Building. There's a plate which reads Dormitory Okamoto. Look. Area. There used to be a tube-liner station around this area. It's probably a throwback to that. This is like day and night compared to Ivan's place. This area actually looks safe. Okay, but looks can be deceiving. Can't they? Area. There used to be a... Oh yeah, we already did this. Okay, look. Manhole. The sewer system's apparently incomplete. Steam's billowing up from underground pipes. So that means there are underground passages around here. Okay, very interesting. Investigate. Manhole. The cover's been sealed to prevent accidents since it's not used anymore. Investigate. Area. There are turbocycles and pedestrians moving everywhere. Would Snatchers actually live in an area like this where they would be seen? Look. Area? No, I already did that. I'm so sorry. Look. Traffic signal. That's a remnant from before the automatic traffic system was completed. Now it's being used for advertising. Move. Alright, let's go. This is apartment 202. The second floor, right? Let's head up. This is it. Apartment 202. Don't forget what happened at Ivan's. Be very careful, Gillian. Look. Wait. It says 202, Freddy and Lisa Nielsen. You guys remember Lisa from PT. Look. Door. Door has a peephole. Investigate. Door. It's locked. Let's knock. Alright. No answer. Maybe no one's home. I wonder if somebody's in there. Knock again. No answer. Maybe no one's home. Talk. Hey in there, open up. I'm a junker. I've got a few questions to ask you. There's no answer, is there? Knock. Alright, I'll knock. No answer. Maybe no one's home. Talk. Okay, I got a few questions to ask you. Open up. There's no answer. I read motion. Someone's inside. Oh, I love this song, dude. Oh my god. Hey in there, open up. I'm a junker. I've got a few questions to ask you. There's no answer. Knock again. No answer. I wonder if he's really not home. Someone's in there. I definitely picked up motion. Look. Door. It's a very well-built metal door. Talk. Hey in there, open up. I'm a junker. No answer. Knock again. No answer. Maybe they can't hear us. Knock. They'll open up eventually. Who is it? I heard a voice. Talk. Hey in there, open up. I'm a junker. I've got a few questions to ask you. Huh? I'm a junker. Open the door.
A junker? All right, just a minute.
Gillian, please use extreme caution.
Huh? A woman?
I'm with the Junker Agency. Is this the home of Freddy Nielsen? Yes, it is. And you are... I'm his wife. Exactly what can I do for you? Look. Lisa. Pretty good looking. Well, investigator, you have good taste in women. Investigate, Lisa. My apologies, but I'm afraid I need to investigate you, ma'am. No, I'll handle it. You always say that when we're questioning women. What the... Just where do you think you're touching? People, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I did not know that was going to do that. Let's just move on. Talk? No. We don't need to tell her that. Ask? Well, first of all, let's go ahead and show her a Junker ID. Alright, I believe you. Now, should we show her... Let's show her the montage photo. That's my husband. Has something happened? As a matter of fact, we're investigating your husband on the suspicion that he may be a Snatcher. Freddy? Freddy a Snatcher? That's ridiculous. I can't believe that. What? My husband a Snatcher? Where'd you get a story like that? I have a montage photo I'd like you to look at. That picture you just showed me, right? All these questions are rather annoying. I've had this bad toothache since this morning, you know. I don't know. Is that picture really my husband? These days, you can make pictures of anything you like, you know. Okay, let's go ahead and ask about Freddy. That's why we need you to tell us about your husband. He's out right now. I'm not sure what time he'll be back. Ask about Freddy. Have you noticed anything strange about your husband lately? Well, now that you mention it, lately he hasn't been in the mood to, well, you know. Could you be more specific? You see, he drives a man taxi, but lately he's been taking walks at night without going to work. Walks at night? Ask about Freddy. Occupation. Your husband's a taxi driver, right? Is it one of those underground cabs, a black taxi? Are you trying to frighten me? So it is a black taxi, right? Yes, he drives a black taxi. But so what? They'll probably be legalized in April, right? So what's the problem? That's not what we're worried about, ma'am. If your husband's a black taxi driver, then there are no records of his working hours, right? In other words, the only way to establish an alibi for him is to use the testimony of others. That's a typo. Ask. Sneeze? Have you experienced any sneezing lately, even though you don't have a cold? Sneezing? I haven't had a cold yet this year. Okay, well, this is December, so I think at this point you probably won't have it. Let's talk. Freddy's a suspect. No. This is the wrong one. Ask about Freddy. Any more about his recent behavior? Well, now that you mention it, he has been acting a little strange lately, but a snatcher? Ask Freddy. Health. Have you noticed any changes in your husband's body or health lately? No. His appetite's as big as ever? No, nothing. How about his skin? Anything odd? His skin? Well, I haven't seen much of it lately, but I'm sure it's fine. Ask about Freddy. Alibi? On Thursday around 8 p.m., was your husband at home or working? Thursday? Oh, that's right. That was one of his days off. He was home. He was watching the launch of the first colonial expedition to Mars, the Beagle Jerusalem, on TV. Are you sure about that? Yes, but that evening I went over to a friend's house. I wasn't with him all night. My friend's brother is the pilot of the Beagle, you know. Oh? Outer Heaven. Have you ever been to Outer Heaven? Who's that? I don't have an item from it. Okay. Have you ever heard that your husband has been there? I don't know. Is that some kind of dirty nightclub? Look. The wall. What's this? There's some kind of map on the wall. Investigate the map. This is the map of the city of Moscow. Moscow, huh? Notice how they, our attention's on her, but I guess, naturally it would be right because she's, the suspect we're interrogating. But we're supposed to basically go through all those questions and then notice the map on the wall to really get this moving. Moscow, huh? That place has been little more than a ghost town since the catastrophe. Yes, but this map was no doubt produced before the catastrophe. Talk? Oh, montage. This montage photo was produced using a computer from the testimony of witnesses at a nightclub. Well, it does look like my husband, so... Yes, but... It could be just a coincidence, of course. No. Investigate map. We've done all this. Investigate Lisa. If you want to scan me, you'll have to show me a scanning warrant. Without one of those, junkers can't scan civilians. I know the law.
This isn't enough to prove that our Freddie Nielsen is a snatcher.
True. Without more evidence, we cannot get a scanning warrant.
We'd like to take a look in your bathroom, if you don't mind.
Oh, you need to use the bathroom?
No, we'd like to investigate your bathroom.
Oh,
really? Whatever. Please, go right ahead.
I don't know why, there's just something about the writing of this game that makes me laugh. It has a very unique tone, I'll say that. This is Freddy's bathroom. Go right ahead, check anything you want, I'll be out here. Okay, look. Bathtub. It's filled with water. There's something funny about this bathtub. Look. Bathtub. There must be some kind of bath crystals or soap in the water. It's an unusual color. There's something funny about it. Okay, investigate the bathtub. There's no faucet. This is an unusual bathtub. Rather odd for a system bathtub, isn't it? Investigate the shelf. There's no secret compartment on the mirror or in the cabinet. Alright, well then just look at the damn shelf. Number of bottles on the shelf. Look at this shelf again. As usual, homes with women living in them always have nice bathrooms. Investigate the shelf. Shelf seems to be completely ordinary. Investigate the shelf. Okay. I have a feeling I'm going to redo this entire section just so that you guys don't have to sit through this. A round room. Very attractive bathroom and sparkling clean look. Mirror? Look, you can see your reflection in the mirror. Geez, I've always been such a handsome devil. Look. Shelf? Wait a minute, haven't we seen that bottle someplace before? Look. Bottle. What's this? That's the same container as the one we found at Jean's. Well, what do you know? Look at the bottle. It looks just like the one we found at Jean's house. Investigate the bottle. Alright, I will analyze the contents of the bottle. There's no mistake. This is sunscreen. Sunscreen in the middle of the winter, eh? And it looks like it's been used recently, too.
There's no mistake. Freddie Nielsen is a snatcher. Gillian, with this much evidence, there will be no difficulty getting a scanning warrant.
We've got you now, Snatcher scum.
So, you figured it out, huh?
Who's that?
Know all about us, do you, Junker?
Oh.
That wound.
Jean did that to her.
Die, Junker!
Oh, hell no.
Jeez, those things don't go down easy. So, this is a snatcher, huh?
I certainly hope it's dead.
Wow. So obviously, in case it wasn't clear, you know, the whole theme here is like, looks can be deceiving. Look at remains. It appears to be dead. Damn, those things are tough as heck. Investigate remains. Its functions appear to have been completely terminated. So that skin tissue we found under Gibson's nails came from this woman, huh?
So it was Lisa and Freddie who killed Jean.
Freddie, that's right. So where's he?
We can contact the junk collection team later. Let's get out of this apartment for now.
Oh yeah, that's in Metal Gear Solid as well. That's like Skullface's team.
We're outside now.
What the? A light just came on. There's not supposed to be anybody in there.
Perhaps Freddie has returned.
There's only one entrance, and we're standing right next to it. How did he get in there?
Shall we investigate?
We're at apartment 202. Investigate possible exits. This appears to be the only way in or out of the apartment. Investigate door. The door's locked. That's funny, I could have sworn it wasn't. Investigate door. It's an electronic lock. Someone must have activated it. Investigate lock. It's a standard electronic lock. I can open this without too much difficulty. Investigate lock. Okay, we'll do it. I'm reading motion. Someone's in there. Open the door.
Metal, open it.
Okay, now establishing Alpha 1 link. Link made. Executing search for lock code of apartment 202.
Hurry it up!
Just a bit longer. I'm in Alpha 1's maintenance records for the MR district. Lock code found. Now opening the door.
Good work!
So one thing I realize now playing this over again, you know, it's like, I feel like it's one of the biggest things they took from this game for Metal Gear Solid, other than, you know, the thing we talked about in the earlier video where, you know, you could call the codec like 3, 4, 5 times and get different, like, secret information. It's also that the more that you, like, play this game, the more you understand it, the more it'll feel seamless like a movie. And in Metal Gear, it's the same thing, right? You know, like, the better you sneak, the better you know the game, the more that when it goes from cutscene to gameplay, it feels like this seamless transition. And then when you mess up in those games, you really want to learn how to get better so that it'll not be some jarring disruption to the cinematic experience, right? And it's kind of a similar thing. Like I messed that section up a little bit. When you think about it, I was just overthinking it. I just need to do investigator twice. But it makes me want to replay it and do it like more seamlessly. Just like in Metal Gear, when I get spotted, I want to reload. It's the same feeling. Or a similar feeling at the very least. All right, enough yapping. We're in the living room. Look around the area. I don't see Freddy anywhere. Look at remains. Oh, it's in the same condition as it was a few minutes ago and hasn't been touched. All right, I'm going to save here because I have encountered a bug at this section before. So save 4 just to make sure that it doesn't happen again. Save complete. All right, we're going to continue game for a little bit. Now, listen. I don't hear anything besides us. Investigate area. There's no sign of anyone in this room. Look around the area. He doesn't appear to be in this room. Okay. Look around more. No. Investigate. Nothing on my infrared sensors either. Motion. I read motion coming from the bathroom. Well, let's go. Metal, you ready? Let's go. All right. This is Freddy's bathroom.
Huh? The bathtub is empty. That thing was filled with water just a few minutes ago.
What?
I read motion. This room.
Damn. Where is he?
Oh, shit.
Gillian, behind you.
Shit. Shit. Got it. Did I get him? I've had it? Gillian, I died? Nope.
That was close. You're lucky I was here to save your skin. Who are you? Me? Random Hajil, bounty hunter.
Bounty hunter?
Yes, Gillian, a bounty hunter. As the junker profession is so dangerous, their numbers have fallen dramatically over the past few years. As a result, the government decided to put a price on Snatcher's heads in order to encourage private citizens to cooperate in the effort to track them down. Naturally, these bounty hunters must register with the authorities.
You said your name's Random, right? What did you do? Follow me here?
Yeah, you got it. Investigations aren't my style. You track them down, I take them out.
You have the legal obligation to state your bounty hunter registration number. Please do so now, immediately.
BH75001, Random Hajil. That's RANDOMHAJILE.
BH75001, Random Hajil. That's confirmed. I officially recognize you as a legal bounty hunter. Wow. Gillian, records indicate that he has already disposed of 3 snatchers just this month. Counting Freddy, that makes 4.
4?
I've been at this a lot longer than you have. Just relax, rookie. So, Junker Boy, let me give you a little tip. You might already know, but Snatcher's weak point is their artificial skin. If they sit out in the sun too long, they get cancer. That's why they set up a hospital to treat this little problem of theirs. You find it, you can take them out, roots and all.
Where did you get all your information? Wait a sec. You stole it from Gibson, didn't you?
That's not really important. But now that Gibson's out of the picture, I need you to get busy.
I track them down and you junk them. Is that the idea?
Anyhow, it seems Gibson found that hospital. He must have left behind some information about it.
What do you mean, seems? Don't you know anything about it?
Hey, investigations are your job, right?
I owe you one, Random.
Yeah, I'll get it out of you later. See ya, Junker Boy.
A Snatcher-controlled hospital, eh? There's bound to be more than a few of them in there.
There's a lot to say about Random Hajil. He's an important character, and I can't say much about him yet, though, because I don't want to spoil. But I can point out that he wears a very similar outfit to Venom Snake in Phantom Pain. At least I think so. Like the sneaking suit. Don't you guys think so? He's actually, I'm pretty sure, based on Sting from David Lynch's Dune. Would you like to save your investigation up to this point? Save. All right. I'll save everything that has happened up until now. Which file would you like to save it in? Save 4. Uh-huh. All right. So we'll watch the cutscene for this next act, and then we will wrap up. Save completed. Now continuing. Act 2. Here.
Okay, let's try to sort all this out. Metal Gear, would you mind helping out?
Not at all. Now projecting recorded video images.
Gibson calls in and you two immediately head for the abandoned factory in the M District. But when you arrived, Gibson had already been killed by someone, or something at the factory. From hair and skin samples recovered from his body, you determined that the perpetrators were 2 snatchers, 1 male and 1 female. In addition, from a floppy disk containing notes from Gibson's investigation, you discovered that snatchers have a crucial defect. Gibson was apparently killed because he had learned about this weak point. And this weak point is a key difference between them and real humans. Their artificial skin cannot tolerate ultraviolet rays. Long-term exposure causes it to become cancerous, a form of melanoma. This severely limits the places and times that they can operate to midwinter, when daylight hours are their shortest, and of course at night. And it looks as if it will take at least 6 months for them to develop a new skin which overcomes this fault. So their biggest weak point was that they had to keep themselves protected from ultraviolet rays over the past 6 months. Gibson really put his earlier training as a science cop to good use in figuring this one out. And that's why they use plenty of sunscreen, even in the middle of the winter. As a result of this, it becomes clear that there is one thing they must have to continue their survival. And that is medical facilities, where they can treat artificial skin which has become cancerous. And it appears that Gibson may have located a hospital used for this very purpose. In an effort to determine where Gibson had been investigating, you analyzed his stomach contents, found buffalo meat, and headed to the only place in the city that serves it, Outer Heaven. Isabella Velvet, a dancer at this place, gives you a description, which allows you to put together a montage of the man Gibson was trying to track down. You then ran this montage through the city's data bank, using Jordan. And that gave you 2 suspects, Ivan Rodriguez and Freddie Nielsen. But from the condition of Ivan's skin, you determined that there was no possibility he could be a snatcher. There was no evidence at all of melanoma. But as he was in possession of liquid sky, you turned him over to narcotics. Following that, a search of Freddie Nielsen's home turned up large quantities of sunscreen. Nielsen's wife, Lisa Nielsen, turns out to be a snatcher, and you dispose of her. And you confirm that the skin cells found under Gibson's nails were from Lisa. Freddie Nielsen also turns out to be a snatcher, and you dispose of him as well. The hair sample that was found in Gibson's hand is confirmed as being from Freddie. So you are able to determine that these 2 snatchers, Freddie and Lisa, were the ones who killed Gibson.
You got all that?
But then we have a problem. The bounty hunter who saved you, Seed, Random Hajil. An investigation uncovers that the information he provided when he filled out his bounty hunter registration was completely false. So who is this guy? Friend or foe?
What about the bank account he was having his bounty deposited into?
It was a common account used for paying bounty, and the funds were retransferred from there. We couldn't learn anything from it. Thank you, Metal. And now for the real fun. The hospital that Gibson had tracked down. If we can hit that, we may be able to shut down this SNATCH operation of theirs. Or if we can find some kind of patient records there, we may be able to find them quite easily.
So, Little John's memory might provide us with an important lead.
That's right. If we're lucky, there may be something left that we can work with. Navigators record everything their junkers do, just in case.
Just in case, huh? Well, this looks like one of those cases.
Harry should have recovered it by now. Go see how he's doing. Seed, I'm counting on you to find this hospital.
All right. There you have it. Okay, so we're going to use Metal Gear Save. All right. This is really just the start of Act 2. So let's go ahead and take a look at our possessions, at our evidence. And really all we have is this chess piece. That's a wooden chess piece. I believe it's the one which goes next to the king. Let's go ahead and ask the chief about Random Hajil. You know what? Random Hajil's outfit also, I was playing Death Stranding earlier, and I noticed like it kind of looks like Fragiles a little bit too. As well as, like we said before, Venom Snakes. Random Hajil. He's definitely not a Neo Kobe citizen. He's probably some kind of drifter. A drifter? You know, an illegal immigrant. Shape up, Seed. Okay. Ask. Investigative procedure. The first thing you should do is get Harry to recover Little John's memory for you. Alright, let's do that. Where would you like to go? To engineering, right? Yeah. This is engineering.
About time you got here, Gillian. I've got Little John's memory all ready for you.
Well, were you able to get anything from it?
Just relax. I'll put it on the monitor for you now. I'm afraid it was almost completely destroyed beyond recovery. Those snatchers, they sure do a thorough job.
What do you mean? Wasn't there anything left?
Like I said, just relax. I was able to get one video image out of it. I don't have the slightest what this is, but it's definitely got something to do with Jean's investigation. This is it. So, Gillian, do you have any idea what this is?
Hospital Oleen? This is almost certainly the Snatcher-controlled hospital that Gibson was looking for.
You ought to run the name through Jordan, but if that hospital is not legit, the data won't mean anything. This city is packed with unregistered hospitals.
The sign in this picture looks curved. This word Oleen might continue past the edge of the image.
I've stored this image. You can view it at any time. Just use the graphic memory command on the possessions menu.
All right, easy. One thing I want to say before I forget about the whole Ivan and Freddy part, you know, I really like how, in a lot of ways, like, it goes against what I guess you might expect, because the guy seemed, I mean, how well they pull this off is sort of open for debate, I guess, because, I mean, it is quite obvious, right, that, it's not Ivan, right? But I think what they were going for there is kind of cool because, you know, Ivan's place is a wreck and he seems like he's scum or whatever, but really he's just really human. And it's the Snatcher whose place is like all neat and not that I have something against my place is also clean. I just mean I like what they're trying to do there, where it's like, you know, just because somebody seems like they have their life together, it doesn't mean that, like, what matters is on the inside. And I think that they do kind of a cool job of or a good job rather of pulling that off. All right, so let's show Harry the video memory from Little John. Just don't jump to any funny conclusions. Keep your mind open to every possibility. Yeah, I mean, in case it wasn't obvious, like, this is the theme that almost every Kojima game really hits on. or at least all the Metal Gear Solid games did for sure, which is that, you know, reality is only as real as your brain tells you it is. And what they do with this whole hospital scenario is just sort of like an early forerunner to a lot of that. So, okay, ask Oleen. There's definitely no mistake about Little John's memory. This hospital exists. You can bet your life on that. Talk. Ask. Random Hideo. I've heard he's really good. Already put down at least 3 of them, but I still don't get along with those types. But I thought that these blasters were the only things that could take out a Snatcher. In theory, that's right. A standard ray gun just isn't strong enough. Still, if you modified a standard ray gun to focus its energy much better than usual, you never know. That would make it that much harder to hit your target, right? That's right. In other words, this random is one heck of a shot. Normally, that just doesn't work. So yeah, I should also say that random Hideo, what is it? They do something with, I won't spoil it, but they do something with his name that they also do with Kiyomarv's name in Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. Okay, move. Where would you like to go? So I think we go to the computer room. Gillian, what? Harry suggested that we check the hospital using the Jorin system, but the Jorin system doesn't offer a hospital search function. Really? Why don't we ask Napoleon? Okay. This is the computer room. Well, use Metal Gear. Video phone. Alright, let's use the video phone. Call. What number should I dial? I believe his number is, wait, 93444. Oh, that's Jamie. Oh gosh, it kind of looks like the Die Hardman mask a little when you and you know, not to spoil, but if you played Death Stranding, you probably know what I'm thinking of right now. All right. My God, a Snatcher.
Bet I surprised you, huh? Don't worry, this is just a tape. I'm at work right now. If you need to reach me, please call Neo Kobe Pharmaceutical Labs at 391009. Sorry to scare you. Bye!
She really had me for a moment there. Since when did she start pulling practical jokes like this? No doubt that message is a strategy of hers to deal with your troublesome calling. Just what's that supposed to mean, Metal? There's no need to be embarrassed, Gillian. I'm fully aware that Jamie has snatched your heart. Okay. Let's ask. I can call the love line again? You've got to be kidding me. All right, what happens if I call it again? Right. Oh, God. Call 556666. Does this really work again? Okay. Interested in love, huh? Yeah, that's right. Very interested, if you know what I mean. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. You want love, don't you? Yeah, love. Do you know where I can get some? Sure, baby, I know where you can get some. The question is, how bad do you want it? I want it real bad. How bad is bad? Let me put it this way. If I was a cat, I'd be cleaning myself. Oh, that's foul. It's fucked. What the hell? Okay, I get it. Anyway, if you want the real thing, I'll give you another number to call, okay? Yeah, okay. And I can get the kind of love I'm looking for there? Oh, yes. You'll never feel so loved. The number is 396004. Okay. I don't think I've ever done this. Call. I'm a little scared. 396004. Recorded message. Hi, I'm Stella the Stegosaur. Thanks for calling. Will you be my friend? What? What? All right, sure. Jamie, could you give me... No, but... Okay, there it is. 391009. 39100. They changed the codec call frequency you have to call in Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2, right?
Neo Kobe Pharmaceutical Labs, can I help you? Huh? Oh, it's you, Gillian. What's going on?
Hi, you jokester. All right. Let's see. Look. You're looking really good, Jamie. I'm doing all right. Let's ask. Memory. How's your memory doing? Any sign I might be coming back? Somehow I feel like maybe I've always been doing this job. I seem to remember wearing white. Can't you recall anything, Gillian? Jamie in white. I'm afraid not. Nothing. Ask. UV Therapy Hospital. The Snatchers require a hospital which has facilities to treat ultraviolet ray exposure. Do you have any ideas about that? Oh, by the way, I think if I go to my place and look at the composite photo again, I can call her and ask her about it, if you guys remember that part. Okay, well, having facilities to treat ultraviolet ray exposure is nothing rare, but we keep records here on the hospitals on the island. I'll take a look at those. But don't get your hopes up. If it's a black marketplace running on its own, we probably won't have anything at all on it. Okay, ask. How about we show her the video memory? Oleen. I think I've heard of that. I think it might be a hospital on the island. Almost all of the development and administration of pharmaceuticals on the island takes place here. Okay, ask. Talk. About answering machine. Jamie, that message on your answering machine, wasn't that going a bit too far? Did I scare you? You bet you did. Were you worried? Yes, I was worried. How worried? Don't do this. Well, really, really worried, you know. Good. Would you cut the jokes like that? If the Snatchers ever actually got their hands on you, I don't even want to think about it as a joke. Okay, Gillian. My job. Jamie, I've learned the Snatchers have taken over a hospital somewhere on the island. I need your help in investigating this. All you have to do is ask, Gillian. I'll do anything to help out. Alright, I'm sorry, I'm not really sure if there is any such hospital. Okay. Don't worry, if I figure anything out, I'll give you a call. Now I've got a reason to talk to you again sometime. You silly, you don't have to have a reason to talk to me. You know, no, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Talk. My feelings. Jamie, this is something I've learned since we split up. Although my memories of our time together aren't coming back, my feelings of our time together never left. Gillian. Jamie, I'd really like to see you. When can we meet? Seeing you would just bring more pain, Gillian. Let's leave it at that. Oh. Okay. It's nice talking to you, Jamie. Bye for now. If I find anything out about the hospital, I'll give you a call. Thanks. I really need your help on this one. Talk to you later, Gillian. Bye. Yeah, it's kind of sad, you know? I don't know. I mean, it's sort of a really far out or whatever, you know, concept that they both have amnesia, but, all right. I guess that's fine. All right, so I don't think I could use Jordan for this. I asked her about it. She's going to look into it. We could try using Jordan. Please insert your ID. Welcome to Jordan. All right, I'll show you guys something kind of fun. Load ID file. Check this out. Enter name. Gillian. Cannot execute request. You do not possess a high enough security clearance to view this data. Isn't that fun? A minimum Class 7 ID is necessary to open this data gate. What? Why can't I get at this data? Another typo. Enter name. Jamie. Go. Cannot execute request. You do not possess a high enough security clearance. Minimum Class 7 ID is necessary. Why can't I access Jamie's data? For some reason, I can't get access to my own or Jamie's data. Who's got a Class 7 ID, the one you need to get at this data? There's nobody even close to that level in Junker headquarters. Not even the chief? That's correct. Metal, what about you? ... Okay. Don't you know anything about this? I know nothing. Nothing at all. Metal, are you in here? That would be really funny if he was. Metal. Metal Gear. Navigator Robot Junker Agency. Date of manufacturer September 13, 2047. Full name Navi Metal Gear Mark II. Designer Harry Benson. There's his height, length, and width, including CRT. Excellent. Okay. I guess that's good. I told you guys I would read you some of the stuff from here last time, so let's do it. Alright, so concerning Snatchers, right? Chronology. Snatcher history. December 22nd, 2044. First contact. A Bioroid's remains are recovered from the wreckage of SRS Flight 4003. Remember the big plane crash that starts Phantom Pain? Which crashed in the Rocco mountain range. February 18, 2045. A Snatcher which had killed and replaced, or snatched, the mayor of Neokobe, B. O'Connor. That's a reference to Sheriff Bull O'Connor, who was, in the 60s, he repressed, black people trying to get equal rights, basically. He would, look him up if you're curious about it. Is captured, but self-destructs during transport. In December, Neokobe is thrown into a panic over the problem. The witch hunts take place as people try to uncover and destroy imagined Snatchers. November 3rd, 2047, a well-known KBC newscaster is revealed to be a Snatcher and terminated. The remains self-destruct, preventing further analysis. November 15, 2047, the leader of a prominent revolutionary religious group is determined to be a Snatcher. During pursuit, the Snatcher's car crashes, destroying it in the resulting fire. November 20th, 2047, the former president of a biotechnology firm is uncovered as a Snatcher and terminated. During transport, the remains are stolen. So obviously, they steal Big Boss's remains and we've got the head of an arms company in MGS1. So yeah, I probably, again, don't have to point all this stuff out, but I think I like to imagine this as being a relatively exhaustive playthrough where I point out as much stuff as I can, just because that's sort of the whole project, right? Is doing this so you guys don't have to, I guess. All right. Concerning Snatchers, Bounty Hunter program. In order to elicit civilian support in the effort to combat Snatchers, the government instituted the following reward program. All eligible voters of Neokobe were given the right to register as bounty hunters. Registration involves a few simple tests and procedures: firearm license, psychological profile, junker test, etc. Actual rewards for Snatcher determination depend on individual circumstances. Government also provides numerous insurance benefits for those injured or killed while attempting to terminate a Snatcher. Okay, so I'm not going to do all of these. We will be here all day, but there's a lot of information here. Okay. Quit. So, who can we... Oh yeah, I guess we should talk to Napoleon about it. Wait. Let's go to the detective's room and call Napoleon. There is heavy interference from a number of sources here. We cannot use the video phone. Oh, wow, okay. Then let's go to engineering? How you doing, Gillian? Use metal gear. Actually, he asked me. Talk my feelings. Harry, I get really worried sometimes. I think I may shoot a real person by mistake. Oh, interesting. You could never kill a real person. You're too gentle, you know. On the other hand, if I were you, I'd worry about that gentleness costing you your life someday. Well, damn. Talk your feelings. Harry, do you think I can really make it as a junker? The Chief and I know a good kid when we see one. You'll do just fine. He's nice. Alright, can we use the video phone in here? Yes, we can. Cool. Ask metal number. Napoleon. Please, Gillian, you really should have it memorized by now. Yeah, see, back in those days, you memorized phone numbers. It's 395644. What number should I dial? What? You again? Sorry, you'd prefer a woman, I suppose? Whatever. Anyway, how about giving me the password? The revolution... Oh, that's an easy one, man. Is... ended. Can y'all tell that I have played this game a couple times? Alright, you passed, but we can't talk on the video phone. I'll meet you in the usual place. Sounds good, man. He hung up. What are you gonna do? Alright. Don't call. Move. Where would you like to go? I want to do something right quick. Go to computer room. Go use Jordan. Go use a card. Load fact file. I like that I can still make montages. I wonder if there's any Easter eggs there. Oh god. So concerning Junker, the HQ facilities. So the number. Wait, Junker HQ data. Right. 256128. 256128. All right. Okay. Call. 256128. What happens if I call this HQ? This is Snatcher 911. Wow, man. It's like in GTA 4. Again, GTA 4 obviously implemented it with much in a much more high-tech way that was way more realized. But like, think about this. This game came out in 1994. And you can call 911. I mean, I have no idea when you can use this or what it does. This phone call is automatically recorded. Please clearly explain your situation in 30 seconds or less. The computer in Junker HQ will process and respond urgently to your situation. That is badass. Please speak in a calm, clear voice. Okay, go ahead. Understood and recorded. Okay, so that's probably all it does, but that's just a cool detail. I like it. Okay, don't call. Move. Where would you like to go? To the front, please. We're at the reception area. Move. Where shall we go? Turbo cycle. Please be careful, Gillian. Alright, we boarded the turbo cycle. Where would you like to go? Let's go to Alton Plaza. Here we go. Yeah, like there's a couple side quests in Alton Plaza, and if you can believe this, even though I've probably played this game 10 times, I have not actually done all the side quests. There's still content that I'm finding in this game, let alone in something like the Phantom Pain. Alright, we've arrived at Alton Plaza. What would you like to do? Exit. Oh my god. This is Alton Plaza. I wonder if Napoleon's here. Gee, look. Nearby people. Crowds of busy year-end shoppers are milling about everywhere. Yeah, there's a side quest here with a fortune teller. And I think there's one more, but I can't remember. Investigate nearby people. There are no suspicious types in the area. What about the Santa? There could be a Snatcher among them, you know. That's true, but it's too frightening to think about. Metal. Okay. Look. Area? It's Christmas everywhere you look. Even Santa Claus is here. Look. Santa Claus. A man dressed as Santa Claus is handing out tissues as an advertisement. That's Santa Claus. What's wrong? Nothing. Probably just my imagination. You know that even in Phantom Pain, when you discover a clue, like if you zoom in, it makes that noise like boom, and it reminds me of Snatcher. All right, shall we check them out? Investigate. Wait, Konami 34567 Hold on. I can call Konami. Wait. 4, I think it is. Okay. It was 3456. Wait. I want to make sure I see that again before. Didn't it say 34567 or something like that? Let's just try it. All right. Call 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Did that work? This is Miss Hayasaka at Konami. Thanks for your continued support. Oh my god. Oh man, this is awesome. Finally, Konami's famous Snatcher will be released worldwide. We're so happy that Konami fans and fanatics will now be able to play this game. Although the characters in this game are all fictitious, after playing the game, I really felt that I knew the characters as real people. Also, this is the first game I've ever played that continually gave me strong feelings, just like watching a great movie. Gillian Seed, a man without memories, the romance of all the beautiful women around him. Also, the enigmatic bounty hunter, Random Hajil, and who could ever forget Gillian's sidekick, Metal Gear Mark II. I felt sad when things went bad for the characters, and I also learned many things about love and friendship. I'm sure everyone has seen a movie, read a book, or heard music that stays with you, and that you never forget. Snatcher is that type of work. I hope it is for you too. Aww. I'm very grateful I was able to meet all of you in this game, and I want to continue helping to bring you exciting and moving software, so keep rooting for us. Ganbate, Miss Hayasaka. Bye-bye now. Okay, that was adorable. Awesome Easter egg. You see what I'm saying? Like, these games are just fun, just for the Easter eggs alone. Don't call. All right. Now, remember, I've been bringing up throughout this, like, things you're going to want to remember for police knots, and I think there's an ad here for, like, going to an off-world colony, and that game takes place on a space station, so I think it's a little bit of I think they do some callbacks to this game in that one. They definitely do. I've already explained all this, though, so let's just keep going. Okay, look. Santa Claus. Many such promotional Santa Clauses appear this time of the year. That's true, but that one, if it bothers you that much, why don't we investigate him? Okay, investigate Santa Claus. Let's check out the Santa. Let's go.
Wait a minute, you're no Santa.
How'd you guess?
What are you doing in that outfit?
What are you talking about? Ugh,
Jeez.
I'm quitting this job. It's too dangerous. Somebody's after me. I'm gonna end up dead, just like Gibson.
Okay. Ask about Napoleon. Are you alright? Why don't you just go ahead and tell us who you really are, Napoleon? One of these days I'll have to tell you why I'm called Napoleon. I'd love to hear that. Investigate? Well, first let's take a look at him. The costume. It's a traditional Santa Claus costume. Look, Napoleon. A Chinese Santa, eh? Somehow you just don't fit the image. Okay. Well, I'm so sorry to disappoint you. I think I mentioned earlier that, like, racism and those kinds of things are a major theme for the game. So it's not just randomly racist for no reason. It's Please don't take it out of context. Okay. Ask about illicit hospital. I need some information about underground hospitals. Besides all of the legit hospitals, there are scores of those underground places all over the city. You'll never be able to find them all. Okay, well, have you seen show video memory, Little John? Oleen Hospital. Yeah, about Oleen. Before that, why don't we take care of business? Of course, of course. Why? How could? Where are my manners? Use cash. Damn, take it. Thanks a bundle. You been around Snatchers, my dude? You got a cold there, Napoleon? Some kind of allergy, I guess. I always get this way in the winter. An allergen that only operates in the winter, that could be Snow 9, you know. One can always pick up traces of Snow 9 wherever Snatchers appear. It's this sneezing. It just goes on and on. Possessions. Show. The chess piece. For the life of me, I can't figure out what this chess piece is supposed to mean. I wonder what that is. He has no idea. Ask about Snow 9. It's a man-made strain that was developed by the military years ago as a defensive weapon to help protect bases and the like. So obviously, Phantom Pain. I don't even have to say it. But wasn't all of it disposed of long ago? Yes, but I hear talk that somebody started cultivating it again about 3 years ago. 3 years ago, that's about the same time the Snatchers first appeared. Ask about Snow 9. Apparently that stuff grows back quickly even after it's cleaned out. The areas it grows in are off limits, but the wind brings it right into the city. Oh geez, ask about Snow 9. Apparently that's... Okay, wait, he already says that. Ask about Oleen. It may not be the one you're looking for, but I know an Oleen Hospital. Okay. Oleen Hospital. Hey, I'm not doing this for fun, you know. You're gonna have to do a little better than that. You greedy bitch. Alright, use some cash. Just as greedy as ever, eh? Here, take it. Thank you very much. Sounds pretty bad. Ask about Oleen Hospital. I don't know too much about it, but it's over in the RF district. Why don't you go check it out? Okay, that's awesome. Anything else? That's all I know. You'll have to do the rest yourself. Okay, wait a second. You might be able to learn something about these illicit operations by checking up on pharmaceutical orders. After all, almost all of the drugs used on the island are manufactured here as well. Yeah, when we get to Police Council, a big part of the game is about pharmacology, so... That's right, all the pharmaceuticals on the island are distributed or manufactured by Kobe Pharmaceuticals. I've got Jamie checking into it for me.
Alright, I've had it. Don't call me anymore, okay?
Wait a minute, Napoleon. I'll keep any snatchers off your back.
They're after both of us. You better worry about watching your own back. Oh, by the way, here. A little Christmas present for you.
What? Tissues?
See ya. Merry Christmas.
Well, now he's gone.
No surprise there. He's got plenty of reason to be scared. Besides, I got the information I needed.
There's an advertisement on the back of that pack of tissues.
This is an ad for outer heaven. Just how many different jobs does that guy have?
Oh, I love this game. Okay, well, let's go to the hospital, shall we? Oleen Hospital. Alright, now heading for Hospital Oleen. We've arrived at Oleen Hospital. What would you like to do? Let's go. Okay, this is not the same one. This is the Oleen Hospital Napoleon told us about. Let's look at our video memory. That's the visual image that was recovered from Little John's memory. The sign on Little John's memory is written in a totally different style. Investigate video memory. It appears to read Oleen Hospital, and it's no doubt the neon sign to some hospital. Look. Hospital. There's a neon sign on the roof of the building. The entrance appears to be at the front. Look. Billboard. I wonder what they specialize in. There are no signs or anything. That's because it's one of the illicit places. Oh? You sure about that? Smell. Doesn't smell like a hospital usually does. It's more like the smell of filth. We can't know unless we go in. Gillian, be very careful. Look. Door? It's an automatically opening double door. Investigate the door. This is odd. They seem to be using pressure plate sensors rather than more modern infrared. In other words, things haven't changed much since they opened. Must have been here a while. Could this be the Snatcher maintenance facility that Gibson described? Look. Neon sign. It says Hospital Oleen. Is this really the place we're looking for? Investigate the neon sign. The neon sign appears different from the one on Little John's memory. Is this really the hospital we saw? Look. Window. The lights are on, and there are signs of people inside. It looks like they're open. Investigate the window. It's covered with heavy metal screening. Investigate the hospital. All the windows and other openings have heavy metal screens covering them. Move. Go inside. I'll open the door. Are you ready? Yeah, go ahead. We're in the hospital. This would appear to be the reception area. Look, a round room. This room seems to be a waiting area. Smell. Ooh, it really smells in here. Look, a round room. It appears to be a smaller establishment than I thought. Look, nearby people. Everybody's holding an animal of some sort. Look, small animals. The parrot. That appears to be one of those super memory parrots. People use these birds frequently now when they study foreign languages or have other sounds they want to record. So it's a little detail in the Japanese version of Metal Gear Solid 2. But EE's parrot, it says, But anyway, obviously, yeah, the parrot in MGS2 and 3 is weirdly enough a callback to this. I think the point is that it's like a clue that EE is using the bird while like working on GW, small animals, the penguin. It's a Magellanic Kobe penguin. They were developed in 33 as a breed which could thrive in tropical and temperate climates. Okay, look at the dog. That's one of those humming dogs, you know, the ones that have had their larynxes modified to help eliminate sound pollution. I didn't get a chance to look at it, but at Gibson's house, they had like bioengineered like thorns in the grass to make it harder for like people to break into the house. Investigate around the room. The reception area is just inside the entrance on the front side of the building. Well, I suppose I could show... Yeah, that makes sense. I'm looking for a hospital with this sign. Well, it's not the one for this place. Looks kind of similar, though. There you
Snatchers
go.
cannot tolerate dogs. It is improbable that this is their skin cancer treatment center.
Looks like we barked up the wrong tree here. So, now we're back to square one, huh?
Don't become too discouraged. We still have many leads. Let's head back to the turbo cycle.
All right, there you go.
Oleen Hospital.
Unfortunately, this wasn't the place.
You're right, Metal. Okay, let's go.
Gillian, it's the emergency line from HQ. I'll connect you.
Gillian, I'm glad I got you. I got a call from Katrina. She said she has something she needs to give you.
Something to give me? What in the world?
She seemed really scared. Kept saying that Alice was barking.
When did she call?
About 30 minutes or so ago.
Damn.
Gillian, we should hurry.
Yeah, Katrina's in trouble.
All right, let's go to Gibson's house. Get us to Gibson's house now, Metal. Set the automatic traffic control system to give us absolute priority. 10-4. God, I hope she's safe. All right, now heading for Jean-Jack Gibson's house. Here we go. All right, we've arrived. Now, let's see. Oh, right. Look, house. It seems like someone's home, but something's odd. So remember, we got a distress call from Katrina. Investigate? House? Something's odd here. Please use caution, Gillian. Okay, can we just go inside? No. Let's try knocking. Katrina, are you here? There's no answer. Knock again. Katrina, Katrina. There's no answer. Let's check the door. Okay. Look. The door. One can see that the lights are on from out here. Okay. Look. Oh, listen. It's very faint, but I can hear something which sounds like human voices. Wait, what? No kidding. Look. Window? The lights are on. Perhaps Katrina's home. Investigate the window. It appears normal. There's no sign it was damaged. Investigate the door. It's not locked. Oh yeah, you know, one thing that it occurs to me is I should probably have mentioned, like, it's a really good idea if you want to understand this game to at least see a playthrough of the serial, what was it called? The Portopia Murders? Which is a Yuji Horii game from, I think, 1981? Maybe it was 1984, actually. But anyway, it was a really big influence on Hideo Kojima. And it was a murder mystery adventure game, just like Snatcher. So, look. Actually, the Portopia Serial Murders has a really cool ending where you're in this maze and it goes in first person. I really like that part. Okay. Area? Everything appears to be in order, but still. Well, you said the door is open. Here we go. Go inside. All right, I'll open the door. Are you ready? Yep, open it. We've entered Gibson's living room. What about Katrina? Where is she? I don't see her. This is rather troubling. Look around the room. There's no one here. Perhaps she's been hidden or captured. Look. Monitor. The television and data terminals are still on. So, turn this slightly down. Apologize. Okay, ooh, call? Katrina? I'm worried about Katrina. Let's see if she's in here. Good idea. Katrina, answer if you can hear me. There's no answer. Apparently she cannot hear you. Move to the study. Let's check out the study. Oh. Huh? What the? My goodness, what a shambles. Somebody's turning the place upside down. The Snatchers, they must have been looking for something. Look. The sofa. The hard leather has been torn to shreds. Investigate. Around the room. Everything appears to have been smashed and broken. Investigate. The PC-68. The machine's a total loss. It's a good thing we already read the file on the disk. Look at the PC-68. The monitor's broken. Maybe they're trying to destroy some kind of data on themselves. We can't read it off the disk anymore, but I have it stored in my memory. Don't worry. Alright, cool. Look around the room. Yeah. Based on the condition of this room, it looks like they were looking for something. I wonder what. I don't know, but it could be the same thing we're looking for. Investigate. Around the room. Everything appears to have been smashed and broken. Call? Katrina? Katrina, are you in here? It's me, Gillian. There's no answer. Something must have happened. Look. I'm trying to remember how to do this part. Investigate. I want to say around the room. No. Look around the room. Alright, maybe if we move backyard garden. Let's take a look at the garden. Alice should be out there. Oh, this is the garden. Where's Alice? Alice is missing too. Shit. Area. There's nobody in the area. Investigate area. Nothing unusual. It seemed almost too quiet out here. This garden doesn't lead anywhere. It was Alice's own private space. There was no way Alice could have gotten out without going through the study. Call? Alice? Alice may be in earshot. Why don't you call her? Come on, Alice. Come here, girl. There was no sign of her. She rather likes people, so she would no doubt come out if she was here. Look. Ground? Look, there's a collar on the ground. Look at collar. It's Alice's magnetic collar. Special devices around their yard prevent the dog from going beyond their property if it's wearing this collar. Investigate the collar. It appears to have been torn apart. Alice is a Doberman. That's not exactly the kind of dog that goes down easy. That's true. If she was facing a human. Oh no. Investigate around the room. The lights have been left on. What could have happened to Katrina? Investigate the window? What's this? I thought this was a window, but there's another shelf here. Why didn't I notice this sooner? Okay. Investigate shelf. A model of a house is on the shelf. Look, again the theme of appearances being deceiving. Model. It's a perfect miniature of Gibson's house. It's made from a cast, but the detail is excellent. Investigate the model. It's a music box, but there's nothing inside it. I didn't know Gibson had made a model of his house. It appears something was kept inside it. This model may have some connection with our investigation. True, after all, John left that search the house memo. This may be what he was referring to. Still, we have to find Katrina. You know what I noticed playing Death Stranding today, by the way, also, is that the little hand on the, I don't actually know what it's called, so I'm sorry. I'm like still combing through the lore and some of that game. But the Odradek scanner, right? The hand, there's a part in the game where you can shine a light with it. There's a part in this game where you shine a light with metal, and that whole thing, like where it's pointing in the direction of the enemy and stuff. If you if you play Death Stranding after you watch me play this, or you play this yourself, you'll realize like that whole thing is a reference back to Metal Gear. All right, look, and by Metal Gear I mean Metal Gear Mark II from Snatcher. Sorry. All right, model. It's a perfect miniature of Gibson's house. It's made from a cast, but the detail is excellent. Investigate the model. Okay, we did this. We did this. All right. Look. No. Investigate the shelf. The house model is the only thing on the shelf. Its size fits the shelf perfectly. Achoo. Gillian, that sneeze. Maybe Snow 9. Wait a moment. Let me analyze the air in the room. Analysis complete. It's a very slight amount, but there are definitely traces of Snow 9 here. Okay. It would appear that Snatchers have definitely been here. What about communications? Can you transmit? Yes, the Snow 9 isn't dense enough to block communications. Okay. So someone I should call? Who would I? Shoot. Look around the room? No. Move. Living room? Look. Model. It's a perfect miniature of Gibson's house. It's made from a cast, but the detail is excellent. Investigate that model. Okay. Nothing inside the music box. Around the room, there's no one here. Perhaps she's been hidden or captured. Okay. Investigate. Window? No. Ah, let's see her, girl. No sign of her. Something must have happened here. Shit. Study. Oh,
Use extreme caution. The signal is coming from outside the window.
It's Alice!
The dog is dead. Body temperature suggests it was killed about 10 minutes ago. No doubt the work of snatchers.
Scum! No reason to kill the poor animal. Katrina! Where's Katrina?
We can leave the cleanup here to the junk crews. We should look for Katrina.
Judging from the mess they made here, it looks like they were looking for something. We're quite upset that they couldn't find it.
Perhaps that means that Katrina is still safe.
That's true. If they had her, there'd be no need to turn the place upside down like this.
Perhaps Katrina took whatever they were looking for and fled.
I bet you're right, Metal. We've got to find her before they do. Let's get back to the turbo cycle.
This is the reception area. Welcome back, Gillian. How is the investigation coming? Have you been able to contact Katrina yet? Okay. Let's talk to her about Katrina. That's kind of cool that you can confide in different characters. I feel like they would develop that more with the codec contacts in like Metal Gear Solid 1, where I feel like, you know, the more that you call, I think you have to call Nastasha Romanenko a lot for her to talk to you about how her parents, I believe her parents died in Chernobyl. Anyway, judging from the condition of the apartment, I'd say they were looking for something. Gillian, please find Katrina. Why don't we stop by my apartment? Good idea. It might be worthwhile to search the neighborhood. Let's go, Metal. Understood. Setting course for your apartment. Okay, I figured it out. See, in some ways, it can kind of mess you up having already played the game, because you may remember it in the wrong order or something. I apologize. Okay, here we are. We've arrived at your house. Exit turbo cycle. This is your apartment building.
Wait a sec. My lights are on. That's weird. I know I shut them off before I left.
Be careful. A snatcher may be in your apartment.
Searching the place, maybe? I don't have any evidence up there.
Alright, let's look. Gillian's room. It's hard to tell from here, but the lights are definitely on. Investigate. Gillian's room. I can't limit the movement sensor to just your apartment. What about your infrared sensor? I don't read anything. Apparently nobody's near the window. Look. Gillian's room. Somebody appears to be in the apartment. Investigate door. Metal, check the status of the door of my apartment from here. Alright, now accessing the building security system. Gillian, it's open. What? I know I locked it before I left. Go inside. I'll open the door. Are you ready? Yeah, open it. This is the living room.
I hear something.
This time I can hear it too.
I read motion. Something is in there.
All right, Metal. Lock the front door. We're not letting anything out of here.
Smell? What's that smell? A snatcher? I'm not sure, but I've smelled that before somewhere. Smell. What is that smell? Something's in there. Listen. The sound seems to be coming from the bathroom. All right.
I'll open the blinds by altering the electrical polarity. Are you ready?
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. Now opening the blinds.
Whoa!
You pervert! Get out of here!
Of course. Of course.
I hope you learned your lesson, Gillian.
Screw you.
You definitely had that coming to you.
Oh, yeah? Well, I didn't exactly see you close your eyes either.
That is because my optical sensors are not equipped with retractable shutters.
Oh,
Whatever.
shut up. You know exactly what I mean.
Here comes Katrina.
I can't believe you did that, Gillian.
You see, I was just...
Face up to it like a man.
You shut up. I'm just glad that you're safe, Katrina.
I was so frightened. I just looked up your address and I let myself in. I'm sorry. Did I surprise you?
Surprise me? You bet you surprised me.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. By the way, how did you get in?
Hey, I'm the daughter of a junker. I can pick locks in my sleep.
I see. And you avoided the censors as well. You may have a promising career ahead of you.
The 90s, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh.
Okay. Talk. Katrina, maybe you should get some clothes on. I just took a shower. I'm a little hot. I'd like to stay like this. Okay, great. No, I'm not going to investigate the bath towel. Talk about Alice. It's about Alice. What's wrong with her? You see, Alice is... Gillian. What's wrong? Forget it. I'll tell you later. You're weird. No. No, I don't. This is a minefield everywhere I look. No. Talk. Katrina. Katrina, I really can loan you some of my clothes. I might take you up on that in a few minutes. No, you're just fine the way you are. I am not touching that. About Alice. Alice is a fine dog, isn't she? She's my only family now. Okay. Well, I can't tell her that the dog is dead. Yeah. Katrina, you'll catch a cold. Okay, Gillian, I'll borrow some of your clothes. Wait a sec. Before that, we need to talk. About what? About what? Ask? Fine. How old are you? Oh, okay. That's nice. Uh-huh. Is that... Okay. Okay. About video phone. About that phone call. Would you tell me what that was all about? That's right. When I was straightening up the living room, I found this inside that model of our house. What? What is it? Please. Please save me from this. Oh yeah, there was a model of Gibson's house on the shelf, wasn't there? It's a list of hospitals. It appears to be a list of illicit medical facilities. It lists the name of the hospital, its director's name, its address, and area of specialty. Well then, the Snatcher's place, the one that Gibson found, must be on this list. So that's what that search the house note that Gibson left meant. He was just a little too clever this time. Will that list be of any help? This list has over 3,000 places listed on it. We could never hit them all. We need some other information to narrow it down. What about the image from Little John's memory? That should be the key. If you type in the name of the hospital, I'll scan the list for you. Okay. No. The hospital list? Can I take a look at that hospital list? Go ahead, take a look. Look for a clue. Okay, what name does Oleen bring to mind? That sign is definitely for that hospital, right? The visual image of Oleen is almost certainly correct. Investigate list. Let's see if we can find the Snatcher's hospital on this list. What about that hospital that was in Little John's memory? Why don't you give a name similar to the one on the sign? Give me a name along the lines of the one on the sign. The sign said Oleen, didn't it? Input the name of the hospital you want to search for. Queens. There it is. Sorry. It's here. Queens Hospital. Great. You found it, Gillian. So the neon tube was burned out, eh? And there were more letters to the word than shown in the picture. So Queens looked like Oleen. That's what the chess piece was trying to tell us.
What's the address of that hospital?
CX District, PHC 77. The director is Chinese. Name, Chin Shu Oh.
Chin Shu Oh. He's probably a snatcher, too. So we finally found their nest.
All right.
Gillian, please be careful.
Don't worry, Katrina. You're safe now. They won't be coming after you.
Just to be on the safe side, we will have Kobe police take you into protective custody.
Gillian, I'm sorry about the way I reacted in the shower. Maybe if your timing had been a little better, we might have...
Don't worry about it, Katrina. I think I needed a cold shower anyway.
I'm just so confused. I don't want to lose anybody else.
All right, let's go, Metal. We have to pay a visit to Queen's Hospital.
All right, Queen's Hospital it is. All right, now heading for Queen's Hospital. We've arrived at Queen's Hospital. What would you like to do? We're going to exit. And I'm going to... Oh, that sign. That's the one that was in Little John's memory. No mistake. All right, I'm going to save. Ah, yes. We just got to Queen's Hospital, yeah? All right, look. Building. The building dates from the 20th century. There is no sign that they are in business. Interesting. Look. Neon. This sign looks like it says Oleen even from quite close. Oh, you see how it's flickering in and out? That's a nice touch. Investigate. Building. Although it's quite aged, it appears to have been adequately maintained. The only entrance appears to be at the front of the building. Look. Door. It's an old-style electronic locked door. You see that pyramidal structure in the back? That's a Blade Runner reference, of course. Yet again. Investigate. Door? Door is locked, but even I can open a mechanism this simple. Don't set off any burglar alarms or anything. Okay. Shall we go inside? I'll enter Queen's Hospital's security program and disable the lock. Lock disabled. Alright, I'll open the door. We're inside the hospital. Awfully dark. We're in room number 1. Look around the room. There's an operating table. It would appear that this room was used for surgery or treatment of some kind. So here they introduce a theme that I think will come back in Kojima's other games, and it's one of my favorites. It's sort of like facing down your fears. It's sort of like how, you know, in the boss fight with Solidus, the best way to win against him, especially in phase 2, is to just hold your block up and then just confront him head on, basically. And in this, you have to go through this. Well, I'll explain more. I don't want to spoil. Just hold on. I'm getting ahead of myself. There's an operating table. It would appear that this room was used for surgery or treatment of some kind. Look. Ceiling. X-ray equipment is installed into the walls. Look. Monitors. It's a virtual reality monitor to support the surgeon as he conducts the operation. Investigate the operating table. It's an adjustable bed, but it's covered with dust. There's no sign it's been used recently. Okay. Look. Operating table. There's a layer of dust. Look around. Now looking about the room. Everything seems to be in order. Alright, we're going to exit. Okay, let's use the switches. We'll shut that one for now. And we will use switch number 2. And we will go inside. We're in room number 2. Look around the room. It appears to be some kind of research facility for biological experiments. Alright, we're going to exit here for now. Use the switches. Shut switch 2. And we're going to use switch 3. Let's go in. Door 3. It's totally dark in here. I can't see a thing. I have a light installed just for situations like this. Please use it if necessary. And I mentioned this before, but this is Death Stranding. They do a callback to this because your Odor deck has a light. All right, the light is now on. I turn control of it over to you, Gillian. You operate it like this. Yeah. Okay. What is that? It's a vase. There are no flowers in it. So the way this whole section works reminds me a lot of when you use the int scope in Phantom Pain and you call codec, like situationally, you know? You use the codec situationally, rather. It's a vase. There are no flowers in it. Investigate. It's a completely ordinary vase. Does that look familiar to you guys? Okay, what's this? A whiteboard. Remember the whiteboard when we get to police knots. The type used for messages, lectures, or other functions. Okay. What about investigate? It's a whiteboard with a copy prevention device installed. Okay, nothing on it, I guess. Hello. A picture of some kind of temple. It looks somewhat Islamic. I think I've seen this thing somewhere before. Damn, I just can't remember. No, is that in Moscow? It's a very old photograph. Judging from the condition of the inks and paper, I would suspect it's at least 50 years old. What's a picture like this doing on the wall here? Metal, what is this a photo of? One moment, please. I'll scan my data files. I have a positive ID. It's the Cathedral of St. Basil. It's a famous cathedral that was a Moscow landmark before the catastrophe. St. Basil's Cathedral. Have I heard of that? I can't seem to remember. Come to think of it, there was a map of Moscow on the wall in Freddie Nielsen's apartment, wasn't there? Moscow, eh? What connection do the Snatchers have with Moscow? I've stored this photo in my memory. Okay. Let's investigate it.
There seems to be a scrap of paper caught between these two drawers. The others are empty. It appears that someone tried to straighten up in a hurry.
Let me see that paper.
Here it is.
What? What is this? It looks like Chinese or something. Metal translated.
Okay, let's see. Patient record, first examination. I'm not familiar with the next 5 characters. It's the first time I've ever seen any of them.
I thought you were supposed to be really good at Chinese.
My strongest areas are in chop suey, egg foo young, and wontons.
Okay.
Rare Chinese characters. Or maybe some kind of code? At any rate, this is definitely part of someone's chart. If we can figure out these characters, we may be able to uncover another Snatcher.
What do you suppose happened to the other records?
Looks like someone cleaned them out of here. Maybe they knew we were coming.
Somehow I get the feeling that the Snatchers know what we're up to. I'll store the fragment of the file.
All right. What do we have here? There's something on the desk. Investigate. A box of matches. These are from Outer Heaven. Outer Heaven seems to be quite a popular spot with our Snatcher friends. I would suspect that they go there to select their victims. I will store these matches as evidence. Alright. Metal shutting his light off. Now, 644.
The number you have reached is not in service at this time. Please check the number and dial again. This is a recording. JT&T Neo Kobe.
That's funny. I'm sure I got the number right. Perhaps the Snatchers have killed Napoleon too. What's this symbol? Of course. It looks vaguely familiar. Where in the world is Napoleon gone? Gee, I wonder where. A wolfman. Aha, now I understand. Gillian, I know where Napoleon is. Have you figured it out? Let's hurry up and head there. Well, look who it is. Investigate. Barker. Hey, are you who I think you are? Hey, what are you doing? Lay off. Investigate. Barker. If you don't lay off, I'll have to call someone out here. Look. Barker. It's that doorman with the wolf makeup again. Talk? You really remind me of somebody I know. I bet that's you, right, Napoleon? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anybody named Napoleon. I know it's you, Napoleon. Now cut the stupid act. I'm afraid you've got the wrong man, sir. Come on, Napoleon, what's the problem? Stop this nonsense. Hey, I'm just the doorman. Napoleon, that's you, right? What a bother. Do you have any proof that this Napoleon and I are the same person? Everything will be fine. I guarantee your safety. Don't worry. Now take that mask off. You're gonna have to show me some proof, sir. Proof? You want proof? Give proof. Smell. You smell like him. Gillian, what did Napoleon smell like? You shut up. So what? What's that supposed to mean? Give proof. Body type? That's it, you and he are the same height. Is that the best reading you've got? Give proof. Vocal pattern? Yeah, you have the same voice, that's it. Is that the best you've got? That's it, Metal. Analyze his voice print against that of Napoleon. I'm sorry, Gillian. I haven't stored any of Napoleon's voice data. I won't let it happen again. Well, that's really too bad. Okay. Accent? I know, the two of you talk the same. If that's proof, then I'm a policeman. Personality? Yeah, that wormy, untrustworthy attitude of yours is just like him. Is that the best reason you've got? Achoo! Excuse me. Give proof. The sneeze. Now I've got it. It's that sneeze. I remember you sneeze just like him. He has hay fever. Well, it's... Achoo. Alright, you win. I've had enough fun for now. I just wanted to play with you for a bit. Nice work, Gillian. You're a first-rate junker. Go on in. So I don't think I have to point out all the Kojima games where there are two characters who are actually one, but... Okay.
Have a seat, Gillian. We're safer in a crowded place like this.
Jeez, you really had me fooled. 2 roles in 1.
Gesundheit.
Well, you know, you gotta understand. Being an informer isn't exactly the safest job on the planet, you know. That's why it's important to be a master of disguise, like me.
Yeah, but I feel pretty stupid. I mean, all that time I was asking you about where Jean went, I didn't realize I was asking someone who actually worked there.
Hey, I was just as surprised as you were. But I didn't know that Gibson had been here. You see, I wasn't working that day.
Anyhow, it's not masquerade night today. Why don't you take that mask off, Napoleon? It's a little unnerving sitting here talking to a wolf.
All right. I suppose there's no harm there. Boy, you really work up a sweat in these full-face masks.
Oh, boy. Maybe you should have left that on.
What? Still, you did a nice job of figuring out who I was.
Come on, Napoleon. That stupid phone recording with the wolf man? JT&T would never do anything that tasteless. Besides, what really tipped me off was that constant sneezing of yours.
Sneezes, eh? Well, listen, you want me to tell you why I'm called Napoleon?
Because winter gets the best of you. Napoleon Bonaparte sent his enormous army into Russia in 1812, but suffered a major defeat because of the snow.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, the sneezing isn't a cold. It's my allergy to snow 9 pollen. So, anyhow, what did you want to know?
I've got a couple of questions to ask you.
Fire away.
All right, we're gonna ask. Sure, we can ask about his background. You're Chinese, right? That's right. Purebred, I might add. I came to Hideo Kojima just after I turned 20. Ask about his background. My only memories of the place are from after they lost the war. It wasn't a pretty picture. I'll tell you, the catastrophe really changed my life. Everything about it. That was a crazy time. Okay. Look. No. We gotta show him. Show him, the matches first, I guess. Yeah, those are our matches. How's that for the nostalgic approach, eh? We only give them out to our regulars. So that means that somebody from Queen's Hospital comes here. Okay. Show. This maybe Lucasland instead of Disney World. I heard that they closed down about 3 years ago, but I guess that wasn't the case. Show. So he thinks it's like a replica, but it's the real thing. That's funny. Patient record. Would you take a good look at this for me? What's it mean? You're Chinese, right? Ah, so we have an interpreter mission. Like in Phantom Pain, right? Well, I'm not surprised that you had trouble with this. What's that mean? These are Chinese characters for chemical elements, hardly in standard use. If I wasn't a science major, I probably wouldn't know them myself. It's a simple code using the characters. Okay. Can you tell me more? They're Chinese characters for chemical elements, hardly in standard use. Right. So what is it? Meaning of the code. What's this about Chinese chemical element characters? What do you mean? The character on the far left is beryllium. The next one and the very last one are nitrogen. The third one stands for sulfur. The fourth one is oxygen. Beryllium, nitrogen, sulfur, oxygen. I've got it. Gillian, let's go over the names of these elements, shall we? Infer? Whose name is on this file? Please input your guess.
So that's it. Benson. Beryllium is Be, nitrogen is N, sulfur is S, and oxygen is O. And another N makes Benson. The name Benson was encoded on this file.
Benson. I sure hope it is not referring to the chief, Benson Cunningham.
Or to our friendly engineer, Mr. Harry Benson. No, that couldn't be. No way!
But the possibility, though remote, does exist.
Metal, I want you to cut off all your data transmissions to headquarters now.
Understood. Now disabling automatic transmission routines. Done. No further data transmissions to headquarters will be executed.
My God, a Snatcher in Junker headquarters? We've got to get there quick. Let's go, Metal.
See you later, Junker. Today's little information tidbit is on me. Now take care, Gillian. Don't get yourself taken out by some snatcher. I think I'll lay low for a while. You know, after all, you are my main source of income.
You be careful too, Napoleon. You get killed and you won't be able to sneeze anymore.
What's that supposed to mean?
See you, Napoleon. Metal, let's go.
Gillian is such a dork, and that's why I love him. Welcome back, Gillian. How's the investigation coming? Mika, the Chief, and Harry, the Chief and Harry are out right now, I think. Oh, really? Talk. Contents of patient record. I've broken the code that was on that patient record. It was the patient's name. In other words, I've uncovered a possible snatcher. What? Who? Oh my God, it's not someone I know, is it? I don't know their full name, but the name Benson was written on the file. In other words, Benson Cunningham, the chief, or our friendly engineer, Harry Benson. Talk. So that's the situation. You be careful too, Mika. I can't believe it. I know you don't want to believe it, but we're dealing with snatchers. That's the way they operate. Ask about Chief. Whereabouts. The chief is out right now. I don't know when he'll be back. Ask about Harry. Whereabouts. Harry's out. He seemed to be going after the chief when he left, said he had to check on something. About Harry's condition. He's been a little restless lately. He seemed to be investigating something. Ask Harry's. No, sorry. Now you mentioned he has been gone for several hours. Ask about Chief's condition. The chief has been really busy lately. He'll be attending the Kyoto Summit next month, and he's had a lot of meetings and stuff related to that. Ask Kyoto Summit. The Kyoto Summit? What's that? It's the annual summit of the leaders of the world's advanced countries. It will be taking place in Old Kyoto this year. Ask Kyoto Summit. One of the topics on this year's agenda is the Snatcher Menace. Other countries are starting to worry that Snatchers are not just a Neo Kobe problem anymore. So I think that there are several Metal Gear games that take place like on the verge of a major like summit or talk or meeting, right? Ask Kyoto Summit. Right. Okay. We're gonna move. Let's go to the engineering room. This is engineering. So either the chief or Harry is a Snatcher. Let's look for evidence. We have to proceed with the investigation with the utmost care at this point. Let's start the search with this room here. Look. Desktop. There's something on the desk. There's a box of matches and a memo. Look. Memo. It says face to face. Remember in MGS5? You met with him face to face, right? Face to face. Look. Matches. Outer Heaven's logo appears on the box. What? Outer Heaven matches? Harry had Outer Heaven matches? Investigate the memo. It's in Harry's handwriting. I wonder if it's some kind of message. This face-to-face thing has got to be the key. We have to search in areas that this brings to mind. It probably means either search for face-to-face or watch out for face-to-face, or something like that. Hang on to this memo for me, Metal. Alright, I'll store this memo as evidence. This is the chief's office. He's not in at the moment. So both of them are out. Alright, let's try this last room. Look. Picture. Wait a minute. Do you notice anything odd about this picture? Look. Doesn't it look like a face to you? A face? I don't get it. Look. Picture. Look, it looks like a face. Investigate. Picture. This has always bothered me. Don't you think this picture seems a little out of place with the atmosphere of this room? Yeah, that'd always bug me too. This is engineering. Harry's not in. Alright, look. Photo. It's a picture from Harry's childhood. Investigate. Photo. If we could see the entire photo, we could determine who Harry's parents are. Look. Matches. Outer Heaven's logo appears on the box. Investigate the matches. It's definitely a box of the matches that Outer Heaven gives away to its regular customers. Harry's the only one in headquarters who smokes. This is what I left behind. I can't believe Harry might be a Snatcher. But he had matches from Outer Heaven. No, I can't believe that Harry could be a Snatcher. Let's hang on to these. That will not be necessary. They are identical to the ones we already have. I'm constantly recording everything that happens. It will be a burden on the investigation. I pointed out earlier, in case you missed it, that in Phantom Pain and in Peace Walker, they established that in the Metal Gear Solid universe, everything's being recorded as well. So let's put them here. Benson Cunningham. Lead Special Anti-Snatcher Force, Foxhound before being named Junker Chief. Oh. So he's a former head of Foxhound, huh? Also served as tactical instructor in Foxhound Special Forces in the 20s. Participated in 2033 Wellington Olympics in Judo. Wow, okay. That's pretty epic. What about Harry? Judo obviously is all over the place in Metal Gear Solid. Harry Benson. Okay, he's 55. Originally member of government science team to combat Snatchers before its combination with police to form Junker Agency. Parents die in the catastrophe. Harry taken into government custody. Earns PhD from Michigan State University at age 14. Oh, so he's a prodigy, kind of like EE was. Gains widespread attention for his development of weapons during World War III. Joins NASA following the war and contributes to Ramjet engine development team. 3 Nobel Prizes, 1 Fields Prize. So he's very similar to some of the other scientists we've seen in Kojima's games, like any of the Emmerichs, or Keo Marv, or any of those guys. Investigate. Memo. Face to face. It's definitely Harry's handwriting. What could it mean? Well, picture. I thought it was just a picture of the vase. If you reverse the background and the drawing, it's 2 faces, face to face. This must be the face-to-face that Harry was referring to in his memo. This picture was cleverly designed to take advantage of the human sense of sight. What's that supposed to mean? That you can see it easily if you're not human? Let's search more carefully. Okay. Check out the face-to-face part of it, will you? There's a switch between the two faces. I'll push it. Okay, obviously this is what I was supposed to find. Hello. The picture flipped over to reveal a photograph. That's red square, isn't it? Investigate. Photo. Based on the condition of the inks, I would judge this photograph to be at least 50 years old. So, you know, a lot of this is a nod to the fact that the original Invasion of the Body Snatchers was a Cold War, era movie that was loosely about the menace of communism and all that. So the Snatchers are literally body snatchers from Soviet Russia. Look, photo. I've seen this somewhere before, but I just can't recall. Metal, where was this picture taken? Alright, I will now search for data on this photo's location in the Alpha 1 network. I found it. This is a photograph of Red Square in Moscow, taken sometime before the catastrophe. Red Square? What's a picture like that doing in the chief's office? Store that in your video memory for me, will you? I have now stored the photo's image in my memory. The chief had this picture? Or someone planted it there to set up the chief? And there were those matches that Harry had too. Which one is the Snatcher? It will depend on what evidence we can turn up. Both of them seem suspicious. Maybe it's somebody else entirely. That's true. That patient chart with the Benson on it is quite suspect as well. Maybe somebody wanted us to find it. It seems pretty odd that the Snatchers would have left part of a patient's record behind in the first place. Maybe it's a trap. That can't be ruled out based on the evidence we've seen so far. Investigate the photo. Metal, don't you think this is a little strange? What's that? If I was a Snatcher, I don't think I'd hide a picture in a place as out in the open as this. Well, that's true. So there must be some reason why the picture was here, even if it meant some risk. I think that's all that we can... Yeah. Before that, let me put this photo of Red Square back where we found it. Yeah, we can't let anyone know that we've learned the secret of this picture. Where would you like to go? The front. We're at the reception area. Talk. Ask. Chief. Condition. I wonder what that hidden photograph is all about. Ask about Chief's condition. Okay. Can I go now? Please be careful, Gillian. Alright, I found everything I needed to here. Now we're going to go to Queen's Hospital. Gillian, I have a video phone call from Jamie. I'll connect you. Huh.
Gillian, it's me, Jamie. Listen carefully.
Okay.
You know that Queen's Hospital? I found out that they undertook a major expansion project in 2035 to put in a basement. That's right, they have a basement. Basement construction is really unusual here in Neo-Kobe. That's why there were still records of it. But there's more. The director of that hospital, Chin Shu-ho, has had his license suspended in the past for performing eugenics experiments at an illicit underground facility.
Are you telling me Queens has underground treatment facilities?
That has to be it, Gillian. Chin Shu-ho is performing skin operations on Snatchers underground.
And that means that Chin himself is also probably a Snatcher. Or rather, the real Chin, the original Chin, was snatched.
So, that entire ground-level complex is just a front for the underground facilities.
And if we hit that hospital, we can ruin the Snatcher's plans. Well, this is it, Metal. We're heading right into the enemy's headquarters this time.
Gillian?
Yeah?
This sounds really dangerous. I just wanted you to know, I want you to come home safe.
Jamie.
The reason I left you is because I thought you were pushing yourself too hard, being self-destructive. And it seemed like the wedding ring you were wearing when they found us had become a tremendous burden on you. I didn't want that to be the only reason we stayed together.
Oh, Jamie, I never felt that way at all.
I'll be waiting for you. We may not have our memories, but you are the only one I've ever shared any time with. Be careful, Gillian.
Jamie.
Are you all right, Gillian?
Yeah.
All right, Metal, let's go. We have to pay a visit to Queen's Hospital. Her Majesty is waiting.
Jeez. He's so ridiculously dorky. I love it. It's like he has brain damage like Venom Snake or something. We've boarded the turbo cycle. Where would you like to go? I don't mean that. I'm joking. Okay, Queens. Setting course for Queens Hospital. What the heck?
Just where do you think you're going?
This is most unusual. The turbo cycle seems to be out of control.
Switch over to manual. I'll take over.
Understood. I've switched to manual control. Well, how is it?
What the? We've got no brakes! Metal, check the brake system out. Pronto!
Sorry, Gillian. Looks like sabotage. No doubt the Snatcher's handiwork.
Sabotage? But the only one who could work on the turbo cycle...
Worry about that later. Gillian, we've got to do something quickly.
Pull the lever? Metal, pull that lever over there. All right, here goes. It broke off. I guess we've had it. Gee. You can't be serious. At this speed, you'll be torn to pieces. What? Are you giving up? Oh no, Gillian has given up. Now we're truly doomed. Oh, shut up, will you? I'll think of something. Probably. We'd never survive it. It would be like jumping off the Brooklyn Bridge. That's a rather dated image, don't you think? We've had it. There's nothing we can do. Don't give up so easy. There might be some way out of this yet. What in the world are you doing? Press button. Alright, let's try a long shot. I'll press this button here.
And a good morning to you, my friend. Bud Miller with you here on the big 90.7. Looks like we're gonna have a bright...
You turned the radio on, Gillian. What are you doing? Driving to sand pile. Alright, I'll try plowing this thing into that sand pile over here. Hang on tight. Yeah! Damn, won't anything work? Hit cliff? I've got it. We'll try sideswiping the cliff. Hang on, Metal. Yeah. Damn, even that won't stop it. Press the button again. Alright, I'll try another button. Oh no, that was the switch for the afterburner. Whoops. You boosted our thrust by 23%. Do something, Gillian. We're finished. It's been nice knowing you, Gillian. Shut up. There must be something. It's hopeless. We're moving at over 200 kph. There's no way we can survive. Damn, the speed keeps increasing. Pray to God. Well, Metal, I haven't known you for very long, but it's been fun. Gillian, let's pray together. Actually, I'm not that religious. I didn't think so. That's it, Gillian. Prayer. Look, a new command has appeared on the menu. Oh, the fourth wall breaks. I love it. Hit control panel.
Damn! What else can we do? Metal, start punching buttons.
Any buttons at all?
Yes! Yes! Push anything!
Gillian, this doesn't seem to be doing any good.
Damn, I was sure that would work.
Gillian, the road makes a sharp right turn just 1,500 meters ahead. At this speed, we'll never make it. Gillian! Gillian!
Hey, Gillian! Huh? Over here! What's that? Gillian, over here! Random! Gillian, you gotta jump over to my bike! Hurry!
800 meters until we reach the curve.
Metal, you go first!
What? Not again.
Move your butt! That curve's just ahead!
Understood. 1, 2, 3!
All right, Gillian, now it's your turn. Keep her steady.
300 meters until you reach the curve.
Gillian, jump!
I can't! My timing's off.
150 meters.
Gillian, now!
70 meters.
Now, Gillian, now!
Oh, we're too late!
Okay.
Gillian! I guess he didn't make it.
Don't bury me so fast. I'm right here.
Don't you even know how to ride a motorcycle?
Gillian, it's not much farther to Queen's Hospital, and you could probably use the exercise anyway. Why don't we just continue the rest of the way like this?
Oh, God.
We've arrived at Queen's Hospital.
So, this is the place, huh?
Random, are you sure you know what you're doing? This isn't going to be a field trip, you know. We may not come back.
And the bounty for this one will more than make up for it.
If you're around to spend it, that is.
Gillian, let's get going.
What's this? Face to face. Doesn't this look like the picture that's on the wall of the chief's office? That's a famous optical illusion, isn't it? I get it. Their eyes don't register optical illusions. We better check that out. It's not something a human would notice easily. It could be a sign of some kind. Investigate. I bet this plaza is some kind of a switch. Alright, I'll try lifting it. Oh. The desk slid to one side, revealing a stairway leading down.
This apparently leads down to a lower level.
It looks like Jamie was right. Queen's Hospital does have a basement.
And that basement is the Snatcher's main lair. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, as they say. Well, what do we do now, Gillian?
Well, investigate the stairway. Unlike the hallway, these stairs do not have any dust. In other words, our friends use this, right? Investigate stairway. Don't worry, it's well built. If these stairs can handle a Snatcher, they won't have any trouble with us. Beep. It appears to go straight down. A door is visible below. Descend the stairs.
It's a very narrow stairway. We'll have to go down single file.
Okay, who's going to take the point?
That's obvious. The guy with the light.
Hey, that's not fair.
Lord. And of course, this is the first of many blonde and brown-haired men duos in the Kojima game as well.
Well, well, what do we have here?
It's the hospital corridor.
It's the same hallway, but not the one that's on the first floor.
So what does that mean?
An entire floor of Queen's Hospital has been duplicated underground.
So the same floor is both upstairs and downstairs, sort of like parallel worlds.
So that desolate setup upstairs is all just a smokescreen. They're making it look like the place is closed down, but in reality, they're keeping themselves quite busy.
Gillian, that means we're already right in the middle of their headquarters. Please use extreme caution.
This is totally something Cypher would do as well, right? Or like, you think about like the clandestine development lab or whatever in Shadow Moses. It's sort of designed to look like just a nuclear disposal plant, right? And similar.
What is it?
Oh. Skeleton's gone. It was definitely there a moment ago. I read movement. This room. Gillian, watch it. Fuck. Aim for the head. Got it.
Did I get it?
The Snatcher's functions have been terminated. There's no doubt now that this is their maintenance facility. This one was probably still waiting to get its artificial skin installed.
So this is what they really look like, huh?
Yeah, that's the scariest thing about them. You can't tell them from real people once they've got that skin on.
Perhaps that's humanity's great weakness. We're always judging books by their cover.
And it's just that human weakness that they're out to take advantage of.
All right, Random. Metal, let's go. The HQ's junk squad can take care of him later. We've got an investigation to do.
I think it's definitely dead. Terminated this time. Yes, all its functions have ceased. I don't read any residual energy either.
Impressive! Looks like I misjudged you, Junker.
That was quite a tough customer. You get a few hundred of those together and that would be it. Gillian, let's get on with the investigation. The remains of the Snatcher are on the floor. Investigate. Snatcher. Its functions have been completely terminated. It won't be moving again. Talk. So it looks like this is where they're doing their treatment, and the proof is over there on the floor. Let's look at it. The remains of the Snatcher are on the floor. Anything else? It won't be moving again. Okay. Just like the last one, you never know when they might pop out. Keep your blaster ready, Gillian. Look. Switches. There are 2 switches here. Use switches. 1 and 2 at the same time.
All right. Let's try pushing both buttons simultaneously.
The 2 buttons are on opposite panels, so there's no way one person can push them both alone. But if 2 of us work together, it might do it.
That's it, Gillian. It makes perfect sense. It's the same system they used to use in nuclear missile silos in the late 20th century. Eliminates the risk of one man going nuts and acting alone.
Well, it's hard to be sure, but let's give it a try anyway. I've got button 1. Random, you push number 2. You ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Come on!
You did it! Door number 3 opened.
With safety measures like that, they must have had a good reason for wanting to keep it closed.
Alright. Move. Door 3. Are you ready, Random? Let's have a look at the last room.
Good God!
I read 4 human skeletons in this room.
It's their morgue!
Perhaps victims of the Snatchers?
Well, it doesn't look like whoever put them here was too worried about making sure they would rest in peace.
No, it doesn't. These have got to be their victims.
This is probably where they hide the bodies of the originals they snatch from places like Outer Heaven.
They probably picked Outer Heaven because it gets a lot of VIP traffic. Plus, during masquerade time, they could work the place and still keep their identities secret.
Yeah, and the guy who set up the link between them and Outer Heaven was Freddy, that taxi driver. They must have gone after him not because of who he was, but what he did. After all, with a taxi, there's plenty of chances to milk your customers for information. That's probably how they learned about Outer Heaven and Plato's Cavern.
I've been wondering what they had done with the bodies.
Want to hide a book? What better place than the library? Need to hide a body? How about the morgue?
And for them, keeping the bodies hidden is crucial. I mean, if somebody who's supposed to be dead is out walking the streets, it wouldn't be too hard to figure out that something screwy is going on.
That means that if we can figure out who these bodies were, then we've just nailed 4 Snatchers.
Okay. Look. Remains. One of the bodies is still decomposing. The other 3 are little more than skeletons. Investigate. Remains. A number of different insect larvae have infested the body. It hasn't been well preserved, to say the least, but it's definitely human. Smell. What a horrible smell. Look. Remains. The positions of the bodies suggest that they were simply thrown into the room. Investigate. Estimated time of death. The insects infesting a decomposing body can be divided into 8 large groups. Each of those groups works on the body for roughly 15 days, making an 8 by 15 day or 4-month cycle. As such, an analysis of the variety, number, and size of the organisms on the body allows rather accurate estimation of which group is currently present. In other words, you can figure out how long the victim's been dead without analyzing the body itself, right? On this particular body, flies have laid eggs, and the maggots have grown into adult flies, so it's been less than 30 days since death. As for the other 3 bodies, 1 full cycle has been completed, so at least 4 months have passed. Investigate cause of death. Can you determine the cause of death? The bodies are severely damaged, such a determination would require more extensive facilities than are available here. Investigate identity. What about the identity of the victims? Hair, clothing, even teeth, anything that could be used to make an identification is gone. Damn snatchers. They were careful to make sure their identities didn't get out. If we even had some teeth, we might be able to make an ID. What about these teeth here? They've been deliberately misaligned to prevent identification. Then I guess we'll never be able to ID them. There is a way. What? How? We can perform a simulated reconstruction. Fortunately, the skulls of the victims are still intact. Reconstruction, eh? Good idea. Well, they still have their skulls. It's just like Skullface, right? That's his famous line. Great idea. Okay, reconstruct corpse. Metal, let's do this reconstruction thing on the bodies.
Now performing simulated reconstruction of the head and facial features of each of the 4 victims. Commencing with victim number 1. Now performing craniometric analysis. X-ray and sagittal X-ray, magnetic resonance imaging, and positron CT data gathered. Complete cranial data now being compiled. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction. First, victim's age. Estimate based on 1. Presence or absence of cranial fontanelles and chroma of epicranial sutures. 2. Area of facial region and cranium. 3. Height of upper and lower jaw and development of alveolar part. And 4. Location of cranial center of gravity. Next, victim's sex. Estimate based on 1. Overall size of cranium. 2. Parietal bone angle. And 3. Development of splachnocranium. Lastly, victim's race. Estimate based on 1. Overall cranial configuration. 2. Volume of intercranial cavity. And 3. Mass of the skull. Now commencing soft feature reconstruction based on averaged results of above analysis. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of averaged values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features. Reconstruction of head of first victim completed.
It's Freddie Nielsen.
Moving on to second victim. Now commencing reconstruction of features of victim number 2. Now starting craniometric analysis. Complete cranial data now being compiled using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of averaged values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features. Reconstruction of head of second victim completed.
That's Lisa Nielsen.
Moving on to third victim. Now commencing reconstruction of features of victim number 3. Now starting craniometric analysis. Complete cranial data now being compiled using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of averaged values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features. Reconstruction of head of third victim completed.
Who in the world is that?
That's the director of Queen's Hospital, Shin Fui, what's his face,
Shin Shu Oh, Gillian. Moving on to last victim. Now commencing reconstruction of features of victim number 4.
This one's the most recent. It's still decomposing.
Now starting craniometric analysis. Complete cranial data now being compiled using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of averaged values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features. Reconstruction of head of final victim completed.
It's the chief!
What?
The chief is a snatcher! The Benson on the scrap of that patient record was Benson Cunningham.
Judging from the condition of the body, I would estimate that the snatching took place approximately 1 month ago.
So it was the chief who sabotaged our turbo cycle. And those matches we found in Harry's room, the chief must have put them there to try to set him up.
No doubt Harry figured it out and decided to leave that face-to-face message. Wait a minute. Didn't Mika say that Harry had left to go find the chief?
That's right. He was probably trying to track down some evidence on the chief.
Gillian, I'd say that this Harry has put himself in a pretty dangerous spot.
If it was the chief that sabotaged the turbo cycle, doesn't that mean that he already knows we're onto him?
Damn! Harry and Mika are in danger!
That's far enough, Junker. Your little investigation is over.
It's them!
Who? Snatchers?
Get them!
My arm! I can't reach my blaster! I'm hit in the leg!
Is that the best you can do, Junker?
Who's there? Jin Shuo, you scum!
It seems you still have some fight left in you. You two are finished, but our plans move forward. We are now entering Phase 2. And when we do, not only this city, but the entire world will be ours to command.
Phase 2? What are you talking about?
As you know, our operations have been hindered up to now by the flaws in our artificial skin. The skin's shortcomings have kept us away from ultraviolet rays, forcing us to do our work at night, underground, or in the winter. In the end, we had to construct a hospital like this, all because of the flaws in our artificial skin. This was the only difference between us and you humans. But now we have broken this barrier.
Huh?
We are on the verge of developing a perfect artificial skin, thanks to the cooperation of a new partner in our plan.
Perfect artificial skin? A new partner?
Once we have the new skin, nothing will be able to stop us. And with that, our plan moves to Phase 2. Our little experiment in this city will end, and we'll move in force to take over the world.
Don't be so sure. You won't get out of the city that easy.
You humans are always so overconfident, so naive.
What are you talking about?
I'm sure you're aware that the Kyoto Summit, being held to decide how to handle the Snatcher problem, opens tomorrow.
Metal, is that right?
Yes. Countries around the world are concerned about the Snatcher problem. It will be one of the main topics discussed at this year's summit.
That's right. Tomorrow, we attack the summit.
You must be crazy. The security there will be incredible. You won't even get close.
Must I explain everything to you, Junker? Aren't you even aware that a fellow Junker will be giving a special presentation at the summit?
The Chief! Cunningham! So that's why you snatched him.
We've known that your chief would be speaking at the summit for over 3 months now.
Gillian, the summit is tomorrow. We have to hurry.
Listen, we have your chief. You Junkers are at our mercy, and so is this city. And tomorrow, we move on the world. Nothing can stop us now. We will finally achieve our long-awaited goal of global domination.
Who is this we you keep talking about?
We? We are an evolved life form, given life in the depths of the Kremlin by our creator, Modnar. We are a new race.
Modnar? Modnar? The Kremlin? Those names are familiar, but
Our goal is to snatch all of the world's leaders and then achieve total control of human thought and worldwide racial unification.
You're insane. Humanity won't be so easily dominated. You underestimate the strength of the human spirit.
I think not. In the same way as the Nazis, our strategy begins with the overpowering of the spirit of the people. We will strike at you humans' weakest point, the most primitive part of your psychological makeup, your suspiciousness and fear. By provoking suspicion and mistrust throughout the populace, we will destroy that fragile fabric which holds your society together, that of trust. Fear is you humans' weak point. It is the primitive part of your brains that binds you forever to your animal ancestors and makes you vulnerable. By stimulating that part of your atavistic instincts, our plan can succeed magnificently.
Gillian, at this rate, they'll kill us all. You've got to get out alive. You're a junker.
Just what have you have in mind?
I've got a big fireworks show ready for them. Better that than get snatched.
What? You're gonna blow yourself up? No, we're better off fighting together.
Hey, it won't work. I'm hit in the thigh. Ow, oh, damn. A bounty hunter can't do anything with a leg wound like this. I might as well have been shot in the head.
Well, there must be some way out of here.
Hey, I wasn't doing this job just for fun. I stayed ready for situations like this. I've always been prepared to go out with a bang.
It's December. A little late for fireworks.
So it'll be an off-season show.
No, I can't let you.
My belt's packed with TNT-PX. You know, that really strong stuff they use in the mines on Mars. One push, and this whole hospital will go. No trouble at all. No time to sit around thinking, Junker boy. Go! What are you doing? Get your butt moving, you fool! Get out through this air shaft. I've got a powerful strobe on me. Its flash will screw up their sensors long enough for you to get out. Now, you with me? Fireworks are better from a distance anyway, Gillian.
Are you two finished chatting? Then I think it's time for you to die. We're quite busy, you know.
You ready? When I give the signal, break into the air shaft and run, and don't forget your blaster.
Metal, stay with me.
Yes, sir.
Random.
Gillian. Doesn't look like I'm gonna have a chance to call in that debt you owe me.
Don't worry. I'll pay it back to the Snatchers with interest.
All right, go! Run, Gillian!
Epic cutscene. Absolutely epic. And yes, very dated, but you know, if you're a fan of his games, you can obviously see what I've been saying all along, right? What the fuck?
Metal, are you okay?
Alien, I think.
Uh-oh.
Metal, something broken?
Okay, but it appears that language circuits have been damaged somewhat.
What happened?
Random blew himself up after getting us into this air shaft.
Random.
Gillian, that explosion should have taken all of Queen's Hospital with it.
The thick walls of this duct must have shielded us from enough of the blast. If it wasn't for Random, we wouldn't have made it.
Like Phantom Pain.
Random.
Gillian, we have no time for grief now. We must get back to Junker headquarters as quickly as possible. Harry and Mika are in danger.
You're right. And I have to keep my promise to Random. But first, we have to figure out how to get out of here.
I can't see a thing. What should we do?
That's like in Phantom Pain, right? He essentially threw himself in front of the blast so that we could escape, right? All right. Use metal. Turn on light. Turn your light on, will you? I was waiting for you to ask. Let there be light. Well, let's try moving forward. There could be Snatchers waiting for us. Please use extreme caution. How far does this thing go? Gillian, are you sure that this thing has an exit? We can't go back. The way is blocked by debris. My light isn't powerful enough. It appears to continue on. We can probably keep moving forward, but it's likely to be a dead end. Buried alive, eh? Great. Check real careful. There's gotta be a way out somewhere. Listen. I can hear the sound of water flowing. Then we must be close to a way out of this thing. Investigate. Ground. What's this? There's some sand spilt here. How did this get here? Look. The wall? There's some kind of scratches here. Scratches? Check them out. Investigate. Scratches. The scratch was caused by the scraping of a very hard claw-like object of some kind. A snatcher? Maybe they were using this as some kind of shortcut or back route. Look. Wall. Both the right and left side walls of the duct have scratches on them, as if something hard had bumped into them. It's from the snatchers when they move through this duct, I bet. We can probably keep moving forward. Alright. Investigate the scratches. It appears that a snatcher was dragged through here. A human body would not cause such marks. Maybe that naked snatcher we saw in the operating room? That's probably correct. An endo structure before the artificial skin was installed seems most likely. Look. Front? I can hear water. It can't be a dead end. Listen. There's probably a sewer or something nearby. Investigate. Motion detector? Metal, are you picking up any movement? I'm afraid the shock of that explosion has damaged my motion detector. So is it working or not? I'm getting partial readings, but they are not as sensitive as they should be. If we get attacked in a narrow area like this, we've had it. Please pray for us, Gillian. We've got to make it out of here. Damn, so I have to depend on my own eyes and ears, do I? Isn't that when you get into a narrow space in Metal Gear Solid 1, right? Like your Soliton can't work. Investigate. Sand. Alright, now analyzing this sand. Iron particles, high quantities of phosphorus. This type of sand is particular to the M district in Neo Kobe. The M district, eh? Around that old factory, right? What's that mean? Investigate the sand. It's quite unusual this particular sand would be present here. It was no doubt brought here by someone. Look at... no. Investigate the sand. No. Move. No. Investigate. Ground? For an air duct, the quantity of dust is quite low. So that means this thing is used regularly, right? Yes. There is certainly no reason why anyone would ever deliberately clean a duct like this. Achoo. Gillian, is it Snow 9? Investigate. Pollen. Alright, I will gather and analyze a sample of the air here. Think of all the motes you see in the air, in PT and in Phantom Pain, right? Gillian, the results are as I would have expected. There's even when you first arrive at Mother Base in Phantom Pain, if you look close, Venom Snake sneezes as well. Though the concentration is thin, there is definitely Snow 9 present. Snow 9, huh? Is it okay to breathe it? You will be safe at these concentrations. Investigate. Pollen? The farther we go, the higher the concentration. It must be coming from that direction. There we are. Advance. Alright, continuing forward. Jeez, this thing just keeps going. Insectors. Gillian, use your blaster. You... Whew. I'm no longer reading any motion. Whew, they really build a lot of those things, don't they? Gillian, are you injured? Barely, they only hit me once. Those insectors must be the security for this area. Sort of reminds me of the mass-produced geckos and stuff from MGS4. Which means that at the end of this duct... I'm not reading any more motion, let's move on. Don't want to meet up with any more of those spiders. Look, a way out. We're saved, Gillian. Metal, don't let your guard down.
What in the world?
This is part of the tube liner, the city's long-abandoned subway system.
You mean Queen's Hospital and this were connected?
Yes, it would appear that the Snatchers were using this to move from place to place. This would provide them with the perfect way to move about while still avoiding the ultraviolet rays they hate so much. We should have realized this sooner. The city is crisscrossed by the tube liner's old lines, and since they are abandoned, the Snatchers could move undetected as well.
Aha! That's how those two we caught a glimpse of at the abandoned factory where Gibson was killed were able to disappear so quickly. They must have used this subway.
That would appear to be correct. The tube liner passes underneath that factory site as well. That would also explain why sand from the factory was in the air duct at the hospital.
So this is the trick they were using to stay out of the sun and avoid being seen while they moved around.
Now we know why it took so long to uncover them.
All right, let's follow the subway. We should be able to get out when we get to the nearest station.
How far does this bloody thing go? We're probably lost. I wonder where we are. Metal, how much farther do we have to go to reach the next station? Since I don't know what our exact present location is, I cannot give you an accurate figure. This part of the system didn't have very many stations, so we'll probably have to walk quite a bit further. The only sound is that of our own footsteps. Metal, can you see what's up ahead? It appears that the tunnel continues for as far as I can see. What part of the city is this? I believe we're probably underneath the MR district. So it's a subtle part, but it's sort of innovative when you think about it. It's sort of like, it feels like it's playing out in real time, you know? Metal, can you hear any trains approaching? What are you saying, Gillian? The tube liner system's been abandoned for years. That's the area we just passed through. I see nothing out of the ordinary. Tunnel seems to go on for some distance. Hey, Metal. Yes, Gillian. Ah, nothing. Just wanted to make sure you were awake. Gillian, what's wrong?
Look, Metal! Light!
Yes, but this doesn't look like a station.
There's a ladder!
Where do you suppose it leads, Gillian?
I don't have the slightest, but let's climb it and see.
All right, now climbing the ladder.
To Selinoyarsk.
We seem to have emerged into an odd place. Wait, this room.
Groznygrad,
It's
actually.
Freddie Nielsen's bathroom. He was using this shaft from the bathtub to get down into the subway. So that's how he did that.
Ah, yes. As I recall, after you disposed of Lisa, he somehow entered the apartment without using the regular entrance.
Which he accomplished by using this secret passage into his bathtub.
The bathtub must be of a double construction. The bottom is actually a lid. When they wanted to hide the passage, all they needed to do was fill the tub. And to get in and out, they would just drain the water into another tank.
Jeez. Double-bottom bathtubs? Abandoned subways? Snatchers really go out of their way to stay out of the sun.
Okay, Gillian, let's head outside.
To Groznygrad is what I meant to say. Alright, move. Go to living room. This is Freddy's living room. Alright, the map. Let's take a look at the map. It's a large-scale map of Moscow. Moscow, eh? Chichu over at Queen's Hospital had a picture of St. Basil's Cathedral. The chief keeps a picture of Red Square hidden. How come everybody's such a big Moscow fan these days? What's going on here? Moscow seems to hold some clue to this whole thing, doesn't it? Moscow. Did that guy say something about it? Before the explosion, didn't Chen Shuo say something about achieving what was meant to be 55 years ago in the depths of the Kremlin? Now that you mention it, this map is from exactly that era, isn't it? Moscow, 55 years ago. The key to understanding the Snatchers no doubt lies there. This has to have some meaning. I don't think they'd paste a 50-year-old map up here just as a decoration. Investigate the map. It's a late 20th century map. Look at the map. It's a large-scale map of Moscow. Move. Exit. Be careful that you don't touch the tape lines. Tape? You mean this laser beam, right? Don't break the beam, Gillian. You'll have people from headquarters all over the place. It's a security sensor, you know? I see. You gotta make sure nobody messes with the evidence after all. Yeah. Just feel like I'm breaking into the place or something. So they're dropping a bunch of hints to Gillian's past, but I won't explain. You'll just have to wait. We're outside of Nielsen's apartment. Thank God. Now let's just get back to headquarters. Move. Enter turbo cycle. How do you plan to get back? We have no turbo cycle. Are we gonna walk it? Aren't there any taxis or anything around here? Why don't we search the area? Look, area. Look, there's a taxi right over there. Investigate the taxi. The cab is for hire. Shall we board it? Move. Ride in taxi. Alright, let's board the taxi. We boarded. Where to, sir? This is a man cab. I can take you anywhere you want to go. How about, we're on urgent business. Get us to Junker headquarters as quickly as you can. Junker headquarters, eh? What would you want to go there for? Something going down? We're in a hurry. Is that some kind of joke, sir? You can't be serious. This is a man taxi, you know. I can't go to a place like that. Metal, I think we picked a weird taxi. Listen, I'm a junker. Take me to Junker headquarters and do it quickly. I'm afraid not. You're going somewhere else. You want to know where that is? Where? Straight to hell. Chen Shuo.
Is he dead?
He's junk now. Stubborn one, wasn't he?
Jeez. He made it through that explosion and was waiting for us out here. If those things ever get control of the city, there's no way we'll ever get it back. We've got to stop them before that.
And to do that, we have to prevent the chief from getting to the Kyoto summit.
I know. And I have to pay back my debt to Random.
Let's use this taxi to get back to Junker headquarters.
I planned on it. I just hope Mika and Harry are safe.
We've arrived at headquarters. I certainly hope Mika and Harry are safe. Alright, Metal, this is it. The final showdown. Are you ready? Let's go. Now entering headquarters. This is the lobby. What? The shutter on the reception booth is closed. Look. Shutter. This is the protective shutter for the reception booth. It is automatically lowered in times of danger. Investigate shutter. The surface of the shutter shows evidence of having been struck by fire from an energy weapon. I read motion. Something's in the booth. Look. Booth. We have to look for an emergency external connection port. Investigate. Booth. Metal, find this external connection jack. Here we are. I have located an emergency external connection port on the side of the booth. With this, I will be able to open the shutter. Sort of like in MVS4 when Metal opens the door in Shadow Moses, right? Releasing lock mechanism. Now opening the shutter.
All right, I'm going to open it, but please use extreme caution. Anything could be inside.
No.
Mika! Mika, are you all right? Metal, how is she?
Her pulse is normal. The only external injuries are to her forehead, and they are not serious. There's been no significant blood loss.
Mika, come on, snap out of it. It's me, Gillian.
Gillian? Gillian.
Mika, what happened?
Gillian, the chief. The chief is a snatcher.
So he's finally shown his true colors.
Harry's...
What's happened to Harry?
Harry put me in the pod and sealed the main door. He locked the Snatcher in.
That was smart. Not even a Snatcher can get through this shield.
So where's Harry?
He said keep the door sealed no matter what happens in there. And then he went in. Gillian, please help him.
Harry! Mika, open the door. I'm going in. Metal, we're going in. Be careful. That Snatcher could be hiding anywhere.
Yes, sir.
Gillian, please be careful. The Chief is very cunning. Don't let your guard down.
Don't worry. I'll watch myself in there.
Oh my god. What's this? Someone is down. That hat. Harry?
Harry!
Oh, Gillian. Is that you? I'm getting old. Just look at me.
What happened?
I saw the Chief messing with your turbocycle. And that weird picture in his office.
Metal, how is he? Metal!
I do not wish to say.
Really that bad, huh?
Gillian, when I confronted him about what I saw, he showed me what he really was. I was barely able to even scratch him.
That's enough, Harry. I understand. Metal, is there anything we can do for him?
Gillian, I'm sorry.
Harry, you'll be okay. Doesn't look like you're hurting too bad. This'll work out perfect. You always were working too hard anyway. Why don't you take a nice long vacation somewhere and rest up?
Yeah, sure. Nice try, Gillian, but it's my body. I know I ain't gonna make it. You were a good kid, Gillian.
Harry!
I don't know how to say this right, but I've always had a special feeling about you. I've always had trouble talking to people since I was little, like my father. What I can remember of him.
Pulse and blood pressure falling.
Harry, hang in there. You and I were gonna go out and tie one on, remember?
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. You, me, and Jean, the three of us.
But John is...
Metal, quiet!
Gillian, I've lived my life alone. I didn't know my parents or family. Always so stubborn, glued to my research. I never really trusted anybody. That was a mistake.
Blood pressure continuing to fall.
Harry?
After Jean died, I felt it. Human warmth, companionship.
I know what you mean.
Gillian, I just wanted to get along with everybody. I don't need no Nobel Prize. For 50 years, I've been searching, trying to find something I lost. Looks like I'll never find it now.
Gillian, he's about...
Looks like I've been talking too much. It's up to you now, Gillian. I'm finished. You won't forget this, old grouch, will you?
Harry!
Gillian, you've got to believe in yourself. You're the last junker.
Harry! Harry!
Pulse 0. Pupils are dilated.
Cunningham! No! Snatcher! I'll get you for this!
We have no time for grieving. That Snatcher is still hiding somewhere here in headquarters.
Metal, listen to me. If that
Snatcher gets me. You've got to take Mika and run. Then you've got to blow up Junker headquarters. Blow it sky high. You understand me?
Yes, sir. I just hope it doesn't come to that. So, where should we start our search?
Whew. Oh, his hat and his like overalls or whatever, it reminds me of Bridges a lot. Ah, here we are. There's something on the desk. Huh? Desk. Some kind of stain. Investigate. Desk. There was no stain like this a few moments ago. There we go. Why don't we investigate the ceiling? Ugh. Cunningham. Oh, shit.
The lighting control system has been destroyed. Distance to motion readings increasing.
Is he trying to run?
Motion readings have vanished.
You got past me this time, Snatcher.
Headquarters emergency lighting has been activated.
Can we find him again?
We should go after him immediately.
We'll find him. We know he's somewhere inside headquarters.
The Snatcher has been wounded. We should look for traces of blood.
The front. Let's check the lobby. The lobby? You never know. But the main door was sealed off when we came in. We've checked and double-checked everywhere else. Let's go take a look.
The main door has been opened. Did Mika open it?
Wait, Mika's not in the pod. What happened?
The lighting has been disconnected.
Don't move, Seed.
Cunningham, is that you?
I read motion. He is definitely in here.
Where are you? Show yourself.
I'm right here. I don't need to run or hide from you.
Mika!
No, Gillian, don't move. It's a trap.
A hostage? You cowardly scum! Mika, why did you open the entrance?
I don't know. I was really scared. I mean, the emergency light's coming on so suddenly.
Seed, go ahead and shoot. But you'd better be a pretty good shot, or this kid goes home in a bag.
Shoot, Gillian. Kill this thing. Don't worry about me.
Mika!
What are you going to do?
I have you now, Junker.
We did it.
The Snatcher's functions have been terminated.
Mika, are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I think so. Thank you.
Harry? I got him. Random? Sorry it took so long, but this ought to make us even.
Junker? You may have stopped me, but it's not over yet.
Gillian, this is just residual energy feedback. Its power levels are dropping rapidly.
Crane's hospital was nothing more than a maintenance facility. We have comrades operating throughout the city, more than you can imagine. Now our plans will move into Phase 2. For that, we will enlist the help of Professor Lorraine. Your existence is meaningless as long as you don't get your memory back. Good luck, Junker.
My memory? Comrades? Professor Lorraine?
Harry! Why, please tell me. Why do so many good people have to die?
Mika!
This is all wrong.
Mika, don't worry. I won't let anybody else die. I've made a promise to Harry and Random. But the city is still full of Snatchers. This fight is just beginning.
And this is where the original Snatcher actually ended, if you can believe that. Yeah, it ended on a cliffhanger. Wait, there's actually still this
Gillian,
part.
I have an urgent video call from Jamie. I'll connect you.
Gillian, I've got my memory back. I remember everything.
Your memory? So what about us, Jamie? Who are we?
Gillian, it's terrible. What we've done.
Jamie, what's wrong?
I can't tell you something like this over the video phone. I would have been better off never remembering.
Okay, Jamie, calm down. I'll head out right now. Where are you? Is it snowing?
I'm sorry, Gillian. I can't tell you. They've taken our boy hostage.
Our boy? Who?
Professor Modner is here too.
Jamie, what are you talking about?
I'm so sorry.
Snatcher!
Gillian!
We have Professor Lorraine. We only require her cooperation for a short period here at the Kremlin. So for now, I suggest you avoid doing anything foolish, Professor Seed.
Okay. And here we are
With the
with
start of this year's
Act 3.
Kyoto Summit just 3 hours away, the delegates from the participating countries are beginning to arrive at the conference center. A major poll of domestic and international opinion, carried out just last week, shows that the vast majority of respondents favor a complete quarantine of Neo Kobe as a means to combat the risk of the Snatcher menace.
Now that the Chief's death has been confirmed, it won't be long before they strip us of our Junker authorization.
They will be deciding how to handle Neo Kobe at the summit in just 3 hours.
There are rumors that they're going to use nukes on the city to make sure the Snatchers are wiped out.
That's ridiculous. Come on, this is the 21st century.
That may not be as improbable as it seems. The world's leaders are extremely concerned about the Snatcher problem.
The Chief was going to calm this hysteria in his speech at the summit, but that'll never happen now.
3 months ago, government pressure on Junker operations increased dramatically. Gillian's transfer here was really our last chance.
Our own chief was snatched. It's not too surprising they don't want to trust us anymore.
I've heard that the Army and FBI are going to take over operations now.
That's correct. That too will be officially decided in 3 hours' time.
3 hours, eh? Is there any way we can find their hideout in that time?
If we don't, we and everybody else in this city are finished.
As far as they're concerned, we're just like a cancerous tumor that has to be cut out.
We have to hit the Snatcher's headquarters before then.
Gillian, can you do it?
If we only knew where it was, I should be able to manage something.
Hitting their outposts like Queen's Hospital won't do any good. We have to find their main nerve center.
What about the memory of that Snatcher who was impersonating the chief?
Just like the others, it was completely blanked. It's a form of self-destruct mechanism that they use.
Wait a minute. Metal, what about tracing that video phone call from Jamie?
It was no good. The call didn't last long enough. Still, it definitely did come from within the city.
Damn. Where are they hiding?
Gillian, can't you remember anything at all? Didn't Jamie say something that implied you were somehow connected to the Snatchers?
Nothing. I can't remember a damn thing. Metal, I want you to tell me everything you know about me. Why was I sent to Junker headquarters? Where did I come from?
Gillian.
Metal, the chief's dead. Tell me everything you know about me.
Well, you see...
Metal!
All right. With the chief gone, you are the highest-ranking officer here.
You knew all along?
Of course.
Where were we rescued from?
3 years ago, you and Jamie were taken into protective custody in the Siberian Neutral Zone by the 17th Siberian Investigative Force. More precisely, you were discovered in cryogenic sleep pods in an underground bunker near Moscow.
Cryogenic sleep pods? You mean they were frozen?
This is a photograph of the bunker. There is no record of when you were placed there. In addition, the third pod was empty at the time you were discovered.
There were 3 pods?
You were revived and taken into custody by the Army. Apparently, as a result of the extended sleep, both of you suffered from complete amnesia. However, another theory suggests your memories may have been intentionally erased. This is the only piece of evidence found at the site.
What?
That's Harry's picture, from when he was a kid.
That's correct. Harry is Gillian and Jamie's son. It's been confirmed by DNA tests.
Harry? Harry was my son?
Using the information gained from the photo, it was established that you are Gillian Seed and your wife, Jamie Lorraine. Both of you are American citizens, born in the late 1960s.
The 1960s?
In addition, both of you vanished without a trace in 1989. There is no other information available about you after that.
1989?
Yes, you come from a world that's been gone for 50 years.
But what does that have to do with the Snatchers?
When the 17th Special Investigative Force was bringing the two of you out, there was an accident. Though the two of you were all right, most of the 17th was killed. One of them was a Snatcher. Of course, before their departure, they all underwent thorough examinations. So, if one of them was snatched...
It had to be somewhere in Siberia, right?
That's correct. And in order to attempt to determine the origin of the Snatcher, as well as your true identities, you were assigned to Junker headquarters. The hope was that exposure to the Snatchers would help you regain your memories.
Moscow? 50 years ago?
Almost everyone who was in Moscow at the time was killed in the catastrophe.
So Gillian and Jamie are the only living witnesses?
Harry was my son. Did he know?
No. It was highly classified information. He was never told.
I was never able to do anything for him.
Jeez.
Wait a minute, Gillian. Didn't Jamie say something about taking a boy hostage?
That's right. They must know about Harry and are using him to threaten her.
We have to find their headquarters quickly.
We've only got 3 hours.
Gillian, let's think this all through again. We may get some kind of a hint out of it.
You're right. There may be some clue in the way they're operating.
All right. Let's go over what we know about them.
First of all, what's the Snatcher's weak point? That's easy. Ultraviolet rays. This is the Snatcher's weak point. That's correct. The weak point is their defective artificial skin. Long-term exposure to ultraviolet rays causes mutations in the melanocytes and the stratum basilae of their skin, which becomes cancerous. Specifically, long ultraviolet rays in the 250 to 350 nanometer range is responsible for causing the cancer. That's right, and that's the reason that they are so limited as to when they can be out. They only come out at night in the middle of the winter and wear sunscreen even then. That's the method that Jean used to figure out what the Snatchers were up to. How ironic, it turns out that the destruction of the ozone layer actually had a benefit for us humans. That's right. Now, what method were they using to move and be able to avoid ultraviolet rays and sunlight at the same time? That would be the, well, it's the tunnels, right? Black Taxi? No. Underpass? Yeah, okay, that's what they mean. They're not really underpass, it's a tunnel. Okay. They were using the abandoned tunnels of the old tube liner system to get from place to place. That's how they were able to move around without being noticed. Nielsen's apartment, the old factory, Queen's Hospital, all of their hideouts were connected by the tube liner. So maybe there's a tunnel under their main base as well? There's a good chance of that. Next, what phenomenon was always observed at any location where Snatchers appeared, including the underground tunnels? A sneeze. And what was the cause of it? The Snow 9. Yeah. It's a pollen. Yeah. Snow 9 is an artificial form of pollen developed by the military, and its presence is limited to certain regions. They were using it to interfere with radio transmissions and keep people away. They probably were producing it intentionally themselves. The only regions of the city where Snow 9 is still present are areas around the Ina River. It's been cleared out of other areas because of the danger it presents. So that means their base must be somewhere near the Ina River, right? That's a fair conclusion. They're probably somewhere near the Ina River, protected by the Snow 9. Accessible to the tube liner and near the Ina River. And we must not forget the 3 photographs that we found the Snatchers with. All of them were related to the Soviet Union before the catastrophe. The map on the wall of Nielsen's apartment, the picture of the temple and the director's office at Queen's Hospital, the photo of Red Square hidden in the chief's office. Why did the Snatchers keep pictures and memorabilia like this? Maybe they're homesick? Maybe that's where they come from. Homesick? Get serious, Mika. They're robots, you know. Let's analyze this a little closer. What city is related to all 3 of these pictures? Moscow. That's correct. Moscow must be where they come from. That must be the basis of their programming. You might be right. Just as people have a hometown that is dear to them, their creators may have put a hometown into their programming. They use very advanced AI systems, so they may have needed something like that to maintain their emotional balance. Yeah, they were born out of nothing, but they needed to give them some kind of image as an emotional base. So Moscow is their creator and their home, and the place that they found Jamie and I.
In other words, this homing instinct thing of theirs has led them to set up their headquarters in some place that reminds them of home, or their creator.
What part of this city is like Moscow?
Moscow's really cold, right? They get a lot of snow, don't they?
Snow?
No snow has been recorded in Neo-Kobe in several years.
Well, then that's not it.
Wait, what about that pollen? That crystal bioengineered stuff, Snow 9?
Now that you mention it, wasn't it snowing on Jamie's video phone call?
That's right. Their hideout has to be somewhere close to the Ina River.
The Ina River flows for miles around here, Gillian. We could never search it all in time.
Gillian, let's look at a map of the areas investigated so far. This is an enlarged view of the southwest portion of the city around the Ina River. This blue area is that in which Snow 9 is present. Now I'll superimpose a chart of the abandoned tube liner tunnels. From this we can establish those areas with Snow 9, which are accessible by subway tunnel.
Damn. Nice try, but it's still too large. We could never cover it in 3 hours.
Don't give up so fast, Gillian. What about that image of home thing we were talking about? Maybe there's some kind of geographic similarity. Maybe the same view can be seen or something.
I'll display a map of Moscow alongside.
What's this?
Look! The rivers are exactly the same shape!
This is the Moscow River over here.
It looks like we're on the right track, Metal. Show us the location that Jamie and I were picked up from.
All right. Right here.
Metal, before the catastrophe, what was at this location?
The headquarters for the entire Soviet Union, the Kremlin.
The Kremlin? That Snatcher said something about taking Jamie to their Kremlin.
Metal, what spot in Neo-Kobe would match up with the location of Moscow's Kremlin?
Calculating. This is the spot. It's presently occupied by an old church. It's rather large, but reports indicate it's been abandoned for nearly 20 years.
And it's right in the middle of the Snow 9 and subway area.
That's it! That's their headquarters, their new Kremlin.
Gillian, let's go!
Wait, Gillian. I want to go with you.
Sorry, Mika.
Hey, I'm a junker too, you know.
I know, and you're a great one at that.
So take me with you then.
You head to the summit to warn the delegates. They haven't given up, you know.
The summit's in Kyoto. I'm not going to be the only one to run.
You've got to convince them not to use nukes on Neo-Kobe.
We found their hideout. There's no need now to sink the whole island.
Yes, but
It's a tough job. Can you do it?
Okay, Gillian. I'll do what I can.
Thanks. Thank you, Mika.
Don't say it, okay?
Let's go, Gillian.
Gillian?
Yes? What's wrong?
How about dinner sometime?
Dinner?
Yeah, you know, dinner.
Mika.
Not interested. I thought it would be nice, you know, to kick back, relax. It's Christmas after all.
Christmas, huh? I'll be back by then.
Gillian, we have to hurry.
That's a promise, right? I heard you.
Yeah, okay. But I gotta go to church first.
I'll see you soon then.
Okay, Metal, let's go.
All right. They don't come out and say that it's supposed to be all in one night, but I always sort of imagined that as the case. All right, let's go, guys. Now the thrilling conclusion of Snatcher. Let's go to the church.
I've input the map data on the Kremlin's locations. Lift off.
I'm going to save when we arrive so we don't have to do all that over again because there's a
Flight
very
configuration. Now gaining altitude.
difficult section coming up.
Jamie, please be safe.
Gillian, please keep in mind that we're working with a strict time limit.
A 50-year debt in 3 hours. Snow!
Snow 9, to be specific. We've entered the Snow 9 region. Please put on your breathing filter. Direct inhalation is dangerous.
All right.
Phantom pain.
Radio transmissions will also be impossible from this point on. Understood? Now descending. Conversion to hover configuration complete. Gillian, we've arrived.
Like I just said, that's so Phantom Pain that, I mean, you can't actually see it, but they just said you put on the rebreather or whatever, like you use at the end of Phantom Pain, right? All right, let's go. We've arrived at the church. Wow, now I know why they call it their Kremlin. We're gonna save. Yes, save. All right, yes. Look, building. It's a very old church. It bears quite a resemblance to St. Basil's Cathedral. No doubt they thought the same thing. Investigate. Motion detector. I'm not reading anything at all. Investigate building. The building's about 50 years old, but appears very well maintained. So where's the entrance? On the front side of the building. Look, building. It may be patterned for a traditional Russian church. It's quite old. Investigate building. Acid rain has surely damaged many of the building's sculptures. Listen, the only sound is that of the wind. Investigate. The snow. This is definitely Snow 9. Now, obviously, if I see snow in a Kojima game, I think of MGS1. Look. Area. It's surrounded by a large grove of tall cedar trees. This is likely to keep just about anybody away. Given the season, a few Christmas lights would really liven up the scene. Investigate the building again? No. Look, building. Look, area? The surroundings conceal the church from all but aerial surveillance. Investigate the area. A sensor scan reveals that a tube-liner tunnel passes directly underneath this area. Well, that's no surprise. Looks like we've got the right place. Go inside.
All right, now opening the door.
What's wrong? Won't open?
I've scanned it, and it's not locked. It is probably rusted into place.
Not surprising. After all, our friends always go in and out through the basement.
Let's push it together.
All right. 1, 2, 3!
That got it.
What is this, Castlevania? What's this? It would appear to be some kind of chapel for the Snatchers. Are you telling me those things pray? To whom? No doubt to their creator. That portrait on the wall is probably a representation of him. Look? Portrait? This person is no doubt the one the Snatchers worship as their creator. This guy, isn't that random? One moment, I'll compare the picture with my data on random. While the facial bone structure of the individual in the portrait is nearly identical to that of random, a positive identification is impossible as the picture is on a photograph. That just looks too much like him to be a coincidence. Investigate the portrait. Something's written on the painting. The creator, Modnar. So this is Professor Modnar? The one the Snatcher was talking about, huh? It appears to be a portrait of that person. Look at it. Now you mention it, the person in the portrait does look like Random Hajil. Based on the condition of the paints and canvas, I would say this portrait was painted over 50 years ago. Listen, the whole area is exceptionally quiet. So have they already left for the summit? Look. Area, everything's nice and orderly. It's as if the pre-collapsed Soviet Union has been recreated here. Well, I mean, with the exception of being a church, right? It's all very organized, almost inhumanly so. There's another room further back. Now moving into the back room. Oh my god. Snatchers. Look at them all. I'm not picking up any energy readings. They're all deactivated in some kind of suspension mode. So this is their warehouse, huh? There must be a few hundred of them here. They continue all the way back. Still, this doesn't look like a factory to me. Look. Snatcher. These are endostructures which have yet to have the artificial skin installed. The bone sizing devices and skull slits are all still set to the smallest sizes. So their victims haven't been chosen yet. They're all just waiting their turn. Listen. It's perfectly quiet. Investigate the Snatcher. None of these Snatchers appear damaged. All they need is their energy packs. The gender units have yet to be installed, however. Investigate motion detector. I'm not reading anything at all. Investigate area. I do not see any tools or equipment for maintaining anything in the area. This room would appear to be just a storage area. Look, area. There seem to be a number of containers stacked up in the back of the room. Look, containers. What about the size of these containers? The volume of these containers would be just perfect for shipping one of these Snatchers. This is no doubt how they got here. Investigate. Container. There's some kind of label here. 23rd Siberian Investigative Force. Siberian Investigative Force? It would appear that these Snatchers were brought to Neo Kobe from the Siberian Neutral Zone. It seems the investigative forces have been responsible for shipping the Snatchers. In other words, the investigative forces have been snatched, just like when they found us. I see. So the Siberian investigative forces bring the Snatchers out of Siberia and into storage here. I think you're right, Metal. And then the Snatchers just wait here in storage to be reactivated and adjusted after their victims are selected. A rather efficient system. I wonder where the actual snatching takes place. The back part of this room may hold the answer to that question. I'm gonna save. Save 4. Yes. Let's continue back. The Snatcher's culturing room. The mechanism is operating. Listen, I'm not registering any sounds except those regular noises coming from the equipment here. Look, cylinder. Gillian, there are Snatchers with their artificial skin already installed here. Investigate the cylinder. These cylinders are used to culture the Snatcher's artificial skin. Endostructures are submerged within them. Look, Snatch process.
This is where they fuse the artificial skin onto the Snatcher's endostructure. First, they adjust the size of the still skinless Snatcher to the size of the individual who is to be snatched. The Snatcher's overall shape and size can be adjusted by expansion or contraction of sizing rods. Their sex is controlled by gender units, which are installed at this point. Then, the face is modified to match the intended victim by adjusting the size of the upper and lower jaw, cheekbones, temporal bones, and tooth alignment.
Just like Gibson said, that means there are limits to the size of the people that they can snatch.
That's right. The limits of the mechanism mean that they can't snatch children, the elderly, or people who are very tall or heavy. And this is where the artificial muscle's attached.
Is it organic?
No. It appears to be coated with a type of plastic gel capable of mechanical response. Like human muscles, it creates mechanical energy through chemical reactions. And this is where the artificial skin is attached. In order to prevent the synthetic cells, developed using biotechnological protein design techniques, from rejecting the inorganic material below, they attach it gradually over a number of days.
And this is the stuff that gets cancer if they stay out in the sun too long.
Finally, they attach body and scalp hair. The process involves transplant of synthetic hair follicles as well, so the hair will grow back if it's lost.
What about scars or birthmarks?
It would appear that they make those adjustments at this point in the process, as they would for wrinkles to simulate age.
Okay. Look area. A computer terminal is installed in each preservation chamber. Investigate terminal. The power's on. Look at this, Gillian. The data people to be snatched is all being neatly processed. This is the data which they use to generate the artificial skin with. Look at the terminal. These terminals must all be connected to a host computer which monitors conditions inside each of the cylinders. The monitors are all displaying various data and charts. There are tubes and wires running all over the place. Please watch your step. There's no sound except for the soft bubbling of the liquid in the cylinders. Area. The whole area is protected as a clean room. There's a door at the far end of the room. Investigate door. It's locked, but I should be able to open it from this side.
So this is where the whole thing begins. The endostructures arrive here from the Kremlin. Then they convert them into copies of their victims. And finally, they head out into the city using the old subway system.
With artificial skin maintenance being handled at Queen's Hospital.
But who's behind all this?
Gillian, look at this. There are some finished snatchers over here.
Get a load of this. The U.S. President, the Prime Ministers of Japan, and the UK.
Gillian, you're in here too.
Figures. They were looking to snatch every VIP at the summit.
And the last junker, you. It definitely looks like they plan on moving out beyond Neo-Kobe.
If they were to snatch every major world leader, they'd practically be able to control the planet. Still, that's odd. With their flawed skin, pulling something off like that would really be difficult.
Chin said they had found the key to developing a perfect artificial skin. Maybe they've already produced it.
No idea. But the number of snatchers here makes it clear that they're up to something new.
Gillian, this is definitely their nest. We should destroy everything.
Not yet. Not until we found Jamie. Metal, how much time do we have left?
The summit should have begun by now. We don't have much time. And once our legal privileges are suspended, I won't be able to help. In fact, I'll be forced to restrain you.
I know. If the military wants to avoid nukes and goes for a surgical strike on this facility, what would they likely use?
Probably a phased particle beam from one of the attack satellites.
A phased particle beam, huh? That'll wipe this complex right off the map.
Everything, including the soil, will simply evaporate. The attack will leave just a large crater.
Metal, can you convince them to give me another hour? Even 30 minutes will help.
Understood. I'll try my best.
And I'll try to find and rescue Jamie in that time.
I can't transmit here due to interference from the Snow 9. I'll have to leave the area and then send the message.
All right. Do it, Metal.
Gillian, don't forget. 30 minutes. You must get out before then.
I understand.
Gillian, I'm sorry I couldn't help you better.
Don't worry about it. I'll be able to move faster by myself anyway. 30 minutes should be plenty. Go, Metal.
Yes, sir. Don't forget. 30 minutes.
Okay. 30 minutes. Not real time, obviously.
Minutes. Oh, this is gonna be tight. That room's the only place left to check. Let's take a look. Whew. I wasn't ready for that. They almost got me. All right, let's open the next door. Doesn't look like there's anything here. Whoa! Jeez, these guys are tough. Of course, I didn't exactly expect them to welcome me with open arms. Okay, let's try this next door. Jamie, are you all right?
Gillian, you came for me.
Are you hurt?
No, they won't lay a finger on me. Not until the new artificial skin is completed anyway.
Artificial skin research? You?
Gillian, I've got my memory back. All of it.
What happened? Tell me, Jamie.
They said they'd kill him. They said they'd kill Harry. They forced me. I had to help them with the skin development. They said I had to help them because the professor was ill. Wasn't getting any better. Gillian, the engineer Harry, he's our son. He's been living on his own now for 50 years.
Jamie, I'm afraid that Harry's...
There was nothing I could do. They forced me. But I can't do it anymore.
Jamie!
The professor, he just died. He was over 100.
The professor? What? This old man?
Don't you remember? It's Professor Modner. Professor Petrovich Modner.
What? This old man is Modner?
He's been confined here for 3 years now, just to develop the Snatcher's artificial skin. Terrible. Doing that to your own father.
Whose father? Jamie, I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
You really can't remember, can you?
Jamie, tell me who I am. What were we doing at the Kremlin?
Are you sure you really want me to, Gillian? It's all so awful, but if you must know, I'll tell you. Try to remain calm, okay? 56 years ago, you and I were involved in a top-secret Soviet project. It was still during the time of the Cold War. The gulf between East and West was as wide as ever. Everybody was worried about nukes. At that point, the world's armies were at their largest ever. Leaders still believed that a strong military meant a strong nation. There were rumors that there would be an agreement to end the production of nuclear weapons. On the other hand, the major powers like the US began to get involved in a space weapons race. But not the Soviets. The conservative despots in the Kremlin had another, completely different idea for gaining military superiority. A horrible plan, something no one else would think of. At that time, the countries of the communist bloc were facing an economic crisis. Popular movements pushing for democracy were springing up all over. Communism itself was facing extinction. Facing pressure from the reformers, the Kremlin began to panic. And that's when that horrible, childish plan was launched.
And that was the Snatcher project. Replace your enemy's leaders with puppets of your own. Then you control their governments, their economies, take over a country from the inside out.
That's right, Gillian. And to develop these robots, they assembled some of the most brilliant scientific minds from around the world. Some of them were even brought in against their will. At the crux of that development effort was a group called the Frankenstein Project Team. You and I were members of that team, Gillian. It was a 4-person team led by the late Professor Modner here. The robotics expert was Professor Modner himself. His son, Elijah Modner, handled genetics and microbiology. For nanobiology and picobiology, myself. And for behavioral science and psychology, you, Gillian. Early development was carried out at a lab in Novosibirsk, but was later moved to a secret facility under the Kremlin. At the time, the Glasnost and Perestroika movements were gaining momentum, and they rightly feared for the existence of the program if it should become known. But some of the reformers did learn of the project, and they conspired with the US to block it. Gillian, you were a CIA special agent sent by the United States to infiltrate and sabotage the project.
I was CIA?
Yes, and the government knows that. That's why you were assigned to the Junker team.
What? Who am I?
Work on the project continued to go smoothly. But then, on June 6, 1996, there was that accident. A mysterious explosion at the Chernobyl facility spread a bacterial weapon that was under development there into the atmosphere, destroying the country and the project. Gillian, was it you? Did you set off that explosion?
What? You can't be serious. You think I caused the catastrophe?
Somehow, during the confusion, Professor Modner and our son Harry managed to get picked up by American agents. But we couldn't get out in time, you and I and Elijah. In a shelter below the Kremlin, we entered a cryogenic sleep. Our plan was to sleep there until the toxic effects of the bacteria were safely passed.
And then 48 years later, 3 years ago, we were discovered by the 17th Special Investigative Force.
Yes, but when they found us, Elijah's pod was already empty.
Elijah Modner? That guy whose picture was in the church? The one that looks like Random?
That's right, Elijah is alive! Elijah is here and working on the Snatchers.
Why don't you let me finish your little story?
Who's there?
It's been a while, hasn't it, Jamie? Ah, yes. And Gillian. It's me, Jamie.
Elijah? Is that really you?
Random? No. Not quite.
So you remember me, do you? I am Elijah Modnar, the only son of Professor Petrovich Modnar. I'm afraid I've grown somewhat old and feeble since we last met, however.
Elijah, why are you doing this? Your father, Professor Modner, he passed away a few minutes ago.
What? My father? My father is dead?
Elijah, what happened to you? The Elijah I knew could never do anything like this.
I've changed, Jamie. These 40 years have changed me.
I can't believe it. What happened to you?
What happened to me? Jamie, do I actually have to explain it to you? Jamie, it's you. Your beauty is the cause of all that has come to pass here. 57 years ago, I was obsessed. With my research, yes. And with you, Jamie. At the time, I was still young, having just graduated with my genetic engineering degree. My father's connections got me on the team, and there, I met you. You were working as my father's assistant. Your beauty, your smile, I was stricken. I saw something in you that I never felt with women of my own country. You warmed my cold, young heart, Jamie. You opened me up, and I couldn't stop my feelings.
Elijah!
Oh, I was so happy. The political situation was crumbling around us, but every day was a joy. I gained my father's trust, and with you there watching over me, I was able to work as hard as I ever have on the project. However, my happiness did not last for long. Gillian, it was you. You showed up and all was ruined. You arrived and joined our project team. Far from home, Jamie found comfort in a man from the same land. Your relationship grew quickly, and all I could do was stand by and watch. Jamie and Gillian fell in love, were joined, and even had a child.
Harry.
Even then, my feelings for you only grew stronger. Worried about me, my father tried to have me removed from the project, but I persisted. Jamie, I always wanted to be near you. And then, the democratic movements that had consumed the rest of the Eastern Bloc spread to our country as well. The Cold War was over. The hardliners who had pushed for its development were stripped of power and the project was cancelled. The reformers, trying to cover up the existence of such a crazed project, ordered that all materials related to it be destroyed and that we stand trial for our actions. Jamie and Gillian were to be returned to their homeland. That's about the time that I learned that you, Gillian, that you were a CIA agent, and that you were trying to pass documents on our research to your military. The country had sold us out. I'm no politician. I couldn't care less about what happened to the country. All I cared about was my research and Jamie. And I was to lose all of that, everything. For someone so young, you cannot understand how great of a shock that was.
Elijah.
That is when I decided, I swore I would see that secret crazed project through to the end. At the time, the bioroids were 80% finished. The main part, their endostructure, was essentially completed. But we still were having trouble with the artificial skin, the area that Jamie and I were assigned to. We called it artificial skin, but there was of course no need to duplicate T lymphocytes, Langerhans cells, or endocrine cells. All we needed was keratinized cells and melanocytes to provide the pigment. With the artificial protein development techniques that we had in those days, full-scale synthetic cell development was very difficult. Research like this took months, years. The original project called for us to simultaneously snatch an entire country. In other words, a whole nation, or an entire city had to be snatched over the course of one night. For that reason, a powerful biological agent, which could quickly and effectively kill the population of the country, was being simultaneously developed.
Lucifer Alpha.
That's right. A type RAO11 virus which another team was developing. For someone like myself, who was closely involved in the project, blowing up the lab was quite a simple task.
My God, Elijah, do you know what you're saying? That explosion killed half the world's population.
I moved all the materials and records essential to the Bioroid project into the shelter and executed my plan on June 6th. After sealing off the lab, I brought the two of you with me to the underground shelter, and we entered a cryogenic sleep. But not before I programmed an atmospheric research satellite to transmit a wake signal when the danger from Lucifer Alpha had passed.
And 10 years later, Lucifer Alpha naturally mutated into a non-toxic form.
But the automatic revival system failed to work.
Oh no, it worked. Just as planned, it revived me 10 years later. A little sooner than the two of you, of course.
But even though you sealed the lab with the explosion and everything, you should have been exposed. Why weren't you?
Oh, I was. But by that time, the vaccine L-Angels had already been developed.
So everything went just as you planned it then?
Yes, up until that point. But my real struggle was yet to come. My original plan was to revive Jamie as well, and for the two of us to finish the development of the bioroids. You, Gillian, you were to stay asleep forever. But I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Not after looking at Jamie's peaceful face there in the pod. Besides, I could never have convinced her to work with me on the project anyway. I knew the time was not yet right, so I changed the timers of your pods to permanent on.
How could you do such a thing?
And so for the next 40 years, I worked alone in that cold and lonely room under the Kremlin, trying to complete the artificial skin for the Snatchers. For days and days, no one would visit me. I never saw the sun or felt the changing of the seasons. Still, I always had Jamie by my side. You were always there for me to talk to. Just you and I for 40 years in that dark cellar.
Oh, you poor, poor man.
And then, 3 years ago, my research was finally completed. First, I snatched the Siberian Special Investigative Forces to establish a transport route for the Snatchers. And then, to test the effect of large-scale Snatch operations, I chose Neo-Kobe City to be my experimental sample. Neo-Kobe is cut off from the surrounding areas, a sort of miniature country in itself, making it a perfect test site. And since it's a melting pot of various races, it would also allow me to gather extensive data on Snatcher modification and operational techniques. In addition, the element of suspicion or mistrust, which runs deep in Japanese culture, was another reason I chose this site.
But your test revealed a critical flaw in your machine's artificial skin.
Yes, quite unexpected, I'm afraid. All my research for 40 years. I gathered data and worked day and night to find a solution, but nothing seemed to work.
So that's why you decided to bring Professor Modner here, right?
That's correct. I discovered my father in one of the government's hospitals. He was old, but still very sound of mind. Naturally, he would not cooperate with me.
Of course not. He'd never become involved in something like that.
So, unable to receive his assistance, I decided that I had to have yours. But a mistake on my part allowed both you and Gillian to be taken into custody by the authorities first.
Just what are you trying to accomplish, Elijah? You must know you can never get Jamie back.
I'm only interested in discovering what I can of the human animal. In the past, it was because of Jamie. My motive is different now.
It sounds like you're just suffering from the wild arrogance that corrupts so many scientists.
Humans are such weak creatures. No matter how much they trust one another, the tiniest speck of suspicion can destroy it all. Look at how the Snatcher problem has caused such wild unrest. No matter how much science advances or how high we set our ideals, we eventually begin to suspect each other, to hate each other, and then to kill each other. The Snatchers are nothing more than a tool for bringing out this reaction. I am simply using the Snatchers to elicit the true nature of the human animal. I think this experiment has shown me the limits of human society. I sincerely doubt it will be able to reach any greater level of prosperity on its own. If human society ever hopes to reach greater heights, what is needed is an absolute leader, a firm ruler who isn't affected by these trivial episodes of mistrust.
You're crazy if you think people would ever obey Snatchers.
Of course they wouldn't. But if they don't know, they cannot object. There has been a time in every age that the people have longed for a god to lead them. As long as they give the people no reason to suspect them, then they can easily become their gods, indeed, a new race of super beings. We are almost there. Once we perfect the artificial skin, Snatchers will transcend man to become this planet's true human beings.
But you'll never get your perfect skin now. Professor Modner is dead.
I no longer have any use for my father. I have a sample of the new skin he developed. Once I've analyzed it, I'll be able to make as much as I need. Or if need be, we could simply culture the keratinized cells, epithelial cells, and melanocytes in the quantities that we need.
What are you talking about? How could you get a sample of perfected artificial skin?
Why don't you take a look at this? We found this in the rubble of Queen's Hospital.
Random!
Oh, an acquaintance of yours?
He's a Snatcher?
That term isn't exactly accurate. This bioroid was constructed by my father without my knowledge. He modeled it after me in my youth. He built it right here in this facility. And not only that, he programmed it to destroy Snatchers. This bioroid caused me serious difficulties. It's designed and built far better than my Snatchers. The machine itself thought it was human. My father input memories for it all the way back to childhood. Those too were apparently mine. Haven't you yet realized? Random Hajil is Elijah Modner spelled backwards. How like my father, silly old man. He did virtually overnight what I could not do in 40 years of effort. Furthermore, he makes a bioroid so perfect, even the bioroid itself believes itself to be real. What's more, the cells of the skin he developed are self-replicating. Once in place, no further transplants or culturing is necessary.
Is he dead?
Its main and locomotive systems are completely shut down. It's just scrap now. But the artificial skin is being kept alive. This we need. With this, we can move to phase 2 of our plan of full-scale infiltration of the world's major nations.
The summit's already over. You'll never succeed.
What does the summit matter? Nothing holds us back now that we have this perfect skin. We can go anywhere we want, and there will be no way to tell us apart. I will have free control over the world. Nothing will be able to stop me. Politics and free thought will no longer have any meaning. My will alone will decide the course of human history.
You egomaniac. Do you think you can snatch the entire population?
There's a fully automated Snatcher factory under the Kremlin. Even as we speak, scores of new Snatchers are being born.
But no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to snatch the people's heart and soul. What do you hope to gain from this anyway?
Jamie, the human race is composed of fools. But I'm different. I will be its savior. Indeed, not just of mankind, but of all life on the planet.
I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Metal!
In 10 minutes, this church will be struck by a phased particle beam. I am guiding the beam from the attack satellite using GPS and 15 navigational satellites. The beam cannot miss. Everything in a 2 to 3 kilometer radius from me will be destroyed.
Stop this foolishness now. I will not have my research destroyed by some souped-up pocket calculator.
Metal, what happened at the summit?
The delegates, worried about the Snatcher menace, voted unanimously to allow the use of nuclear weapons on the city. The military is presently imposing a quarantine on Neo Kobe.
What? Do they intend to kill everybody?
The populace is in a state of panic. However, they have agreed to lift the quarantine if this church is struck by the phased particle beam. This is our last chance. I will handle things here. Gillian, Jamie, you two must flee.
You insignificant mass of metal. You'll never...
One move and I detonate. Gillian, run!
Metal, this is crazy!
We can't let a single Snatcher get out of here. And this new artificial skin has to be destroyed as well.
I will not allow some talking scrap pile to get away with this. If you are the aiming point for the beam, then I'll just have you thrown out of here.
Grab this little one and take him out of here. Cowardly little robot.
You always were a real pain in the butt.
What's that?
What? How did... You're supposed to be deactivated.
I don't go down that easy, old man.
Stop this foolish...
Shut up! Let's try to make our final moments peaceful, shall we? And you Snatchers, you touch the little guy and the old man's head comes off! Random! I've always hated being used. Why don't you watch the final act with me?
Gillian, you only have 5 minutes. The turbo cycle is just outside on standby. Use that to flee.
Let me go. I'm Elijah Modner. I'm your original.
I don't care if I'm an original or a copy or what. You and I are gonna die right here. If we both die, there won't be a copy anymore now, will there?
The stupid logic of a simpleton, of a machine.
Whatever it is, it's my will!
Machines have no will. Machines cannot sacrifice themselves.
We'll see about that.
You have 4 minutes. You must go. And don't forget to take care of the factory under the Kremlin.
Stop!
Gillian, even if these memories in my head are fiction...
Yeah, I know what you mean. Our memories of our time together are all too real, Random.
Gillian, you become one hell of a junker.
Gillian, it has been most recreational being your partner.
Oh, metal!
If you can, try to pick up the pieces for me, okay? Like we did for Little John?
Little John? Oh! Okay, Metal.
Hurry! You only have 3 minutes!
Thanks! Thanks, you two! Jamie, come on!
No! Don't let her go! No!
You pathetic old fool! You don't even know how to love someone!
You stupid machine! What is that idiotic grin supposed to mean?
By snatching you, I'm finally gonna get my real self back!
Random, there's less than 1 minute to go. Thanks to you, everything will be fine.
You don't owe me any thanks. Sorry to get you involved in such a big job. You did great. You're a hell of a junker.
3, 2, 1, here it comes!
Later, kid!
Fifth Airborne Division has completed boarding. 7th Mechanized Infantry Team has completed boarding. 17th Special Engineering Squad report for boarding immediately.
So you're really going, aren't you?
It's our responsibility, too. Besides, if I go to Moscow, I may get some of my memory back. And if that happens, I'll be able to love you even more than I do now. Wait for me. I want to be with you, but first I've got to destroy this terrible factory of theirs. Jamie, when I get back, let's try living together again. What do you say?
13th Special Operations Squad and all Junker personnel report immediately for departure.
We'll be waiting for you, too.
Katrina, Mika! You're here too?
You better be happy, Buster, with all these beautiful women seeing you off.
I'm happy you came. Let me introduce my wife.
Jamie Seed. I suppose it's a little odd introducing myself a second time, though.
What do you mean? You've never met them before, have you?
What are you talking about, Gillian? We're good friends.
Uh-huh. Since when?
It's the first time I've met her in person, but I've spoken with her on the video phone a lot of times.
What? Have you guys been talking about me behind my back?
Talk. Katrina. I was telling Mika about how lonely it was being home alone all the time, and she told me that Jamie was always worried about me, so I gave her a video phone call. Mika. Trying to learn more about you was what got our relationship started. Talk. Mika. Before I knew it, we really became close, didn't we? Talk. Katrina. With even Alice gone, I was really lonely. Katrina. Talk. They're both so easy to talk to. It's like I've got two real sisters now. Mika. Our relationship has gone beyond just being friends. Beyond just friends? That sounds pretty good to me. Wow. Don't be stupid, Gillian. You have a warped mind sometimes, you know? They're just like a family to me now. I don't care if you get your memory back or not. Why? Because getting your memory back will mean that you'll remember those things about me that you hated. Things I hated? What are you talking about? Dealing with each other's imperfections is part of what being married is all about, Jamie. Gillian. Don't worry, the memories will change how I feel about you. Thank you, Gillian. It's good to hear you say that.
So have they finalized what they're going to do about junker operations? I suppose this will end up being our last mission, huh?
Well, originally they were planning on disbanding the team, but now they've decided to keep us in business.
So that means...
That's right. We've been designated as one of the government's special police divisions. That puts us above the regular cops.
So the government has decided that crime by machines poses a bigger threat than crime by humans from here on out, huh?
They've chosen the new chief, too. So when you get back, you'll get to meet the new head honcho.
Well, it's comforting to know I've got a place I can come back to.
Have a safe trip, Captain Seed. What, me a captain? Not a bad first rank for someone like me who was in the military.
Whatever you do, just come home safe, okay?
When you get back from this job, you still have a dinner date to keep with me, you know.
Don't worry. I won't forget my promises to either of you. Oops, almost forgot. Of course, I'll want to spend some private moments with my wife, too, huh? What's wrong, Jamie?
Harry and I will be waiting for you to get home.
That's Harry's hat.
We can do it this time, Gillian. Not some fake couple like before, but with love and trust.
I know, Jamie.
Take care, Gillian.
I'll see you, Jamie.
Wait! Wait for me! Take me with you, please!
You? Metal?
Yes, sir! We didn't have a good frame to work with, so this is just a temporary body. Just call me Metal Gear, Sega CD for now.
So they found your memory chip in one piece, eh?
Random protected it from the blast of the beam.
Random, huh? Wait a second. I've heard that sneeze somewhere before.
Really? I didn't hear anything. Anyway, I want to know if you'll take me with you. Please, Gillian, please take me with you.
Hurry up and get on board, partner.
Yes, sir, Gillian.
Throughout history, suspicion has always bred conflict. The real conflict, though, resides in people's hearts. This conflict has just begun.
And that is Snatcher. I hope you guys enjoyed playing it with me. Yeah, it's a phenomenal game. I played it a couple of times before now, but it's my first time recording the entire thing and commenting on it and everything. I hope I did an alright job for my first sort of Let's Play. And yeah, I hope you guys will join us for Police Stunts, which we're also going to do. I've also been thinking about doing Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. But beyond that, I don't really think I'll be doing too many Let's Plays, just because I don't want to, you know, distract from the video essays, which is really what my channel is all about. But yeah, so that's it. Let me know what you thought in the comments, you know? It was really fun. You know, let me see. My favorite part of the game, that's a tough one. I mean, I really like all the side quests. I like all the stuff that you can find when you play the game multiple times, and yeah, it's pretty badass, I gotta say, the way it's all put together. You can kind of double back and talk to people like the guy at Plato's Cavern, or even Katrina. You can go back to and show her evidence and get little clues and stuff. So yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, the story. Oh, look at that, Akira Yamaoka. Wow, I had no idea Akira Yamaoka worked on this game. He's from Silent Hill. That's amazing. Yeah, you know, it's the first sort of attempt by Kojima outside Metal Gear to do. Well, you think about the first Metal Gear game. I mean, they tried to give it as much story as they could, but compared to that, I mean, this is like, you know, a novel. And yeah, I read an interview. Kojima said, you know, it wasn't so much about making the most original story or anything like that. It was more about trying to create a world that felt real, or fully realized, however you want to put it, so that, and I think that it does achieve that in a weird way. Like, there's something about the atmospheres and stuff that just bring you back. Again, it came out in 1994, so is it a little dated? I mean, is it very dated in some respects? Yeah, of course it is. It's over 30 years old now, but if you're a Metal Gear fan, a Kojima fan, I mean, how can you not love Snatcher? You know, it's without this game, there'd be no Metal Gear Solid anyway. There'd be, and you know, you can see a lot of elements from Snatcher in Death Stranding, for sure. And pretty much all of his games, you know, he would put little Easter eggs and things referring back to this game. It really seems like it was that it's been near and dear to Kojima's heart for a long time. Now, there's actually an audio drama that Suda51 from Grasshopper, the game studio, actually did, and I haven't gotten a chance to listen to it or read a translated version of it, but that's pretty awesome that they technically worked together on something, or at least worked in the same universe on something. No, I think Kojima is also part of that audio drama, so yeah, they work together. And Snatcher was actually a really big influence on Suda. And one of his first games, which is called The Silver Case, which is also an adventure type game that's science fiction. It's pretty different from this, but it's nice to know that this game inspired an entire generation, really, of Japanese game designers. And yeah, I mean, the soundtrack is so good, and it's a miracle that this thing got localized at all. You know, I mean, the Sega CD was a very expensive machine, so it was not very many people got a chance to play this back in the day. And it's really difficult to get your hands on, actually. But It is worth playing. And I hope you enjoyed playing it with me, like I said. Alright, well that's it. Until next time, boss.